Yesterday, Brazoria County deputies responded to an unthinkable, unimaginable tragedy. This event has shaken our community, and we are all feeling the loss.
Now to a chilling story out of Texas as a mother is accused of shooting 4 of her own children, killing 2 of them. This morning we're wondering why. Onita Romulus allegedly shot her children at this gas station in Angleton, Texas, which is just about 45 minutes south of Houston. Romulus is facing 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. She's being held on $14 million bond. Here's what law enforcement said about the victims, and this video comes to us from Houston TV station KRIV.
All 4 children have sustained gunshot wounds. Sadly, a 13-year-old boy and a 3-year-old girl did not survive. We are thankful to report that an 8-year-old boy and a 9-year-old girl are now in stable condition.
Let's bring back our legal eagles for more analysis. Michael J. Brown, John Phillips, what a dreadful case. Ooh, John, would you start us off? Your thoughts, please?
Let me get a composure for a second. You know, as a father of a 13, 11, and 8-year-old boy, I say that very often. You know, I'm a father first, and you know, a lawyer second, and there's just no words on a case like this. Like, why? You know, that's where you started. You've got 2 children shot and killed, and 2 children shot, and the trauma of those children, and particularly, you know, if allegations are true that they were shot by their mother. How do you go on from that? You know, their life is effectively altered forever, and you just keep asking, you know, why? What happened here?
Exactly. It's unspeakable. It really is. Michael, your initial reaction as you heard this awful news break?
Yeah, Julie, it's horrible. I mean, you're dealing with a very senseless situation, and the parent's supposed to be the one that protects the child, and it's supposed to always be concerned about their well-being. You know, but as an attorney, we're always trained to think, hey, why would this have happened? Is there a defense? What could the possible explanation be? And the only thing that comes to my mind is either this insanity type of situation or an extreme emotional disturbance situation which triggered this event. Obviously, it could be pure evil, and this mother wanted to eliminate her children, which is the worst of the worst. But legally speaking, we try to seek possible explanations, and those are the 2 that came to my mind.
Yes, excellent point, Michael. I have something for you. This document was dug up by a TV station KPRC, so I want to credit them for this. Click to Houston.com. Drawing your attention to that last paragraph on your screen. Investigators said that this woman told them initially that instead of them doing it to me, I'm going to do it to them. When the investigator said, what are you talking about? She said, kill them all. When asked again why she called 911, she said she did not call 911, but instead she called the devil. Michael, right there, what you were just talking about, perhaps an explanation, perhaps we have a sanity issue.
Yeah, it could, Julie, and hopefully for both sides that interview is recorded, because, listen, it could show if they're feigning it and trying to act, and on the other side of the coin, it could show that it's a literal and sincere and real mental disease or defect. So that's important, and that's going to go a long way towards the prosecution of the case, and just the same towards the defense of the case. Yes,
yes, Michael. And John, as we know, nothing makes this better. Nothing makes this okay. Nothing makes this palatable. This is just disturbing, disgusting, heartbreaking on every level. If this woman was hallucinating or thinking she's seeing the devil or doing something, you know, that represents there was a mental health issue at play, does this perhaps soften this awful blow to everyone who loved those kids so much?
Okay, that was the end of the question. To everyone that loved those kids, I don't think that would soften any blow, right? To the jurisprudence If she has a bona fide insanity defense and mental disease and defect, you know, that might soften it to a jury, right? But you know, most of us live this life, and I've seen Michael's very son, you know, appear on this broadcast, and all of us are grieving for these children.
Yeah, we sure are. Well said. We've got to leave it there. Thank you both for another great episode. Michael and John, we'll see you soon, and we'll see you at home as we go to Ohio.
Your kid's already inherited your ears, allergies, and questionable singing voice. Don't make him inherit your final expense tab, too.
I wish I could pay for live TV only on the weekend.
Sling lets you do that.
That's great.
I wish I could take advice
Spray tan.
That's cheating, Janice.
Introducing Passes. Get live TV for the day, week, or weekend, starting at $4.99. Sling lets you do that.
This is the story of the one who knows that choosing Grainger for next-day delivery and professional-grade products can help him fly through the day like clockwork. Call, click, or stop by. Grainger. You'll get it done.
I can't get a hold of my mom.
I'm sure it's nothing.
I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute and ask a question.
It's like something out of a nightmare, and yet it really happened in Cleveland, Ohio. This is the trial we're broadcasting for you here on Court TV Live. Welcome to our coverage this Thursday morning. I'm Julie Grant. The victims in this case are 3-year-old Julian Wood, who was stabbed to death, and Julian's mother, Margot Wood, who was stabbed but survived. Now, we're in the middle of this trial, getting toward the point where we could see the state of Ohio perhaps resting today. So we've seen a lot of really good testimony, but we know much is to come because of the big issue the defense has raised. They're raising an issue of sanity. They're saying that Bionca Ellis did these stabbings, but that she wasn't in the right state of mind when she did them. So it's going to be up to the prosecution to refute that by the defense if they want to prevail in this case. Now, we've put together a grouping of the major moments from Wednesday for you. Let's take a look at the biggest moments in the day where we saw Margot Wood take the stand.
I looked up and I saw a lady pushing a cart out the exit. She had a little kid I remember looking at the little kid. He had a smile on his face, and it kind of made me kind of smirk, like, I just thought it was a cute moment. After moving my head, that's when I noticed a black female dressed in all black who was walking like right behind her. They got to a gray car, and the trunk opened.
Who got to a gray car?
The lady pushing the cart.
Okay, she got to a gray car.
Yes.
Okay.
The back hatch opened, and that's when I saw the black female dressed in all black came around and raised her arm, and she stabbed the kid, drew back, stabbed him again, and that's when I saw the Mrs. Wood grab Julian, and pulling him out, the lady stabbed towards them again, and the cart just fell to the ground. Everything fell out. She started screaming, which I'll never get that out of my head. So when I pulled up next to her, that's when I saw the knife, and I realized that she had got him pretty good, because it was about a third filled with blood. I asked her, I said, "Do you know you stabbed that kid?" And her response was just a shrug of the shoulders. I just remembered one of the paramedics said there's no pulse. It's
Before you left the store, Mrs. Wood, did you notice anyone by you? Did you see anybody? Did anybody talk to you?
No.
Once you got to your car, what's the first thing you did?
I went to open my trunk. I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. She stabbed the back of a trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over, and then she came at me. But I moved, and she stabbed him in the side of his face, and then she stabbed me, and then she stood up and stabbed him in the back. He was crying.
Ma'am, what did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart because it was on his side, and I went to go and I held him, and I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, Julian, Julian, are you okay?
Oh, this is just dreadful. What a dreadful case. Let's talk about it some more. Let's really dig in on the issue here. This isn't a case of who done it. The question is, was the defendant in the state of mind where she could be convicted of first-degree murder here in the United States? Or was she insane at the time? Did she not know? Did she not understand? Did she not appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions when she stabbed that little boy and his mom? Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Jessica Mashali. We saw Jessica win a trial here on Court TV, and we've loved having her on as an analyst ever since. Good morning to you, Jess. Let's talk about this defense. Do you like it? Would you use it? What are the chances of it prevailing in this courtroom? Tell us all the things you're thinking about this morning.
So first thing I would say is just sending my love to the family. It's hard to watch. As a mom of young kids, it's very hard to even watch something like this. This is an unspeakable tragedy. This is really awful, and I'm sure it's very hard for everyone involved just to be doing this trial at all. When it comes to the defense, yes, I like the defense. I think that this is a temporary insanity case. To me, it looks like a classic temporary insanity case. And I think that that is the appropriate defense here. And I think it very well could prevail if the jury is able to set aside some of the emotion that they must be feeling when dealing with these sort of facts.
I appreciate that, and appreciate the sentiments you shared. One of the many reasons that makes you so awesome, you're very compassionate toward the victims. You know, you have to do the job that you do. Our system would collapse if we didn't have defense attorneys. I always say, don't get mad at them. You're doing a job, and you're protecting legal rights here. But appreciate that compassion, as so many people, Jessica, as you can imagine, in Cleveland are very disturbed by this, very upset. It's the case that has everybody talking. I've heard from so many friends, family. I have ties, you know, to that area. People are watching this trial and really concerned about justice for Julian. And it can be hard to understand legal insanity, right? So would you kind of take us down that road as we look through some of the events of that day? We put together a little timeline, Jessica. So let's talk as we put this up on the screen and we look at what this woman did. So apparently it started with her a bit agitated when she goes to the police station. She had a theft arrest. Prior to this incident, she goes to reclaim her property, and apparently she didn't like what she was told. The officer who encountered her there described her as irritated. She turned off the lights in the lobby as soon as she left, and she had a wheelchair when she came in with a suitcase. And we've seen her with that before. We've seen her holding the suitcase, sitting in the wheelchair. In this case, she was pushing it. But she leaves apparently angry. She goes to take the knives from this thrift store where she goes next. She steals them. It's all caught on video. And then she enters the Giant Eagle grocery store where the deadly event occurs. And after it occurs, she walks away very unbothered. Witnesses described it as just nonchalant. She asked if she knows what she did. One witness said she shrugged her shoulders and said, yeah, like as if, yeah, I know I did the stabbing, and so what? Or she said so is what she mouthed. What do these events tell you in terms of substantiating her insanity at the time?
I think they say a lot. They speak volumes. So first, we're seeing that this is someone who suffers from mental health issues. You're looking at someone who's been arrested for theft. It's very common for people who are suffering for severe mental health issues to have arrests for sort of petty things or minor things. You see that she has no real gauge on how she's behaving, even when she's dealing with police and things like that. And I think what speaks the most is her reaction with shrugging her shoulders. Insanity looks to see, does the person understand the consequences of their actions? Does the person understand right from wrong? If somebody says, did you just kill that baby? And you're like, okay, yeah. That shows that you don't know right from wrong, that you don't understand the consequences of your actions. And Julie, you probably remember from law school that we learned in civil law, actually, that there are things where the thing speaks for themselves, right? There's that famous case where a chair goes thrown out of a window and hits someone. That speaks for itself. There must be something wrong. Somebody did something wrong if that happens. Here, I would pose that if a person stabs a baby that they've never met before and then shrugs her shoulders, it speaks for itself. She was insane at that time.
Jessica Mishali, excellent analysis from you. Let's hit a break. When we come back, we're going to show you some footage we have not yet aired. So the court has some restrictions on us when we can air things. And so we're going to show you some testimony that we have not rolled out yet here on Court TV Live. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
You dream about moments like this. My goodness.
The fastest female track and field stars compete in a one-night-only event. Adlesen NYC 2025, live from New York City, Friday at 7. It's on Ion.
Where's your cuffs? Get custody? Who's got cuffs?
Hey, slow down, slow down.
Hold on. We're good.
All right. Yep. Okay. Here we go.
You go to the female or triangle?
Go to the female.
Shout out to the first responders, all the police officers, everybody who got on scene trying to save the life of Julian Wood, rescuing his mother Margot and apprehending defendant Bionca Ellis. Welcome back to our coverage of this stunning case out of Cleveland, Ohio. Want to share with you what the court restrictions are for our broadcast coverage. We're allowed to broadcast the trial after the end of the court date. So this is a restriction that the court has imposed on us. We've got to follow it if we want to have our cameras in there. And so what we have for you this morning is footage that you haven't seen yet, footage that we have not yet aired, that was filmed yesterday, and we didn't get to it throughout the day on Court TV Live. So we're going to be showing that to you throughout the programming day, and once we're allowed to film what was captured today, we will do that in tomorrow's show. So again, it's not our choice, it's the court restrictions, and we always love to abide by those because we want to be able to bring you these trials. So that being said, let's show you the unaired testimony from trace analyst Shayna Gray. She talks about the items that she received to analyze in the case, including that bloody knife.
All right, so let's start with your report on page 1 of 6 and tell us some of the items that you yourself obtained or ones that you examined, reviewed, and then distributed to other departments.
Yes, so starting with item 1 and 2, these were swabs that were collected from underneath the fingernails of the right and left hand of the decedent. These are samples that we collect for possible DNA testing, so we will process those samples and transfer them to the DNA unit. Items 3 and 4 were collected from the knuckles and palm of the right hand and then the right wrist, and also the knuckles and palm of the left hand and the left wrist. These samples were also submitted to the DNA unit for testing. And then 5 and 6 were swabs from the neck and swabs from the face of the decedent, also transferred to the DNA unit for testing.
So you do certain types of testing, but you do not do the DNA test.
That's correct.
All right. So we have some other items that you've obtained now. What other items have you obtained, and from where have you obtained them?
The remaining items were submitted by the North Olmsted Police Department. Item 20 was a gray metal knife with an 8-inch blade and black handle. And this was labeled, found at Giant Eagle exit to Dover, middle exit next to Enterprise, located in South Drive in River Rocks. We also received item 21, which was one gray metal knife with a 6-inch blade and brown handle, labeled found in front of Things Outlet.
All right. I'm going to stop you right there just for a
Sure.
minute. With regards to item 20 then, what are your duties with regards to that, and what do you do? It appears there are some sub-items that are created.
Yes, so my examination of the knife would be primarily looking for any staining, primarily apparent blood staining on the knife, and also collecting some samples for DNA testing as well. So I did examine the knife. I did not observe any blood staining on the handle of the knife, but I did swab the handle of the knife for possible DNA testing. I then observed the blade of the knife, and I performed a chemical test, and I found a positive result for my presumptive chemical test, and this just means that blood may have been present. And then I swabbed that area and submitted that to DNA as well.
Okay. The next item, ma'am?
The next item, 21, was the gray metal knife with the 6-inch blade and brown handle. So I did a similar examination as item 20, mostly looking for apparent blood staining. I did not observe any blood stains on the handle of the knife. I did, however, collect a swab from the handle to send to DNA. And then I performed a chemical test for blood on the blade, both sides of the blade of the knife, and that test was negative, so no further testing on the blade.
Alrighty. Your item 22.
Item 22 was one blue t-shirt and one white tank top. And my examination with these clothing items, mainly one thing we will look for is the staining again, so looking for apparent blood staining. Another thing we will look for is damage to the item that is relevant to the case history. So in this case, I would be looking for sharp instrument damage on the clothing. And if I find something, I would mark it with a yellow arrow and assign it a letter and try to determine what type of damage that is.
All right. Item 22, then you have some sub-items there?
Yeah, so when multiple items are received in one bag, we just assign an item number to each individual item. So item 22 was the bag containing both items. Item 21 was the blue t-shirt, and item 22.2 was the white tank top.
And item 23 and 24 and 25, ma'am?
Item 23 was one gray t-shirt labeled Giant Eagle shirt. 24 was one pair of black leggings labeled worn by Bionca Ellis. Item 25 was one pair of black with gray trim shorts labeled worn by Julian Wood.
All right. Next.
Item 26 was one white t-shirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis, and item 27 was one black sweatshirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis.
And out of item 27, did you do some checking or an evaluation, examination of that item?
Yes, I did. I examined that item for apparent blood staining, and we can do this visually by looking at the item, but with dark colored clothing, this can be difficult. So we can also use different types of light to try to bring out any potential blood staining on the item. So I did that in this case, and I did test a few stains on the front side of the sweatshirt, but none of those stains tested positive, all negative. I did, however, test the back side of the black sweatshirt, and on the upper posterior right sleeve, there was a presumptive positive result, meaning that that substance may be blood.
And did you also have photographs of these items taken?
I did.
So if it's okay with you, I'm going to show some photographs, and do you think we can do the photographs with the results?
Yes.
We can do them simultaneously. All right. So we're going to show you what's been previously marked, State's Exhibit. Let's start with 152. What are we looking at 152?
So you're going to give the description and then your finding.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
State's Exhibit 152 is an overall photograph of one side of the gray metal knife with an 8-inch blade and black handle. That was item 20 in the trace evidence report.
And this number right here, ma'am, who creates that number?
The photography unit has that kind of number block. I will tell them the case number and the item number, and they will physically put the numbers on the block.
And Ms. Gray, just for maintaining our continuity, this 24-0839 is referring to which case?
That is the case of Julian Wood, and that's the medical examiner's office number.
Right. And then the TE, what does that refer to?
Trace evidence.
And is that item 20?
Yes.
So that refers to item 20, which is in your report.
Correct.
All right. So in examining State's Exhibit 152, and I think we can look at 153 as well. What are we looking at State's Exhibit 153?
State's Exhibit 153.
Oh, this evidence, it's hard to look at that knife, isn't it? I was just saying to my colleagues, it's really upsetting to see. It was huge, huge. We're going to hit a break. There's more coming up, more evidence from little Julian Wood, the victim in this case that we're certainly thinking about here this morning. Be right back. There.
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
Who could do something like this and why? Those are the questions for this jury. We're watching the case of the state of Ohio versus Bionca Ellis. And in real time, we have the lead detective on the stand. The judge has put restrictions on our broadcast where we have to film that testimony, and then as soon as the court day is out of session, then we can air it for you. So we have testimony from Wednesday that we have not yet been able to air, and you're going to see it all throughout the morning here on Court TV. So let's go back in and hear more from Shayna Gray. She is the trace evidence analyst.
State's Exhibit 153 is an overall photograph of the other side of the gray metal knife.
And is it that customary practices in your office to take photographs of all sides of an object?
Yes.
You can? All right. And your findings with regards to this?
I examined this item for staining. I did not observe any blood stains on the handle. I did test the blade of the knife, and that did test presumptive positive for blood, so that I was able to swab the blade and the handle and send those items to DNA.
Right. And is that also reflected in item 20.2?
Yes.
All right. Let's move on to State's Exhibit 154. What is State's Exhibit 154?
State's Exhibit 154 is an overall photograph of one side of the gray metal knife with a 6-inch blade and brown handle, which is item 21 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and we'll go to State's Exhibit, again, 155. Again, the same numbers in your trace evidence number?
Yes.
That corresponds. What were your findings with regards to item 21?
I examined the item for blood staining. I did not observe any on the handle or on the blade. I did, however, test the blade for blood, and the result was negative.
All right. Let's move on to State's Exhibit 156. What are we looking at here, ma'am?
State's Exhibit 156 is an overall photograph of the front side of the gray T-shirt labeled Giant Eagle shirt.
And what item is that?
This is item 23 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and let's move on to State's Exhibit 157.
State's Exhibit 157 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the gray T-shirt, which is item 23 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and do you have any findings, with regards to item 23?
Yes, I examined this item. I did not observe any blood stains, and I did not observe any sharp instrument damage.
State's Exhibit 158.
State's Exhibit 158 is an overall photograph of the front side of the black leggings, which are item 24 in the trace evidence report.
And State's Exhibit 159.
State's Exhibit 159 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the black leggings, which are item 24 in the trace evidence report.
Did you have any findings with regards to these items of item 24?
I did. I performed testing for blood on both the front and back of the leggings, and that testing was negative. I also examined the item for any sharp instrument damage and did not observe any.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 160.
State's Exhibit 160 is the front side of overall photograph of the front side of the white T-shirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis, which is item 26 in the trace evidence report.
All right. State's Exhibit 161.
State's Exhibit 161 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the white T-shirt. That is item 26 in the trace evidence report.
And what were your findings as to item 26, ma'am?
I did not detect blood on the front side of the T-shirt, and I did not observe any blood staining on the back side, and I did not observe any sharp instrument damage.
State's Exhibit 162.
State's Exhibit 162 is an overall photograph of the front side of the black sweatshirt labeled worn by Bionca Ellis, which is item 27 in the trace evidence report.
Okay, thank you. State's Exhibit 163, what are we looking at here?
State's Exhibit 163 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the black sweatshirt, which is item 27.
State's Exhibit 164.
State's Exhibit 164 is an overall photograph of that rear side of the sweatshirt again. This time there is a ruler placed on the upper right sleeve that is marking a location of possible blood staining that I removed from the item.
All right, ma'am. And who places that marking on the item?
I do.
All right, and does that marking reflect, does it provide a number and an item number?
It does.
And does it provide also a case number?
Yes.
All right, moving on to State's Exhibit 165. What are we looking at here?
State's Exhibit 165 is a close-up photograph of the area that I removed from the black sweatshirt, which was item 23.
And here, do your initials appear on this ruler?
They do.
All right, and that is the ruler that you have placed on that item?
It is.
All right, State's Exhibit 166.
State's Exhibit 166 is an overall photograph of the front side of the blue t-shirt. That was item 22.1 in the trace evidence report.
All right, and did you review and examine this shirt?
I did.
All right, and what were your findings as to this shirt?
As to the shirt, my findings were apparent blood was observed on the front and back of the shirt, and that was it for the front of the shirt.
All right, State's Exhibit 167.
State's Exhibit 167 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the blue t-shirt.
Now, on State's Exhibit 167, ma'am, there is a yellow marker. Could you please explain to us what that is?
The yellow marker was placed by me. This is pointing to an area of sharp instrument damage that I observed on the item, and the letter A is just to assign it a letter for the purposes of measurements and photographs.
State's Exhibit 167. I'm sorry, 168.
State's Exhibit 168 is a close-up photograph of defect A on the blue t-shirt.
And ma'am, we also see some stapling of this particular item. Who does the stapling of that item?
I will do the stapling of the item prior to my examination. This happens sometimes when we receive items that were cut off of an individual for medical aid. So we will staple the item back together for examination and photographs.
And State's Exhibit 169.
State's Exhibit 169 is an overall photograph of the front side of the white tank top, which is item 22.2 in the trace evidence report.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 170.
State's Exhibit 170 is an overall photograph of the rear side of the white tank top.
Oh my goodness. It's a lot of blood there on those shirts, and seeing that little baby shirt with that dinosaur. Oh my gosh. I can't imagine how these jurors are feeling right now. Can you? Let's bring in our legal analyst guest, attorney Jessica Mashali. Ooh, Jessica, it's like I want to take a big, deep breath right now, seeing that little dinosaur shirt. That's one of those images I don't think these jurors are going to be able to get out of their brains.
No, they're not going to be able to get it out of their brains. That's something that they're going to be thinking about maybe for the rest of their lives. Even just us watching it here and knowing about this story and listening to it is very, very difficult, and something that I think none of us will ever forget.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's so stunning. I think for so many reasons, you're at a place that most people think are safe, right? We don't think things like this happen at a grocery store. You know, it's also broad daylight. There are a lot of people around. The other thing about this, I think, that's also stunning is the victims that were chosen here, for lack of a better way of saying it. We don't know why exactly Margot Wood and Julian Wood were the targets here for Bionca Ellis. We don't know if she was having an episode of some sort and hallucinating, perhaps, who knows, or just evil and vicious and wanted to get them. Don't know, but vulnerable people, right, Jessica? When you think about who she could have gone after here, I mean, I don't know who you could have found more vulnerable than a mother pushing a shopping cart with a toddler.
Unfortunately, you see this a lot. You see that people, whether, and regardless of whether her defense is true or not, which I think is yet to be seen, you know that I think it's likely that she was insane, but regardless of her insanity, majority of attacks are done on people more vulnerable. And it's Domestic Violence Awareness Month this month, and so we're thinking a lot about victims, and I think that it's obvious, we see that with child victims as well. People are looking for the easiest attack.
Oh my, just chilling. Jessica, thank you for weighing in on that. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, we're going to show you unaired footage from the DNA analyst.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adlesen hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
We have some more unaired footage to show you now of the trial in Ohio against defendant Bionca Ellis. Up next, a DNA analyst. Here we go.
Moving on to item 20.2. And what is 20.2 before you begin?
20.2 is swabs of staining from the blade of the gray metal knife. The DNA profile obtained from item 20.2 is a single source of male origin. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 20.2 contained DNA from one unknown contributor. A match was identified between item 20.2 and Julian Wood. This match is 515 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated African American person, 130 octillion times more probable than, 130 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Caucasian person, and 505 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Hispanic person. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 20.2 and Bionca Ellis.
Let's move on to item 21.1. And what is that first?
21.1 is swabs from the handle of the gray metal knife. The DNA profile obtained from item 21.1 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 21.1 contained DNA from 6 unknown contributors. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 21.1 and Julian Wood or Bionca Ellis.
Item 27.1.
Item 27.1 is swabs from the lower right sleeve of the black sweatshirt worn by Bionca Ellis. The DNA profile obtained from item 27.1 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 27.1 contained DNA from 2 unknown contributors. Bionca Ellis cannot be excluded as a contributor to this mixture. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 27.1 and Julian Wood.
So that item, let's talk about item 27.1 is what item?
Swabs from the lower right sleeve of the black sweatshirt.
When you say that someone cannot be excluded as a contributor, what does that mean to us?
So that means that, so originally I calculated it as 3 unknown contributors, meaning that there's evidence of 3 contributors in that mixture, and then if someone cannot be excluded, that means that they are one of those contributors. In some cases, we don't report the stat because if it came from that person or from that person's clothing, then we don't report that stat. So since this came from Bionca Ellis, we can just say she cannot be excluded as a contributor to that mixture, but she is one of those 3 contributors.
And you can see that kind of profile when you're doing your analysis.
Yes.
All right. Let's move on to 27.2.
27.2 is the lower left sleeve of the black sweatshirt worn by Bionca Ellis. The DNA profile obtained from item 27.2 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 27.2 contained DNA from 3 unknown contributors. Bionca Ellis cannot be excluded as a contributor to this mixture. No statistical support for a match was identified between item 27.2 and Julian Wood.
All right. And item 27.3. Tell us what the item is.
27.3 is a section with staining from the upper posterior right sleeve of the black sweatshirt worn by Bionca Ellis. The DNA profile obtained from item 27.3 is a mixture. A likelihood ratio was calculated, assuming item 27.3 contained DNA from 2 unknown contributors. Bionca Ellis cannot be excluded as a contributor to this mixture. A match was identified between item 27.3 and Julian Wood. This match is 513 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated African American person, 128 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Caucasian person, and 501 octillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated Hispanic person.
Right, so let's talk about that for just a minute, Ms. Esther Wine. When you say 513 octillion times more probable, again, what does that mean?
That number has 27 zeros behind it to give you an idea of what that number is. And so, as I explained before, that likelihood ratio, so it's 513 octillion times more likely that that profile originated from Julian Wood than that it originated from some other unknown individual.
And that was found on the upper posterior right sleeve of...
It's staining from the upper posterior right sleeve of the black sweatshirt that was collected by trace evidence and sent to me marked as positive for the presumptive test of blood.
What a sad case. Our coverage of this one continues into our next hour of Court TV Live. We're going to hear from the victim's mom. Stay right there.
butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mother, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Miss Wood and her child.
And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Was Bionca Ellis insane at the time that she stabbed 3-year-old Julian Wood to death? On Wednesday, the jury got to hear from Julian's mother, Margot, who's also a victim. She was stabbed by Bionca Ellis as well. The difference is she survived her injuries. They were to her shoulder. Julian's stab wounds were fatal. Let's go in and listen to Margot Wood recounting what happened on that dreadful day.
Once you got to your car, what's the first thing you did?
I'm sorry.
Just take your turn.
I went to open my trunk.
Okay.
And then I turned to my right. And I saw her coming towards us.
When you say her, who we've come to know that is?
Bionca Ellis.
We're going to stipulate, Mr. Mack, that Mr. Very good.
She's in this courtroom here today, is she not?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for the stipulation, counsel. Go ahead, Mrs. Moore.
So I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. And I said, "Oh no, Julian." So I had the car. I stood in front of the end of the cart, and I was trying to push him back. He was still sitting in the cart, and she stabbed the back of the trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I'm sorry.
Take your time.
She came at me.
This is what. Just breathe.
Okay.
Some water there for you, too.
But I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Take a minute and ask a question. Some Kleenex to the left of you if you need a minute. Would you take a sip of water and then I'll have her ask you another question. It's open. Ms. Frawley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So, Miss Wood, when she stabbed you, what did you do or what did you say?
I didn't say anything. I was just... I couldn't believe this was happening. It was so fast. I was just trying to, so she wouldn't hurt it.
And what happened next?
And then she stood up and stabbed him in the back. And he was crying. He was crying.
After she stabbed him in the back, What did she do next?
She just walked away. Like nothing. She just walked away.
And, ma'am, what did you do?
I went to go grab him out of the cart. Because he was on his side, and I went to go and I held him. And I just felt blood on my hands. And I said, Julian, Julian, are you okay? And then blood came out the side of his mouth. I'm sorry.
Take a minute. I'm going to have the prosecutor ask you another question. Go ahead, take a minute. I'll you take some water again. Take your time.
Mrs. Wood, once you were experiencing this with Julian, were you calling for help?
Yes.
And were you in fact screaming for help?
Yes.
Did folks start to come around you?
They did.
And did there come a point in time that somebody came by and took Julian and tried to help Julian?
Yes.
Did she indicate at the time she was a nurse?
She did.
Okay. And did other folks come and surround you and try to help you as well?
Yes.
And ma'am, where were you stabbed?
On the top of my right shoulder.
All right. And did you have to seek medical care?
I did.
Were you taken to the hospital as well?
I was in a separate ambulance.
All right. So once the defendant walked away, did you see her again?
No.
And so did there come a point in time that the ambulance came and took Julian?
Yes.
And were you able to contact your husband to come to the scene?
I did.
Right. And did he come?
He did.
And did both you and Julian end up at the hospital?
Yes.
In separate rooms?
Yes.
And did there come a point in time that you were then notified of his death?
Yes. Yes. The doctor...
That's okay. You've answered the question.
Okay.
Were the police all already present at the hospital with you?
Yes.
There were police officers that were on scene, right?
Correct.
And then there were police officers that traveled with you and Julian to the hospital.
Yes.
And in fact, one of the officers stayed with you and your husband.
Yes.
And during that time, did you or were you able to provide them a statement of what had happened to you and Julian?
I did.
Okay. Did you yourself write it out, ma'am?
No.
Did you give the officer permission to write it out?
I did.
Mrs. Wood, while you were at the hospital, did they provide you medical care?
Yes.
And did you have to have any stitches or anything with regards to your injury?
I received 4 stitches.
And that was on your shoulder?
Yes.
All right. And the hospital that you went to was St. John's?
Yes.
Okay. Part of University Heights University Hospitals?
Yes.
Oh my, that testimony, that poor mother and what she went through. Let's talk about this and how it's resonating with these jurors. The finders of fact here are going to find out whether this woman was just vicious and did a murder or whether she was temporarily insane. Let's bring in attorney April Sampson. April has been a defense attorney. She has served as a solicitor in South Carolina. She's back in private practice at this point in time, I'm being told. April, good morning to you. Nice to see you. So tell me, when you look at this case, you're someone who's been on both sides of the courtroom. You get defenses like this. You understand how they play out. You've prosecuted defendants like this. Where do you see the facts going on this one?
Well, good morning, Julie. I think that the facts are so unfortunate and heinous. I think for the prosecutors, it's easy to get a jury on your side in a case like this when there's a child death and there's no reason for it, and you've got this mother's testimony. It's heart-wrenching, and jurors are going to go home and it's going to resonate in their heads as to what this mother went through and what this child went through. And for the defense, you've got to get past that and get the jury to understand that, yes, this was awful, but the defendant is mentally ill. And I think a lot of people often think, and immediately they're going to go, she's crazy. Like, who does this? Who just stabs a stranger and her child? But being what we as lay people might call crazy does not fit the definition of mentally ill for legal purposes. And so it's not enough to just say this was a crazy act. They've got to prove that she meets the elements for being mentally ill and therefore not responsible for her actions.
Right, April. Let's dig into that a little further, because I think that's the reaction, and I understand why. You know, it's my reaction too. When I first saw that image of Bionca Ellis, it really went viral when she was filmed on one of the Cleveland local stations, got her at either her first or second court appearance, and she was looking right at the camera and smirking, and it was really chilling. And you think, my gosh, this is somebody who is accused of taking the life of a little boy and trying to take the life of that boy's mother. And you think, how could she smile, smirk, whatever she was doing? You think, she's got to be crazy. She's got to be out of her mind. But legally, was she really, to your point, for someone to legally pass that insanity defense, tell us a little bit more about what the defense has to raise and what the prosecution would have to be unable to disprove in order for the jury to find her insane at the time.
So the defense would have to show that she had a mental illness and that mental illness kept her from understanding the difference between right and wrong and kept her from being able to control her actions. So the easiest way to describe it is, say she was hearing voices and the voices were telling her to do this, and they had proof that the voices were telling her to do this, and due to her mental illness, she could not stop herself from doing the actions. That would be what they'd have to show. It's not enough to show that she's schizophrenic or that she's bipolar or that she has a mental illness. You have to show that that mental illness kept her from understanding that her actions were wrong and that it kept her from being able to control her actions. So it's a pretty high bar. People think, oh, I just have to show that she's mentally ill, or the defense just have to show that what she did doesn't make sense or is crazy. It's not enough to do that.
April, thank you for that. I appreciate that explainer immensely. As you said, it's a high threshold that they have to raise here, and the state has the obligation to disprove what the defense has raised. You're right. You can't just say, oh, she was off her meds and unwell that day. That's not going to pass the muster test. It's far more than that. She can't appreciate and understand the wrongfulness of her actions. And so I want to dig into that more with you, April, as the show progresses. We're going to hear from an eyewitness next. So this eyewitness describes for the jury seeing the stabbing and then encountering the defendant afterward. And you got to hear what she said when he asked her if she knew what she just did.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Fortunately, there was a really great eyewitness who gave testimony in the case against Bionca Ellis. He took the stand earlier this week. His name is Travis Bush. He saw the stabbing incident. He testified to that, and then the aftermath. And this is so key because Bionca Ellis's state of mind is what's in question. And this witness can attest to how lucid she was when she was speaking with him on that afternoon. Here we go.
So you indicated that to the young lady. She went back in. When she went back into the store, sir, what did you observe?
So when she went back in, I looked up and I saw a lady pushing a cart out the exit. She had a little kid that was sitting right in front of her in the little child seat area of the shopping cart.
Okay.
And she just was walking, and I remember looking at the little kid. He had a smile on his face, and it kind of made me kind of smirk, like, I just thought it was a cute moment. I looked at the shopping cart. I remember there was a orange and brown Brown's blanket. I just took my eyesight away for a second. And I looked down at my phone, and then I looked back, and, as I was looking, she was crossing my A post of the car, the door, yeah. And then
okay,
I'm sorry.
We're going to just stop right there.
Okay.
When you say she was crossing your A post, what do you mean?
Yeah, I'm a racing guy. When you open the door, the post that's there, you know what I'm saying?
No,
I can't think of the thing.
Is it the pillar?
Yes.
Pillar.
Yes,
okay.
that separates the side window to the front windshield.
Oh, you're talking about the car.
In my car. As I'm looking out, I'm trying to, navigate around that, and
okay.
Yeah.
All right, and so what then do you observe? You see a lady and a child pushing a shopping cart.
Yeah, so after moving my head, that's when I noticed a black female dressed in all black who was walking like right behind her. And I'm just kind of just gauging and seeing what's going on, just, not thinking anything, just...
Did you see a knife at that point?
I didn't. I wasn't looking down. I was just looking more at the lady in the cart.
Okay.
And then...
Hang on. Question?
So when you saw that, what happened next?
They had got to a gray car, and the trunk opened.
Who got to a gray car?
The lady pushing the cart.
Okay, she got to a gray car.
Yes.
Okay.
The back hatch opened, and that's when I saw the black female dressed in all black came around and raised her arm. That's when I saw the knife, because the sun just kind of the sun just made it just stand out. And she stabbed the kid, drew back, stabbed him again, and that's when I saw the Mrs. Wood grab Julian, and pulling him out, the lady stabbed towards them again. And the cart just fell to the ground, everything fell out. And she cradled Julian in her arms, she fell to the ground. She started screaming, which I'll never get that out of my head. And that's when I was trying to get out of my car. Then I tried to bolt out, open the door, and for some reason I couldn't reach the handle because it was just insane. But I finally opened the door. I ran to the scene. There was another. There was. Yes, sir.
Question. So once that happened, what did you see the black woman do, or where did she go?
She stood there for a second, and then she walked off. She walked off behind. There was a couple cars, and she just walked off. And there was another guy and a female who came out. I remember the guy yelling, "Call 911." I didn't have my phone on me. There was another lady who came, and I saw her. She was dialing 911, and I looked over again, and she was trying to escape through, the cars. So I don't know if she's by herself. I don't know if she's working with somebody. So I ran back to my car. I got in. I tracked her down on the next aisle, and I pulled up next to her.
So when she left, Mr. Bush, did she go down the same aisle where the child and the mother were with the shopping cart, or did she go to a different aisle?
A different aisle.
Okay. And when she left, what were your observations about how she walked away?
I really didn't see how she was walking at first. I could see the top of her head. It was moving not in a fast pace, but a little bit more than normal, I would say.
All right. Did you see the knife again?
So when I pulled up next to her, that's when I saw the knife. And I realized that she had got him pretty good, because it was about a third filled with blood.
All right. And what was a third filled with blood?
The knife was probably this long. It was probably up to here, probably that much. From what I could see. I looked at it for like a 2 seconds.
Okay. All right. And where was the knife? Where was she holding the knife?
In her right hand.
All right. And so how long did you follow her, sir?
So when I pulled up next to her, I asked her, I said, "Do you know you stabbed that kid?" And her response was just a shrug of the shoulders. Like.
Okay. All right. So.
Just a shrug of the shoulders, huh? This is really key testimony coming from this witness. We'll pause it right there. More live coverage is straight ahead.
I'm working with the deceased Julian. I located the major trauma wound from the knife, and then I immediately started to use a chest seal on his back. The chest seal just seals the wound to stop the blood from pouring out. When I first arrived on scene while looking for the major wound in his back, I did notice the also stab puncture wound in his face.
Little Julian Wood, he is what this case is about. And we saw that dinosaur t-shirt there in the video the officer was talking over, and we know that this video is now, or the t-shirt now, excuse me, has now been introduced as case evidence, just soaked with blood. Look at it. This is one of the exhibits telling the story about how that adorable, vivacious, sweet young man who loved dinosaurs was killed back on June the 3rd of 2024. He was just 3 years old. Now let's hear the rest of the testimony, including the cross-examination of this key eyewitness, Travis Bush. Where we left off, he was talking about how Bionca Ellis reacted when he asked her if she knew what she just did.
So, did there come a point in time that the police came?
Yes. So after that, I just positioned my car between her and the people who were amassing to the scene, who were headed toward the scene. Because, like I said, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if she's trying to stab somebody else or whatever. So we got up, there's a little driveway, or little street that separates the two parking lots. And so when she got there, I pulled up into the next parking lot, and I got out. I called 911, told her that she was going towards Dover Center, and at that point, just the air was filled with sirens. That's all you could hear. That's all I could hear. And so as I get out, she's walking, coming at me towards Dover. I had my firearm on me, and I had it in my right side pocket with my hand on it. So I was prepared, because I don't know what she's trying to do. Okay. So, I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, next question. Thank you.
So, you were there, and you were face to face with this person.
Yes.
All right. So, what did you do?
Well, I could hear the hum of the engine of the SUV of the police officer, or the police car, coming around to my left, and then they turned and came down that street. And I remember the officer getting out, and I'm pointing, that's her right there, that's her. And as soon as I did that, officers from Dover Center came and blocked off that entrance, and that's when she fell down and threw the knife in the rocks.
Okay. And so you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And were you still there when the police arrived?
Yes.
Did they issue commands of her?
Yes.
Did she follow the commands?
I couldn't really hear at that point.
Well, what did you see?
I saw she was laying on her face down. They surrounded her. They got on top of her. And the one officer told me to get back.
Okay.
So that's when I left. And
when you left, where did you go?
So I got back in my car and drove back up to the scene. I was probably about 20 feet from where I was parked before.
All right. And Mr. Bush, did you go back to where Mrs. Wood and Julian were?
Yes.
All right. And did you do anything or participate in anything, sir?
So I got out of my car. I walked over to the scene. I leaned up against Mrs. Wood's car. They were roughly maybe 5 feet from me. And I could see they were in pretty bad shape. And I remember They had Julian face down, and then they turned him over.
And who turned them over?
The paramedics, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you were right there.
Yes, the paramedics, the police officers were just surrounding both of the victims. And when they turned him over, I could see his eyes well back in his head. It was like, and I just remember saying, "Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't, just come on." And
at this point, were there other officers with you, sir?
Not at that point. Not at that point.
Okay.
They were just all kind of just surrounding those two. And the paramedics had brought the stretcher down, and they were walking him to, and I kind of walked up towards the store. And I just remembered one of the paramedics said, "There's no pulse." It's.
Do you want to take a moment, Mr. Bush?
If I could, please.
Ms. Fralia, go ahead.
Mr. Bush, did there come a point in time that you spoke with law enforcement that came upon the scene?
Yes. After they put Julian in the ambulance, law enforcement, or North Olmsted Police came and asked if there were any witnesses. So I stood with, I think it was another man, another woman, and then another female came up. She had blood on her hands. We were standing in the back of the SUV, and we filled out the statements, and yeah.
Sir, a pretty traumatic event for you. You'd agree with me?
100%.
And Mr. Bush, with regards to your observations, how close was this woman walking behind the lady with the child in the cart?
5 feet.
And is that woman in this courtroom here today?
Yes, she's right there.
Now note the identity be stipulated to by this witness as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, counsel.
Oh, let's talk about this witness. What a great witness for the state. Let's bring in former prosecutor April Sampson and talk about this case. April, tell me, when you look at this gentleman, you hear his testimony, do you see the trauma coming from him too, from witnessing this event and trying to help as best he could?
Yes, I mean, this is the kind of case that I think as a prosecutor, you love to hate because it's everybody's emotional. This witness saw the actual incident and then saw the trauma after. And we don't normally have witnesses who see what happened and then stay around and see the people trying to help the victim. And in this case, the victim is such a small child, and he has to live with that forever. And now the jurors have to live with that, the prosecutors have to live with that, the defense attorneys have to live with that. And I don't think people really understand how much trauma that is in and of itself for everyone.
Yes, yes. And April, while I have you, you have the unique experience of doing both defense work and serving as a prosecutor. And so I want to make a point with you that I think is a really key one. As we debate the question here over the next several days, however long this trial goes on, over whether Bionca Ellis was sane or insane, we know that the state of Ohio's position is that she was sane, that she understood right from wrong, and they're moving forward on the charges. In order to do that, would you walk us through what we aren't seeing? What happened behind the scenes in these months prior to getting to trial in consulting with an expert for the state in regards to Ms. Ellis's state of mind at the time?
So the first step would have been she would have been evaluated by a state psychiatrist or evaluator, and that person would have taken into account any records that she'd had of having mental health issues or any doctors she'd seen, and determined whether she had a mental illness at the time or is she just displaying it afterwards. They're trying to figure out if she's making up that she's mentally ill after she's committed a crime. If those state psychiatrists determined that, yes, she had a mental illness, but she was not insane for the purposes of legal standards, then they would proceed to go forward. The defense would then try to get their own experts to say that the state experts were wrong, that she did have a mental illness, and that mental illness kept her from understanding right from wrong and kept her from keeping her actions and keeping her from committing the crime that she did. And so this may be a case where it becomes the battle of the experts, meaning you're going to have a set of experts saying, yes, she might have a mental illness, but it didn't keep her from appreciating the right from wrong and what her actions were going to do. And the defense saying, but it did. And therefore, she should be found not guilty by reason of insanity. And just so people understand, if a person's found not guilty by reason of insanity, it doesn't mean they just go home. It means they're going to be kept in a facility until or unless they can be made sane.
April, thank you for that. Yes, she's not going to be walking among us if that is the finding of the jury. That's an important point to make, and understand that she would be in a state-run mental hospital if that is the finding. Thank you for the great explainer, April. We really appreciate it. This is a fascinating case we're getting to see play out here on Court TV. And then when we come back, we will see that eyewitness cross-examined.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
I said, do you know you stabbed that kid?
And what were your observations of her at that time? Did she look at you?
Yes.
Did she respond to you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
With the shrug and mouthing so.
Oh, so what does that mean? Which side does that testimony benefit more, right? Because a good lawyer will argue it either way when we're thinking about sanity or insanity at the time. So let's see the cross-examination now of this witness.
So point to the part of the statement where you indicate that you confronted Bionca and she shrugged her shoulders after you having said, you know you stabbed that kid.
It's not in there.
Okay.
I was pulled over by a
Well,
officer. I'm sorry.
he's going to ask questions.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. They did give you an opportunity to write out your observations, correct?
Yes, sir. Pretty brief, but...
And to me, that's the most important thing that you testified to here today is that she verbally responded to you without the audio saying so. She mouthed the word so.
Yes, sir.
You confronted her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's not in your statement, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. Have you been following this case since it's been in the news?
Not really. I don't really watch it.
Okay. You don't watch TV?
I got other things to do.
Okay. You also indicated that at some point, right after the stabbing, she began to walk past. Do you recall stating that?
A little bit faster, yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why in your statement you indicated that she slowly walked away toward Dover Center?
While she was over on the other aisle, she was walking slower, but as she was getting away from the initial stabbing, she was walking a little bit faster.
Why isn't that in your statement then?
As I said, sir, I was pulled away.
Okay. So you also indicated that you saw Miss Ellis fall down. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the time that the police confronted her?
Yes, sir.
But you couldn't hear what was going on?
No.
And when you say she fell down, are you saying that she laid down, or are you saying that she fell?
She laid down. Okay. She laid down.
Okay. You're indicating, I think you're about to say that you had another conversation with another officer at some point in time?
There was, yes. Another officer had kind of asked me what did I see, and I think I just got distracted and just put this down, and I went and answered his questions, and that was it.
Okay. You don't recall who the other officer was?
I don't.
All right, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Your Honor, may I take one moment?
You can.
Mr. Bush. Thank you, Judge. You also testified here today that you drew your gun.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Not drew it, I retrieved it.
You retrieved your gun?
And set it in my front seat.
Okay. You never held it up?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Because I was going to tell you that that's not in your statement.
No, I never held it up.
Anything else? Mr. Bush, I appreciate you coming down. I say that sincerely.
Yes, sir.
It's not easy for you, so thank you for your responses.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any redirect?
All right, let's talk about the cross-examination of this witness. Let's bring in attorney April Sampson. April, your thoughts on how counsel handled this eyewitness?
So I think that in this particular witness, they're trying to show that his statement has changed some and then it maybe got a little bit exaggerated since this happened. So because he may have said something different about her demeanor. And as you've highlighted, that whole she shrugged after she did it, it could go either way, but the defense wants to say, well, maybe he's just exaggerating or overemphasizing something or making it up because it wasn't in his first statement. And so that's kind of their angle at that point.
Right. And let's dig into that. The idea that the shoulder shrug and the so what kind of attitude could go either way. Tell me, is there a side you think that fact benefits more?
I think it can be spun either way. So the state's going to spin it and say, well, she knew what she was doing. She just didn't care. It wasn't a mental illness. She just did this and was going to try to get away with it, was going to walk off like nothing had happened. The defense is going to say it goes to her mental illness. She didn't think anything she did was wrong. That's why she shrugged. She didn't believe it was wrong due to her mental illness. So I guess it's sometimes both sides are playing a little bit of spin doctor and trying to take the facts that they can't change and use them to their advantage. And I think that's what they're both going to try to do with this.
Yeah, definitely, April. That's what, when I teach trial advocacy, it's one of the things I do. You take the good facts, the bad facts, and the facts beyond change, and you see. Sometimes I always recommend getting a legal pad, or if you have, a big whiteboard with a marker, you can do it and take the facts on your side. See how you can bring them to your side, whichever side you're on. And here, this is a great example. This case, we're seeing the attorneys illustrate that with the various statements and pieces of evidence that we're learning. Attorney April Sampson, it's always a delight to have you on the program. Congratulations on your move into private practice. We'll look forward to having you back very soon. And friends at home, thank you for being with us on this Thursday morning. We're going to have more coverage of this case in Cleveland against defendant Bionca Ellis. And as we go to break, you know what I want to do? I want to remember the victim in this case. This is precious Julian Wood. He was 3 years old, loved dinosaurs, loved the color green. He had so much life ahead of him. He was taken far too soon. And now the state of Ohio is working to get him justice.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you on this Thursday. We are in Ohio this morning following the Toddler Stabbed murder case. Bionca Ellis is accused of stabbing a mother and her child in a seemingly random attack. We've been watching this video over and over, and every time you see it, you shake your head. It is just so sad and so ridiculous. Why? Prosecutors say Ellis fatally stabbed Julian Wood in the face, stabbed his mother as well. Margot, we heard her testify yesterday. After she tried to intervene, he died, did Julian. The defense says, yeah, she did it, and we can all see that she did it, but she was insane at the time of the stabbing. Before we head into the courtroom, let's get you caught up in case you're not. Here's Julie Grant.
I'm at North Olmsted, Ohio, Giant Eagle. Someone just stabbed a kid and a lady in the parking lot.
Chaos breaks out in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store just outside of Cleveland, Ohio on June 3rd, 2024.
There's a child. He's bleeding all over the place. We're at North Olmsted Giant Eagle.
Margot Wood was shopping with her 3-year-old son, Julian, when they were attacked by a knife-wielding stranger.
The young child suffered 2 stab wounds, one to the face and one to the back, and then she suffered one to her shoulder area.
Julian died of his injuries, but his mother, Margot, survived.
I need a car to go help the kid. He's in the first couple aisles.
Where's your cuffs? Get cuffs? Who's got cuffs?
33-year-old Bionca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot where the stabbings happened. A long blade knife was found on the ground near where she was cuffed.
Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything. I had my windows down. I didn't hear anything. All I heard was just screaming, and the lady grabbed her child up out the cart, and that's when it fell over, and they collapsed over here, and the lady just continued to walk off.
Police say Bionca Ellis stole a knife from a nearby thrift store. Surveillance video shows Ellis walking into the grocery store with the knife in plain view.
It was very, very upsetting that someone would do that to a child and their mother.
As Margot Wood swerved her grocery cart to avoid running into Bionca Ellis, Ellis turned around to follow Margot and Julian out of the store, the whole time swinging the knife by her side.
As a mother, I cannot even begin to fathom the sense of loss that this family is going through.
Ellis is facing multiple charges, including murder, attempted murder, and felonious assault.
Have you received and read your indictment? I don't know. You don't know if you've received it?
She was found competent to stand trial after her defense team requested a mental health evaluation. This after her behavior in the courtroom raised questions about her ability to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. There's nothing that could ever replace my son.
Heartbreaking. The judge in this case has restricted us, basically saying no testimony. Before we were able to show portions of it throughout the day, but he says no testimony until court is adjourned for the day. So they're at it. We'll get some information from our Matt Johnson as what's going on in the courtroom, but we can't show it until they conclude the day's testimony. So what we're doing is picking up yesterday's testimony that we didn't get to, and we're going to start with a key witness from the state's case. This is an officer, Danielle Shook. She performed a welfare check on Ellis. Not the day of the murder, but very close to that, the days leading up to the fatal stabbing. Watch.
Let's talk about your work at North Olmsted Police. And you introduced yourself to us as Officer Shook, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us what are your duties and responsibilities as a police officer with North Olmsted?
To serve and protect the community of North Olmsted as a commissioned police officer through the state of Ohio.
Okay, let's talk about kind of your day-to-day, right? What are your duties when you respond or when you show up for a shift?
Answer calls to service, patrol neighborhoods, traffic violations, anything like that.
Do you work with a partner?
No.
So when you respond to work, are you driving? Are you in the lobby? How does that work?
I'm in a cruiser at this time.
Okay. And what shift do you work at this time?
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. day shift.
And did you work at North Olmsted Police in June of 2024?
I did.
And in June of 2024, what was your shift?
It was day shift, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And at that time, were you driving a cruiser around town?
No, I was not.
Okay, why not?
I was pregnant, and I was on light duty.
Okay, and what does light duty mean?
Light duty means I'm going to work in the records room, answer calls at the window, take reports at the window, help pay traffic citations, and et cetera. So.
For about how long did you do that light duty work on the Olmsted?
8 months.
So in June of 2024, what was your primary station, or where were you? What kind of work were you doing primarily in June of 2024?
I was in the records room, still working in a patrolman capacity, but still like in a safer environment since I was pregnant.
Okay. And when you're working in the records room, are you interacting with the general public?
Yes, but behind glass.
Okay. And I think you mentioned this, but what's an example of an interaction you may have with someone from the general public when you're working in that window?
Anybody that comes in and inquires about reports, anything, that they have questions, anything like that, paying parking tickets, yeah, just answering those calls at the window or on the phone as well. So.
And if someone came in to make a lobby report, for instance, would you assist them with that?
Yes.
On June 3rd, 2024, did you have the occasion to encounter Bionca Ellis?
I did.
And can you tell us the circumstances of how you came to encounter her?
She came in and she was inquiring about property.
And prior to that encounter, had you ever met or seen Bionca Ellis before?
No.
Let's break down kind of how it all happens, okay? Do you remember about the time of day when Bionca Ellis came to the police station?
It was in the afternoon.
And you were working 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., right?
Correct.
When she arrives to the police station, what do you recall about that?
When she came into the police station, it took her a little bit longer to come in. She was pushing a wheelchair with a suitcase on top of it.
Right. And once she gets into the lobby area, does she initiate conversation with you?
Yes.
And can you tell us what was said?
So she came to the window. I asked her how I can help her. She said that she was inquiring about some property because she was arrested a couple of days prior. I said, what specifically, when you're released, you get your property back. And she said that she needed money, or she needed her money that was taken from her when she was arrested. And I was like, okay, so we gave all your property back. Let me contact the corrections officer, see if anything was just left over for you. I contacted CO Curtis, who was our corrections officer, and he stated that there was no property.
Yeah, so seeing what someone else tells you, other than if it's Miss Ellis, would be a hearsay statement.
Okay.
So I'll just ask the state to re-ask the question and just be mindful of that. Thank you. So I'll sustain.
Thank you. Officer Schuck, did you learn of any residual property that was at your police station that belonged to defendant Ellis?
No.
Okay. And were you able to verify that she actually had property there at some point?
Yes.
Okay, but it had been released according to your records?
Correct.
Back to her. All right. And you informed her that you had no property to give back, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how did she react to that?
She got angry. She said that she needed that money because she had no place to stay.
Okay. And when you encountered this defendant, did you notice anything unusual about her? As far as, was she talking to herself?
No, she was clear with her words. She knew exactly what she wanted. She wanted her cash.
And she was responsive to your questions?
Yes.
And she was responsive or confirmed that she understood what you were saying to her? All right. And when you say that she presented as angry, was there a shift in her behavior that you sensed?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us a little bit about your perception, your memory of that?
She just became irritated. She said that, again, that she needed that money because she needed a place to stay. There was a clear indication in body language that she was upset.
Okay, and when you say body language, what body language are you targeting?
Shifting her weight, rolling her eyes, kind of looking up at the ceiling.
At any time did she complain of not feeling well?
No.
And how does your interaction with her come to a conclusion?
I told her that she needed to contact the arresting officer the next day, who would be...
Did you provide her with that arresting officer's information?
I did.
Okay. Did you have to write it down for her, or did you just provide her with the name verbally?
I provided her with the name verbally.
All right, we'll slip in a commercial break as we go over some of the key testimony here. First, let's bring in Rebecca Woodland. She is an attorney. And watching along with us, this case, it's all about insanity for jurors. If they believe the defense, she was insane at the time, and there's no mystery as to who did this. What is the bar? What does the defense have to do to convince one or two of these 12 that I think this woman was legally insane at the time of this murder?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really great question, because the defense does have to prove. The defense has the burden of proof if they want to assert the insanity defense, which means this person was not able to discern right from wrong and isn't able to develop intent at the time of the murder, at the time of the crime. This could be any crime. So in Ohio, what we're looking at, and in many states, what we're looking at is, was the person able to develop intent, or were they able to distinguish between right and wrong? We have a police officer on the stand now that's giving us very interesting and important testimony as to what she perceived the state of mind of the defendant to be when that defendant walked into the police station. She's stating that she was able to speak clearly, verbally communicate her needs and wants, not communicate in a way that was undiscernible to another human being. So these are going to be very important pieces of evidence. The defense is attempting an insanity defense, but the prosecution is going to say, wait a second. Yes, in colloquial terms, we'll say someone's insane if they hurt or kill someone. But in legal terms, was this woman unable to discern right or wrong? And that's a very big step. And it's a very hard defense to prove.
Yeah, and the prosecution has ammunition, the interaction at the police department, her going to that thrift store and getting a knife. That seems intentional for something that is about to happen. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll have more of this testimony. Plus, we're going to switch gears at the top of the hour to a new case down in Florida. A woman by the name of Daisy Link, accused of murdering her significant other. She's on trial. It's a busy day, as it always is here at Court TV. Stay with us.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Adlesen hates every piece of grass that Dave Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. She stabbed the back of the trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
That was surviving victim and mother, Margot Wood, testifying about the horrific moments that she saw her toddler Julian die at the hands of Bionca Ellis in the parking lot of a Giant Eagle grocery store in the state of Ohio. 3-year-old Julian eventually died from those injuries. Now Ellis faces life in prison without parole if she's convicted in his death. Everybody knows she did it. The defense knows she did it. She knows she did it. But was she legally insane at the time that she did it? That's the defense in this case. It's a huge bar to try to get over if you're the defense, but that's what we're doing. Judge doesn't allow us to show live court, so in this case. So we, of course, work around the rules, and what we're doing is we're going through some of the most important evidence from yesterday, and then once they're done for the day, we'll be able to roll it out. We also have this case down in Florida, Daisy Lane case. We're going to switch gears to that coming up momentarily. But first, let's go back, listen to more of this testimony from this police officer, Danielle Shook.
She went back to her property and she started rolling it back out of the lobby area. She looked back irritated at me, and she turned off the lobby light and walked out.
Let me ask you this. You were pregnant at the time?
Yes.
And how pregnant were you?
About 8 months pregnant.
All right, so when you were seated, were you seated or were you standing?
I was standing.
Okay. Fair to say that the defendant would be able to view your body?
Yes, very much so.
Okay. When you're working at the lobby, is there surveillance video at your police station?
Yes.
Okay. And if I were, do you know whether or not this interaction that you just talked to us about was captured on surveillance video?
It was.
Okay. So if I show that to you today in court, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
For us? Your Honor, I'm going to play for the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185.
185, thank you. Counsel for defense, you have a copy of 185.
We've seen this video before, Judge.
Very good, thank you.
Officer Shook, is there audio for this video? Okay. All right, Your Honor, I'm starting at the beginning of this video is 3 minutes and 13 seconds in length. We'll kind of stop it as we go. Here at the opening scene here, Officer Shook, what view are we seeing here on the screen?
This is going to be the lobby.
Now, are we going to see you on this video?
No.
All right, and why not? Where are you situated here?
I am behind that blue counter. There's glass right there.
Okay. And I'm pointing the gigantic cursor here. Do you see the window?
Yes.
Is this the entrance to the police station lobby?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm pressing play. All right, I'm stopping this at 7 seconds. Oh, I don't really want to do that. With this player, I may not be able to pause like I like. So let's kind of talk as we go. What do we see on the screen at 8 seconds here?
This is Bionca opening up the door.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate representation of how she appeared to you on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
And you described for us the wheelchair and suitcase that she had. Are these the items we're seeing here on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, at 40 seconds, we see Ms. Ellis stopping at the counter. What's happening here at 47 seconds?
I'm asking how I can help her, and then she's explaining, what she's there for.
Now let's watch what she does here, 58 seconds. What is she presenting you with at 1 minute and 3 seconds?
Her ID.
Okay. So I guess I can't pause. Okay. So she had a state ID?
Yes.
Do you recall if it was up to date, not expired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if it was in fact her name and her photograph and her information on that ID?
It was.
Okay. And when you were presented with her ID, what did you do with it?
I take down her driver's license number and usually a good phone number, just so we know who we're speaking with.
Do you recall if she gave you a phone number?
I do not recall.
Okay. Resuming the video at 1 minute and 7 seconds. What are you doing now while she's waiting at the counter?
I am contacting the corrections officer.
Okay. And is this protocol for, if anyone, right, came to the North Olmsted Police Department and asked for their property back, is this the protocol that you follow?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in the encounter with Ms. Ellis, was anything, from your perception, anything unusual about her or her request of you?
No.
Was her behavior unusual at this point?
No.
Okay. So at 2 minutes, 22 seconds, we see the defendant retrieve her pink pouch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that contained her state ID, as you testified?
Yes.
And why was it returned to her?
Because it was her property, and I gave her the answer that I had.
Okay, so at this point, 2 minutes, 26 seconds, you already informed Ms. Ellis, we don't have any of your property here.
Yes.
Here's a phone number for someone else you can contact.
Yes.
Okay.
Just ask you to keep your voice up nice and loud. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, you testified before I showed you the video that you see, or you sense a shift in her behavior, correct?
Correct.
As I press play again, can you describe for us your memory and your what you were feeling in this moment in the lobby?
At this moment, I feel like that she's irritated. She's putting her stuff away. She goes to walk out, and then she looks back at me and then flips the light off.
Right, at 2 minutes, 44 seconds, she flips that light off.
Correct.
All right, we're going to slip at a commercial break. When we come back, Matt Johnson's going to join us for an update on what's happening today in this case. Then we're headed to Florida for our new case. And it's a good one. Daisy Link is the defendant accused of murdering her lover. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. Good to have you along with us on a Thursday. It's day 4 of testimony in Ohio, where defendant Bionca Ellis is on trial for murder. The 34-year-old accused of fatally stabbing 3-year-old Julian Wood and his mother, Margot, in what authorities are calling a random attack. Everybody saw the video. The defense says, yeah, she did it. It's not a mystery. The question is whether she was legally insane at the time of this murder. Prosecutors have just rested their case in real time. Reminder, the judge is not allowing us to air today's testimony until it's finished. So as soon as the court adjourns for the day, we'll be able to air it. But we still get updates because we got our Matt Johnson. He's here monitoring what's going on. And state rumbling along, and they're done. So, you know, I mean, the video, talk about pictures worth 1,000 words. I mean, that video pretty much seals it.
Very graphic testimony for this jury in Ohio, Ted. So what we had today was day 4 of testimony with a lead detective on the stand, and then right before lunch, we heard about the autopsy of the little 3-year-old, and then the state did rest their case in chief. They're on a break right now, and then we're going to see if this defendant will do her colloquy and see if she plans on testifying or if they plan on calling any witnesses to the stand. Remember, she is putting on a sanity defense, insane at the time of the crime, not denying that she did it. But yeah, a lot going on in that courtroom. So we have field producer Tiffany Smith, who's monitoring the situation for us at Court TV, monitoring day 4 of testimony. Bionca Ellis, the defendant who you're looking at right there, she has been in the courtroom each and every day, not showing much emotion, as we could see. The lead detective that was called to the scene of this crime in Ohio at that grocery store where this all took place, he was one of the last witnesses. So this is lead detective Sean Ventrance with the North Olmsted Police Department, and he was asked this by prosecutors. Let's put it on your screen. He was asked, describe the scene. What did you see? And then he responded to the jury, it was chaotic, it was chaos. I saw people didn't know what to do. And then he was asked, did you observe the victim, Julian Wood, you know, that 3-year-old little boy who died? And the detective said he was lying lifeless there and that there was a lot of blood. This is on the heels of earlier today, Ted, where this jury had also seen just those graphic images of the T-shirt, his little shirt with the dinosaur on it covered in blood. Just a lot of graphic things that this jury has seen today that they're now thinking about on their break.
Yeah, and I guess the headline is the prosecution's arrested its case in chief. We expect that the defense is going to put on a defense, an insanity defense, and so the prosecution will then bring on an expert to rebut whatever we hear from this, because that's what this is all about. But boy, talk about graphic testimony. Matt, thank you. We are going to switch gears now. Again, we'll head back to Ohio once the proceedings are done for the day, but right now we're headed to Florida because we have a new trial. And one side of this is the defense. They say it's murder. The other side says, no, this was self-defense-ish. She was shooting out of fear. Daisy Link, this is the defendant. She's on trial for killing her on-and-off partner, Pedro Jimenez, the father of her 2 children. Both sides agree that their relationship was absolutely toxic. Link is charged with 2nd-degree murder. All this happened back in June of 2022. Since then, the defendant got pregnant in jail by another inmate. Now, that's something that caught the attention of a lot of people. That's not going to come up during the trial. The jury won't know about that, but it's a little side note. So let's go in and pick up the testimony. It's day 2 of this case. A sergeant with the Miami-Dade Police Department is on the stand.
Now, on June 29, 2022, did you respond to 1300 Northwest 15th Street?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I was requested by homicide detectives to respond.
And do you know who the owner of that home was?
Personally, no. I don't.
But did you know his name?
Cisneros.
Is that a Robert Cisneros?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection?
I could look at my report and see.
If you can, don't just look up when you're done.
Yeah,
refresh
Robert Cisneros.
Great, thank you. Did you make contact with him?
I didn't. I made contact with the detectives. The detectives were the ones making contact with him.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do after arriving on scene?
Once they allowed me to access the DVR, that's exactly what I did. I went straight to the DVR and I started working on trying to get the export.
Okay. Did the homeowner give you consent, or did you have to get a warrant to get that DVR?
I would have to look at my...
Please.
So it looks like it was verbal.
Verbal consent.
Verbal consent.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the members of the jury what DVR system Mr. Cisneros had?
So he had a Shield DVR, which is it's a regular CCTV system. It's not cloud-based. It's not MVR. There is no client, anything like that. It was just a basic DVR system.
Was it an older model, newer model, that you knew?
I wouldn't know that information.
Is this a model that you were familiar with?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what that DVR had, like, in order for you to download it?
To export?
Yeah.
So normally with that system, you would go to their main menu, and you would either look for the backup or the export option of the system. So the route that we were going to take that day was USB, which would be the native export.
Did it have a USB port that you could plug in to download?
Yes.
Were you able to download it on scene?
No.
Why not?
For whatever reason, when I went, the dates were available and the system actually went back to April. However, when I went to go back to the times to actually export the times, for whatever reason, the times were not available.
Okay, but the date was?
Date was.
Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering anyway with that system when you were viewing it?
No. For me to say that there was tampering, I would have to say that the entire hard drive was completely wiped out or formatted.
Can you explain that to the members of the jury? What do you mean by that?
With DVR systems, you can't go back and delete just one incident or one day or 1 hour, 2 hours. When you format a hard drive within the DVR, it completely wipes out the entire hard drive, meaning everything will just disappear. And in that case, the date was available, everything went back to April, which means that nothing happened. There was no way it was formatted.
Okay. Now, before we move on, were there specific days or times of interest that you were attempted to cover?
Yes, if I could look back on my report, though. So they wanted June 25th, 2022, 3 a.m. to 4 a.m.
Now, were you able to confirm at the time, before you were trying to retrieve that video, that the DVR itself was in working order?
The DVR was working, yeah.
Now, when you said that you were unable to download it via a USB, what, if anything, did you do next?
Once I wasn't able to export, I let the detectives on scene know. And at that point, I believe they received consent from the owner to take the DVR for further examination.
Did you take possession of that DVR?
I did.
And where'd you go with it?
Once I get the DVR, I take it back to the office.
And what did you do at the office with that DVR?
At the office, I plug it into DVR Examiner, and at that point I attempted to conduct DVR Examiner on it, and for whatever reason, the actual hard drive was not scanning. It wasn't even allowing me to get to the point where I could export or even request to export.
Can you explain a little bit more what that means?
So I would plug it in to DVR Examiner. I would scan the DVR to actually pick up the hard drive, but it wasn't picking up the hard drive at all.
Okay. Was there any evidence of any kind of tampering when you were doing that?
No.
Why not?
Because I couldn't even get to the hard drive.
Okay. So the fact that you couldn't get to the hard drive was evidence itself that there was no tampering?
To me, evidence enough that the actual hard drive was damaged or somehow corrupt, because I was never even able to enter into it. I was never even able to get into it enough to do anything.
Okay. What after that? Did you inform anybody that their video was unable to be recovered?
Yes, detectives. Detective Ganoris.
Ganoris.
Sir, yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with the DVR after that?
Once I let them know what was going on, I just let them know the DVR is ready to be picked up. I documented everything, and that was it.
When DVRs are in this manner returned, either because they cannot download those videos or things like that, is it a likely outcome, possible outcome, that everything gets wiped from those DVRs?
So normally when we return the DVRs, we never plug them back in. And the reason for that is because if you plug it back in and there is, for whatever reason, data on there or anything like that, that they will need later down the line, if you plug it back in, it normally resets the hard drive altogether. So a lot of times we don't do that because just in case the detective says, hey, we need more time or we need to pull extra time, we just got more information. So we don't plug it in for that reason.
Did you purposely delete any video in this case?
No.
Is there any evidence that anyone purposely deleted any kind of video?
No. Objection calls for speculation.
You can answer.
No.
Okay, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
In cross-examination of the witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, ma'am, I just wanted to clarify, because you said a few moments ago that...
All right, we'll get a break, but first, Rebecca Woodland is with us, trial attorney. This case, self-defense-ish, saying that she was scared and discharged the weapon. There's a 911 call in this case where the defendant can be heard saying, basically, Pedro, get back, no, no. And the jury's going to have to decipher what's going on. And 911 calls can be so pivotal, can't they, in a criminal case where jurors put themselves in the caller's position. They try to determine if the person's lying, making it all up. Did she already shoot him and call, oh, Pedro, back off? Or was this an actual event? What's your take overall on this case from what you know?
You know, overall, look, she's fighting for her freedom here, right? We have her partner is dead in the middle of the night. This is not in the middle of the day. She's claiming he came at her. She was struggling. She tried to back him off with a gun. Now, whether or not that happened, a lot of the 911 call will come in because we don't know what her state of mind is and we don't know the situation because as we just heard, a lot of this video footage and all is not available. So we can't see or hear anything that may be a depiction of the scene. We're only going to hear now, possibly from the defendant, but most likely not, right? Because the defendant doesn't have to take the stand. She has the right to have the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this was second-degree murder. We don't even know if we'll hear from the defendant in this trial at any point in time. So what the jury is going to say is, beyond a reasonable doubt, did the prosecution prove that this was second-degree murder, which means an intentional act against Pedro, the now deceased boyfriend, or was this self-defense? And that 911 call, I think, will be more than anything, will be a determination from the jury once they hear that, whether or not that's accurate and whether or not that depicts the time and place in an accurate manner to show that she purposely did this or she was reacting to what she thought was deadly force against her.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a fascinating case and difficult for the jury. I agree with you. I don't think she takes the stand. There's too much, I think, history with those two fighting, and that the 911 call could be her testimony if they're happy with it. We will wait and see. Exactly. Stand by. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll get the cross of this Sergeant Fernandez on the stand. What happened to the missing video on that DVR? We'll find out.
Politan, welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back. Let's head back to Miami, Florida for more testimony in the murder trial for Daisy Link. Prosecutors say she murdered her on and off partner, Pedro Jimenez, father of their 2 children. This was back in June of 2022. Her defense is saying that the victim was, quote, unhinged and out of control, and Daisy had to shoot him to get away. Both sides agree their relationship was toxic. Link is charged with second-degree murder. Let's go back into the courtroom now, pick up right where we left off.
You were asked about tampering, and I believe you said tampering would show that the entire hard drive was wiped. Am I quoting you correctly?
If you're asking if certain times were deleted from the hard drive,
right,
you can't delete just 1 hour, or 2 hours, or 1 day. When you format a hard drive, it'll format the entire thing, which means I would not be able to go back to April 29, 2022, which was the earliest recording on this DVR.
So just so I understand you, so you're saying if somebody were to tamper with a DVR hard drive such as this one, that would result in everything being deleted?
Yes,
okay.
Because it's a hard drive within the DVR and it's not NVR or any other, there's no other method to actually extract or delete any video.
All right. As far as you know, when you took the hard drive into possession, the footage on it, it had footage on it, correct?
There was footage, but not the footage that the detectives were looking for. So the time frame that they were looking for was not there.
Okay. So I want to pinpoint exactly when it was that you took possession of this item.
When I took the DVR?
Yes.
So I was there at 9:21 a.m., so somewhere around that time.
This is on
the 29th, June 29th.
June 29th. You arrived at the home.
Correct.
Of the owner of the home who had the DVR.
Yes.
Who else was there when you arrived?
Detective Guinors and Detective Morales.
And you said that you didn't make contact with the owner of the home, correct?
I don't make contact with the owners.
So you only interacted with those detectives?
Correct.
And it was the detectives and not the owner of the home who gave you the DVR, correct?
No, the DVR was on scene.
Okay, so you watched some videos on the scene?
No, I don't watch videos. I only export the videos that they're requesting.
Did you unplug anything?
I unplugged the DVR once I noticed that it was no longer an option to export on scene. And they advised that they gave consent and that they want to take it to the office.
Without telling me the contents or what it is that you saw, if anything, did you see anything, any footage from that DVR before unplugging it?
No.
No. Okay. So how is it that you know that, well, you said, so you weren't talking about what's on the DVR. You just tried to download it on scene and you were not able to do that, correct? And that's when you took it with you?
Correct.
Correct. So is it fair to say that you yourself weren't able to verify what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment? Because you didn't see anything?
I didn't view any video. Yeah.
Okay, so you can't say what videos were or were not on the DVR at that moment?
No.
All right, thank you. You get back to the station, and at the station you find what, that there are no videos on the DVR?
No, when I got back to the station and I plugged it into DVR Examiner, it will not scan the hard drive. So I was never able to pick up the hard drive to get to the export.
You couldn't get into the hard drive?
No.
Were any attempts made to, rather than get into the hard drive, to at least view what was on the hard drive through another screen or another monitor?
No.
Why not?
Because I went through the export option to try to get the times that they wanted, and it said no record, no data, so the times are not there.
So, from your perspective, when you checked, are you saying that there was no video for you to watch, even if you could watch the video?
I wouldn't go back to watch the video. I only export.
I understand, but your goal is to download these videos to be watched so that you can watch them at a later time, correct?
No.
What do you mean?
I don't watch the videos. I only export the video and then I provide it as evidence to the detectives.
Let me rephrase. Your goal is to get this video so that somebody, like a jury, can watch this video at a later time. right?
For me, it's for the detectives. I don't do anything as far as the case goes. I get the video, whatever it is that they ask for, camera, dates, times. I get that video, I put it onto a USB, and then I would put it onto a disc. Then at that point, that's the evidence.
Let me rephrase my question. Let's assume that the detectives asked you to do this because they wanted to have a video, which is evidence, which they could later arrange that video to be played in front of a jury or a judge at a trial, right? Okay? So your purpose was to get that video so that they can use it later, right?
Yes.
You tried to download it for that purpose, and you weren't able to because, as far as you can tell, the DVR didn't have any data on it, correct?
It had data. It just wasn't exporting the dates and times that they were asking for.
All right. So you couldn't export it. However, you know that the detectives were able to watch some of the video before it was taken from the owner's home, correct?
Normally, when they ask us to come out, it's because they've already reviewed video.
Okay. So we know that it was working and you could see videos on it before it was taken from the owner's home.
All right, we're going to slip in a commercial break. We'll head back to Florida for more of this case against Daisy Link right after this.
in your area or visit ehealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. Good to be with you on this Thursday. We're going to head back to Miami now for this newest live trial that we're watching. It's a woman charged with the murder of her on-again, off-again partner.
And the defense here is self-defense. Daisy Link told the police that she did shoot her boyfriend, Pedro Jimenez, and she claimed, though, to have been a victim of his abuse for years. Prosecutors say, though, that she's lying and that she fired on her boyfriend in a fit of rage while he was running away from her.
He was shot outside the house in the back, apparently. We'll hear, I'm sure, from the medical examiner, and the jury will get that information. There's this 911 call that I'm looking forward to hearing where she apparently says, stand back, get back, and the jury's gonna have to decide whether that was legit. Or if it was legit, why run after him and shoot him?
Right, especially if you've had the time to make that call. Let's listen in, though. We're hearing some cross-examination of the Sergeant Fernandez with the Miami-Dade Police Department. The defense seems to be spending a lot of time on how the evidence was actually presented and how it was looked at.
What was that, sir?
We know that this DVR has footage which the detectives supposedly had already seen, and that's the reason why they're sending you to retrieve it, right?
Yes.
You're not able to retrieve it?
No.
So wouldn't it be effective to plug in that DVR, which you're not able to get anything from, plug it into a monitor to see if you could still play the videos, just like the detectives had done back at the person's home?
It would have been the same thing. I'm just taking it from one monitor to another. What I was able to see on scene is the same thing that I was going to see back at the office.
Right, but you could see it, and then you could record it another way, right? Like a body-worn camera, or with a phone, or just record something so you preserve it as evidence, right?
There was no evidence. I was not able to export the dates and times that they were asking.
And I think we're not understanding each other. I understand that you couldn't download it, but my question is, your job is to retrieve this so that it could be watched later. We've established that, right? So you can't download it. So as an alternative to accomplish your task, my question to you is, isn't it true that you could have found a monitor, plugged in the DVR, play the video that you're looking for, and record it with another device, such as the body-worn camera that you're wearing, take out a phone, record it in any other way, and that way we have a recording of the evidence this evidence which pertains to a murder case. Isn't that a solution to the problem?
Are you asking about playback?
Yes.
Like to actually play the video?
Yes, ma'am.
My job is not to play back the video. My job was to respond and export the video.
Okay.
He's asking, did you have the option of playing it?
Yes, the playback option is there. But my reason for responding was to export the video. And when I went to export and it will not be exported, at that point we took the DVR back to the office.
All right, so all those other options that I just explained to you, none of that was done, correct?
No.
And at some point, the DVR was returned to the owner, correct?
Yes.
And if the owner, when he got the DVR back, found that everything had been erased, can you explain how something like that could happen?
If I run DVR Examiner, like I said, I don't plug the hard drives back in for that reason, because it usually resets the hard drive or wipes it out completely.
So you wouldn't have wiped it out completely?
No.
Right.
No.
Okay. So if we have a DVR that was in this home, and this DVR had about a month's worth of footage on it, then it's taken from the home, and then sometime later it's returned to the home, and now when it's at the home it's working fine, but all that month-long footage is gone. How do you explain that? How does something like that happen?
I can only tell you that I unplug the DVR, plug it into DVR Examiner, and normally when we plug it back in, which is the reason why we don't do it, we don't plug the DVRs back in when we return them in case detectives need more data later. Normally, when you plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
So is it fair to say that as you sit here, you are not able to tell us how it was that a month's worth of footage was lost while it was in police custody? You're not able to tell us how that happened?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Detective, just to clarify, when you plug in the DVR to DVR examiner, you do not plug it in again, right?
No.
And that's because why?
We don't want to plug it back in case the detectives need more data later on. If we plug it back in, it formats and resets the hard drive.
And so the hard drive then would be blank.
Correct.
Because it's been reset.
Correct.
So when a homeowner gets a blank DVR, or excuse me, a DVR back and plugs it back in, it would reset?
It will cause the reset or the format of the hard drive.
Which would delete everything?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions, Your Honor. I'm going to go sidebar.
You can shut down.
Oh, how important is that surveillance video in a self-defense case? Let's bring
it's going to be very important for the defense because they're going to make a big deal out of it.
They absolutely are. Let's bring in our guest, see what she thinks about it. She's a criminal defense attorney. Jessica Lettingham is with us. Jessica, what do you think about the Miami Police Department losing a month's worth of video, and it's in a self-defense case?
I think it looks really bad for the Miami Police Department. That is going to really help her case because she can say they knew I did self-defense and they intentionally got rid of it. Whether that's true, probably unlikely, but I mean, it really works out well for her.
Yeah, because this is a neighbor's DVR system, and it shows, because the neighbor says, oh, I saw it. When they looked at it, it was there. They could see what transpired. It was during the downloading process, and when they took the DVR back to the police station, somehow it's wiped out, so this jury will never see it. They're just going to hear people saying what they saw on the video, and then the old, why is it gone? Well, and then, you know, next thing you know, it's a conspiracy.
You mentioned something even before the attorney asked this, was why didn't they play it? Why didn't the sergeant play it and then record it with her phone? That could have been an option, but...
Yeah, they didn't do it. So at the end of the day, this is what the state has on their side is a bullet in the back and a man running away and somebody shooting that individual. How does the defense get over that hump?
I mean, you can get over that by, like, he wasn't running away. He was going for another weapon. You know, this is a huge struggle of a fight. It's all very chaotic. I mean, if you can really show, I mean, obviously they can't, but they are trying to say she was afraid for her life. There is a big fight going on. He was constantly abusive. It really doesn't matter that she shot him in the back if she has a whole lot on her side to show that he was abusive. And then the fact is, you know, as we've seen before, when there are issues with police, when, you know, there's just a little bit of malfeasance, whether or not it's intentional or not, defenses love to exploit that, and juries really latch on to it. So she has a good chance of being able to make the jury feel sympathetic for her and believe her story.
So we're calling this a toxic relationship murder trial, Jessica, and I want to know what you think about how much more difficult it makes a self-defense case when you have sometimes mutual combat. You're going to have things that both sides can show where one or the other, the victim or the defendant, was abusive to the other. I'm even thinking of a case that's there in Miami, the Courtney Clenny case, where you have the victim and the defendant who had this long back and forth of mutual combat that both sides are going to be trying to use. Does that bring down in the minds of jurors a self-defense case, even if in that moment perhaps there was this fear that she had?
You know, I don't think it does. I think that it really shows that there's a lot of violence here and that there is a pattern of abuse from both of them, and they both have a right to fear. And just because 9 out of 10 times he's only beating her to a certain point and she's only beating him to a certain point, that 1/10 time where if someone brought a gun to it or a knife to it, you know, where it just elevates just a little bit, then you can go with self-defense. So I think the toxic environment kind of actually, if the defense does it right, it can really help. They can say, look, she's fought him a bunch of times. She's hit him. She's never been afraid for her life. But this time it was different. And that's why this time it was self-defense and not murder.
Okay, we'll see it play out. We'll get a break. When we come back, we're going to hear from this neighbor. Cisneros is his name, I believe. And he's going to talk about the video, his video system. You know, it's his system that's all gone.
Hopefully he's got a good memory for the prosecution.
Yeah, we'll see that play out. Stay with us.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adlesen hates every piece of grass that Dan Martell ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Let's head back to Miami now, where a woman is on trial for the murder of her on-again, off-again partner. Her name is Daisy Link, and she told police that she shot Pedro Jimenez in self-defense, claiming to have been the victim of abuse for years.
Prosecutors here, however, say that Link is lying and that she fired on Jimenez in a fit of rage while he was running away, that he was shot in the back. Let's head back into the courtroom now, picking it up where we left off. There's a new witness on the stand, a neighbor who had that surveillance video that was actually lost by police and erased, but he's going to recall the night of the incident. This is Robert Cisneros.
Mr. Cisneros, before we get into what you saw, did the officers try and download the video that you viewed together at your house?
I believe that was their original intention, yes.
Were they able to download it?
No, they were not.
Do you know why they weren't able to download it?
Not exactly. No, I'm under the assumption it's because, like I mentioned before, the device is an older device.
Sorry, can you say that again?
That why they were able to download it, I'm not exactly sure. Just maybe the programming wasn't compatible. I can't really say for sure.
At some point, did someone come and try to take your DVR to get that video?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give him the DVR?
Yes, I handed him the DVR.
You're soft-spoken.
I'm sorry. I handed the DVR. Yeah.
Was there any evidence of tampering with the DVR before you gave it to the detectives?
No.
When the detectives were viewing your video, did you see them mess with the DVR at any point?
No.
Did they try to delete the video?
No.
Did they try to tamper with it?
No.
Did they cut a cable?
No.
Did you cut a cable?
I did not cut any cables, no.
Did you try to tamper with it?
No, I did not.
When the detective came to retrieve your DVR, did you give it to them?
Yes.
Were they able to retrieve the video?
As far as I know, no. When it was in their possession, no.
When you got the DVR back, were there any videos on it?
No.
Was there any evidence of tampering when you got it back?
No.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
No, let's continue.
Now, Mr. Cisneros, I want to talk about that video.
Okay.
What did you see in the video?
Overruled. You can answer.
When we got to the time frame that the detective wanted to look at, I know it's in the middle of the night. I can't recall the exact time. We witnessed a person that he was interested in running from the property directly behind mine, because that property, there's no fencing, so anybody can just come in and out of that property. And I have an alleyway behind my property. It's one of those old type alleyways where garbage used to get picked up behind the houses. He was running towards the fence, towards my fence. Obviously, I have a 6-foot wooden fence, so he couldn't keep going. So then he changes direction and goes, I want to say, in an easterly direction. Goes out of view of the camera. A few seconds, maybe a minute later, he's more like not running anymore. It's more like stumbling. And then he drops out of view. Just keep in mind, I have a 6-foot fence, so anything on the ground in the alleyway, you can't really see it, but you can see individuals walking back and forth and also vehicles.
So I want to break that down. You mentioned that the individual the detectives were interested in was running.
Yeah, initially, yeah.
He was running towards where?
He ran, my house faces north, so he was running towards the back of my house, so he was running in a northerly direction, and then changes direction and goes easterly down the alleyway, out of view of the camera. And then a few seconds later, he comes back, but stumbling now. He's not running anymore.
You mentioned he was stumbling. Did he appear to be injured?
Judging from my experience as a firefighter, the way he was stumbling, yeah, he did appear like he was injured.
And when he stumbled, what area did he stumble in, based on the video you saw?
He fell right behind my property, more on the easterly side of the end of my property, but in the alleyway.
And what else did you see in the video?
Maybe a few minutes or 10 minutes go by, there's a vehicle that approaches.
You mentioned 10 minutes go by.
Well, just generalization. Yeah, any kind of time that I give you, it's generalization because it's.
So some time goes by, a vehicle approaches. What else do you see?
We see a female get out of the vehicle, approach the area where the subject had dropped, and I don't have any sound on my camera, so we can't hear what's verbally being said. And the female paces back and forth several times until I believe a Homestead police officer arrives.
Does she ever get back into the car in the video you reviewed?
To the best of my recollection, I believe she did. But I don't believe she left the area. But then again, the angle of my camera only faces one direction. She did go out of view several times, but...
She went out of view of the camera?
Yeah.
When she goes back into view, do you see her try and approach the male that you saw stumbling?
Yes, she did.
Were you able to see what she was doing?
No, unfortunately, no.
Why not?
Because the height of my fence blocks any view of the ground level.
What was the female that you saw in the video doing after she approaches the male that stumbled?
The best I can describe it, she looked maybe emotionally distraught. A couple of times she put, or maybe a few times she put her hands on her head. And the way I best can describe it is her pacing back and forth. It looked like she was upset.
And did you see when the police arrived in the video?
Yeah, I can't see when the police officer arrived.
Was she still there in the alleyway?
Yes.
Moment to confer, Judge. No further questions.
Let's see if there's any cross-examination.
His memory's pretty sharp. This happened in 2022, but he's clearly saying that he saw her going towards him while he's stumbling and running away. And I think him being a firefighter is big in front of this jury.
Yeah, it definitely adds credibility. The Cisneros de Bombero, he is a great witness, even though there's no video. Now, I'm unclear. She didn't shoot him there? She just chased him down, right?
That he was running away. It sounded like
she'd already been shot.
Right,
so
that she was still advancing.
There's no video of the actual shooting.
Didn't sound like he saw the shooting itself. Let's get to our break. When we come back, we'll have more of this witness on the stand. How is he going to be handled on cross?
back to Court TV Live along with Julia Janae. I'm Ted Rollins. We're in Miami, Florida today for a trial where one side is claiming that it's second-degree murder. The other is saying that this was a fight that turned into a fearful scenario and that this was self-defense, that the defendant in this case was scared for her life.
Yeah, the woman who is still alive to tell about it is Daisy Link. She's the defendant. She's on trial for killing her off and on again partner, Pedro Jimenez. He was also the father of her 2 children. And both sides do agree that this relationship was toxic and involved abuse.
Yeah, second-degree murder is the charge. It all happened back in June of 2022. Since then, the defendant got pregnant in jail, apparently by another inmate. The story as to exactly how she got pregnant is an interesting one if you want to go on the old Google device.
To find out what the allegations are, but not something that the jury's going to hear here.
No. Let's go back in. Cross-examination now for this neighbor, Robert Cisneros. It was his video that was lost.
Good morning again, sir.
Good morning.
Now, these videos that you observed with the detectives, you all were focusing on a specific period of time, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been, I guess, after this man had already been shot, that would have been after that period of time, correct?
Yes.
You didn't have a chance to view footage that would have occurred before that may or may not have shown him running around or doing what have you, correct?
No.
But that footage would have been there because you had, I think you said you had about a month's worth of footage on there, correct?
Yeah, the cameras record 24 hours a day.
And that month's worth of footage was there at the time that the police took your DVR, correct?
Yes.
And you said you got it back, what, a couple weeks later?
Yeah, again, time frame wise, it was a while. Yeah.
Got it back, and when you got it back, there was nothing.
Correct.
So when you got it back, did you, well, you didn't erase anything because you had nothing to erase?
No.
Did you reset the machine?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea how that month's worth of footage got erased?
I can only speculate that since it's an older device, if it's not plugged into power, it eventually the hard drive just deletes the images.
But you don't know that, right?
But not for sure. No, I can't say for sure.
Okay. And as far as it being not plugged into power, well, you don't know how that works. You're speculating that if you unplug this machine, you don't know what happens, right?
Correct, yeah.
But the machine did work when you plugged it back in, right?
Yes, yeah.
And it continued doing what it was supposed to do, keeping footage, saving it?
Yes.
At any given time, you've got about a month's worth of footage before it starts recording old footage?
Yeah, correct.
All right, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Cisneros, how far does your camera that faces the alleyway, what's the width and length that it captures? Like, how far does it capture out?
It'll capture where my property ends in reference to the alleyway. It'll capture individuals or vehicles passing through the alleyway.
Only through the alleyway?
Well, it's mainly focused, like I mentioned, my yard is very small. It's only 5 feet from the back of the house to the fence line. So the whole purpose is just to focus on my property in case there's any trespassers or for whatever reason. But since it has a wide view, it does record, it'll see anything in the alleyway. But that's not its intended purpose. It's mainly just to keep an eye on my property in the back.
Now, this incident happened at 1237 Northwest 14th Street. Can you tell us how close that address is to your house?
We're on the same block. My house is on 15th Street, and then that address is right behind us.
Would your cameras capture all the way to that house?
No, there's heavy shrubbery, trees, The only thing you can see is just trees. There's really nothing, you can't really see anything past that point.
So it wouldn't have captured, even if it wanted to. It wouldn't have been able to capture it.
No, not past that point, no.
Judge, permission to retrieve what's already been admitted into evidence as states 6.
Yes.
Mr. Cisneros, can you show permission to step down, Judge, the witness? Permission for the witness. Can you show the jury where your house is in reference to the alleyway?
My house is this one.
You circle it. So when you mention your cameras only capture here?
Yes. There's a doorway here and cameras up. It's difficult to tell. This is actually it right here. And pretty much this is what it seems.
Now, are you able to say what direction, when you viewed that video, the male was running?
Here he came out of this area. The angle of the camera actually you can see here. So it looked like he came from this general direction, and then he ran this way. Came from this direction, came in the view of the camera around here, and then he ran this way. Like I said, he disappeared for about a minute and comes stumbling back, and he actually, this is a canopy of a tree, but my camera can see underneath it, and he drops around here.
And then where does the female that you see in the video approach from with the vehicle?
I believe there was this general direction, because since it was dark, the headlights illuminated this entire area. So that vehicle was there the entire time. And then she walks in initially, then just paces back and forth several times until the first police officer arrives.
Thank you. You can step back. Were you able to see in the video if she was ever on the phone or anything?
No, I can't say for sure. Like I mentioned before, she goes out of view of the camera several times, so it's possible.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
You can step down.
Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Jessica Lettingham. Jessica, that last question about the phone. If we had the video and the time codes, then we could match it up to the 911 call, see if it's legit when she's saying, stop, get away from me, but we don't have it.
No, we don't. But even with that, he's a great witness. As you guys just pointed out, you know, his memory is impeccable. He's a firefighter. It's going to be hard for the defense to say that he's part of a scheme to, you know, frame her and say that she's guilty when he's saying that the victim ran away from her. So, yes, do they wish, you know, that they had the video? Fine, but he is a great witness to bolster that the police weren't trying to do anything wrong here.
Yeah, anybody, I mean, he's talking north, south, east, and west. He's buttoned up. He knows his system. He knows, you know, he's the perfect witness. If you're going to use a witness to describe what was on that video, I mean, the way he described it, you could just see it. And that's exactly what the jury's going to pick up. Was the defense successful at all with really harping on the fact that you people lost the video and we don't have it here? Or do you think that just the sheer quality of this witness overcame that?
You know, the defense did a great job, but I do think that the quality of this witness really overcomes it because, he, as you were saying, he is buttoned up. He is really clear about it, you know, great memory. Unless the defense is going to have some kind of trump card saying, well, and try to impeach him and say, you know, you could be lying because of A, B, and C. You know, if it was like what we saw with Karen Reed, where all of a sudden this firefighter got a promotion, yeah, that would hurt him, but I don't foresee that happening here. I think he did a really good job of just trying to show, like, okay, the police here were a little bit inept when they were preserving this video evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't show any bad blood between these neighbors or anything like that. Jessica, thanks for that analysis. Stand by. We're going to get in our break. When we come back, we'll have more of this trial out of Miami and another witness on the stand.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Let's head back to Miami, Florida for the murder trial for Daisy Link. She's the defendant in this case. Prosecutors say that she murdered her on and off, again, partner Pedro Jimenez. He's the father of 2 of her kids. She has another child that she conceived while being incarcerated. This all took place in June of 22, the murder, the alleged murder. Her defense is saying that this was a guy that was unhinged, out of control, and it was self-defense.
The prosecution says they know she was the one who was emotionally distraught and going after him. Now, both sides do agree that this relationship was toxic, that there was abuse involved. She is charged with second-degree murder there in Miami. Let's get you back inside of the courtroom now. We've got someone with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, a K-9 officer, on the stand.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please say your name for the record?
Victor Gill.
Okay. And can you please tell the jury what's your current occupation?
I am a deputy sheriff with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Going on 26 years.
So what exactly is your current assignment then with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I am a canine handler with the within the narcotics section, and I have a firearms detection dog.
Okay. So can you describe to the jury what some of your roles are as a canine handler?
My daily roles are to assist detectives in their investigations where they need to locate or assistance in searching for anything related to a firearm.
Now, back in June of 2022, what was your assignment? Were you still a canine handler?
Yes.
Okay. So what type of training do you need to undergo as a canine handler?
Myself and the dog in our unit, the way that it is the dog and I are chosen. We're both in my situation. I was a green handler, meaning I never handled a canine prior to this, and the dog was never on any scent, meaning the odor that they have to detect. So we both start off green. We have an independent trainer who trains us together, puts us through a whole process. And the dog, basically everyone knows what a dog does. They love to find food. We use that natural instinct to train them to find. We give them a toy. From the toy, we insert the odors that we want them to find, and then we go through the process of training together.
So what's your canine's name then?
It's a female Belgian Malinois named Nani, N-A-N-Y.
So you had mentioned that you were green with Nani. When did that happen? When did you guys first start working together?
In February, I got to canine in February of 2018.
Okay, so then by 2022, you'd already been together for a few years, then, right?
That is correct.
All right. So I want to break down a little bit about what you talked about regarding scent and how they're trained to find a certain type of scent with your toy.
Yes.
What exactly is Nani trained to find then, and how did you guys do that?
So, like I said, it's the natural instinct of the dog to search and to find food. We take that natural instinct and we introduce what is a toy. I didn't bring my Kong, but it's a Kong. It's usually a red or black toy. We introduce that. We play with them to see their enthusiasm, to see how much they actually interact with you. In that process, now we introduce the two odors. The two odors that we associated to firearms are gun oil and black powder. The reason for those two odors is because black powder obviously is in ammunition, so when a firearm is fired, it also causes combustion, which makes the round go out the barrel. So that stays in the on the casing or on the actual firearm. The gun oil, every firearm from manufacturing, from the first day that it has to be lubricated so that it can move, all the mechanical parts can move freely. So that's why you have gun oil and black powder, and they both have to be from inception fired to make sure that the firearm is working. So we know from the day one, whenever this firearm was sold, it had to be through a testing process to make sure that it works and that it's oiled properly. So those two odors are the two that we associated to the firearm.
Okay, so you know that you're in the narcotics section, but you look for firearms. Is your dog trained to look for narcotics too then, or?
No. In our section, what we have is what we call single purpose. So sometimes you'll see some dogs will have what they call bite dogs, and then they also can alert to odors. Our dogs are single purpose, so we only focus on one thing, and for my dog, it's just firearm detection.
And how often is Nani trained then?
With our department, we have to certify someone who certifies us. Ours is through FIU, Florida International University, and it's the International Forensics Research Institute. It sends out an independent person who is not attached to our department, and they run us through a testing. I do 4 areas outside of casings and firearms, and then 4 areas interior, and I have to find all 8 of those aids in those locations to pass certification every year.
I have a couple more questions about Nani.
Okay.
Has Nani ever had any other handler?
No.
So you've been the only person with Nani?
Yeah, she will retire with me.
Okay. Now, does Nani just use her sense of smell, or is she trying to hear or look for things with her eyes?
Objection calls for speculation.
The dogs are based off odor, so when we don't see it, they don't look for the actual item. Again, it's the odor that emanates from the item. So it's the black powders and the oils is what the dog is actually alerting to.
Okay, so I want to bring your attention then to the morning of June 25th, 2022, a Saturday. Were you on duty that day?
I was called out on that day.
Okay, so you were called out, but did you respond to 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead, Florida?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you responded to the scene, how does that start off? What do you do?
I usually make contact with the detectives. We do so many of these calls that we're just tools for the detectives. So we usually respond to the scene. We speak to the detectives that called us out to see how they need us to assist them in whatever way.
So when you arrived on the scene, were there other officers already present there, or what?
Yeah, there was already other officers present.
Was it still night out, or was it day?
From what I recall, it was day.
Okay. So, were you given any specific roles or tasks during when you arrived?
Like I said, I don't remember the whole incident in its entirety, but I do, per my report, recall that I was asked to search a location, a residence, and an exterior part of a residence.
Sorry, that last answer again?
I was tasked, per my report, from what I recall, I was tasked to search a residence and the exterior front location of a residence.
Now, at this time, as you're there with Nani, is there any other canine unit that's there at the same time?
From looking at one of the reports, there was another the handler that was present.
Okay. Now, what do you do in order to prepare Nani to start looking for any evidence on the scene?
For the interior search, one of the first things that we would do is run through the house or conduct a walkthrough of the house to make sure that the house is safe and there aren't any objects or anything that would interfere with the dogs, especially for safety concerns, for myself or the dog.
So, we talked about that there were multiple places, that Nani had done a search. On the actual property itself, inside or outside, did Nani locate anything?
Yes.
What did she locate?
A firearm.
Okay. Do you remember how she ended up locating that?
Yes, that's the part that I do remember because it was not a normal situation. I was searching the front location of the area, and as I was searching the area, my dog pulls me towards a tree, areca palm tree, and goes into the branches or leaves of it and sits down, and that's how we know. And that's her form of letting us know that there's something present.
Okay. So is Nani on a leash as well, too?
Yes.
Now, are you standing in front of her, leading her where to go?
No.
You're letting her take control then?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'm now showing defense what's been already introduced as that evidence as stated Exhibit 14. Now, what are you looking at here in this image?
The areca palm tree.
Okay. Is that the palm tree that you were just describing that Nani took you to?
Yes.
Now, we see this here. When Nani had sat down and signaled to you that there was something in the area, were you able to see it with your eyes what was there?
No, I was not.
Okay. So what do you do next then as you're being alerted to this area?
I know that someone was assisting me from what I remember. We moved the branches, and as we moved the branches apart, you could see what appeared to be a butt of a firearm.
And is that the butt of the firearm you're describing?
Yes.
And that's what you saw on that day with Nani?
That is correct.
Now, when you locate that, are you grabbing the firearm or touching it in any way?
No.
What do you do then?
I just notify the homicide detectives and the crime scene technicians just for a chain of custody to make sure that they can itemize and document the property.
So now that you've located the firearm itself, are you and Nani looking for anything else?
I know that we continue to search to a certain extent, but there was nothing else that my dog located.
Did you find any spent bullet casings?
No, I did not.
Did you locate any empty magazines or anything else, or just a firearm?
Just the firearm.
Okay, Your Honor, a moment to confirm. Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Have a good day, everybody.
Getting a little earlier than I had anticipated, not a bad thing. So we'll take a lunch break until 1:30. That should give you all enough time to travel or go or stay in the building if you want to go to the cafeteria on the first floor or the cafeteria on the bottom floor. I'm going to remind you again, now to discuss this case.
Okay, that was the lunch break. A few minutes ago, they're still at lunch there. Boy, that was interesting.
Nani.
Nani's a single focused dog that only looks for firearms.
Right, using gun oil and back powder. It's always interesting to hear how they train the dogs to be able to do that. But we got to see a little bit of the defendant interacting with her attorney. She seemed pretty animated during that testimony.
Yeah, but no questions, no cross, which is probably a good idea. Jessica Lettingham is still with us. This witness shows the gun in a palm tree, hidden, consciousness of guilt. You would argue that's what the state's going to argue.
It is what the state is going to argue, and that's why, you know, Nani was so important, and him explaining how they found it and how it probably wouldn't have been found unless they had this dog. And as you just pointed out, it's a great idea on the defense to not ask questions, because not only was he well-spoken, you're not going to be able to impeach him. Like, you know, he is very certified with his dog, Nani, and he was animated too, so the jury's really gonna like him and like hearing about the dog. But yeah, the state, you know, they can definitely prove she was trying to get away with it by hiding the weapon.
Yeah, and that goes along with perhaps the way that the witness on the stand, the neighbor, was describing what he was seeing. We don't really know all of the context, but we were seeing a lot of movement. I want to ask you about this part that the defense will probably bring out, if they can, in some of the prosecution witnesses or once the case goes to the defense. But this is about the pistol whipping, the alleged pistol whipping by the victim of the defendant 5 days before this shooting. How does that impact things? Could we see something like a battered spouse, battered partner syndrome argument when perhaps even if she did fire in his back, she was worried about what happened 5 days prior?
Battered victim, the battered spouse argument is going to be really difficult for the reason that you pointed out at the top of the hour, which is they are a toxic relationship. With the battered spouse, the battered victim argument, you have to show like that they were suffering years of abuse, right? Like a very long time, and that they never ever fought back. And finally one day they said, this is my chance to get out of alive. That's not going to really work here, because you have this back and forth. They're very toxic, both very feisty, and so she doesn't really fit the mold of that story.
Yeah. There she is, Daisy Link. She is now a defendant in a murder case. We'll get a break right now. Jessica, thank you as always. When we come back, as we wait for them to reconvene in Florida, we'll turn our attention to Ohio and the Ellis case. This is another heartbreaker. We'll get you caught up where we're at after this.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae, along with Ted Rollins. Thank you for following along with us as we get you to an Ohio trial we've been following. We'll get you back into the Florida one as soon as they come back from the lunch break, that one against Daisy Link. But now we're watching the Toddler Stabbed murder case. This is a mother's nightmare.
Yeah, Bionca Ellis accused of stabbing a mother and her child in this random act, seemingly outside of a grocery store. This took place last year, and prosecutors say that Ellis fatally stabbed 3-year-old Julian Wood in the face, in the back as well, and then stabbed Mother Margot after she tried to intervene.
Now, the defense in this case, they don't deny that Ellis did commit this killing, but they said that she was insane at the time of the stabbing, and so she's pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. The judge has restricted us from showing today's testimony while it happened, so we have to wait until it ends. So we're continuing to show you highlights from key witnesses you may have missed yesterday. This is all part of the state's case. Let's go in for testimony from a thrift store employee who worked at the store where Ellis stole the weapon that killed the little boy.
Good morning, Mrs. Behart.
Good morning.
Ma'am, by whom are you employed?
Volunteers America in North Olmsted.
And how long have you been employed by them?
2 years.
And what are your present duties and responsibilities?
I'm the store manager.
Being the store manager, what kind of duties do you have?
Overseeing the operations and the sales production of the business.
And how big is your business?
In what respect?
Is it a big store, a small store? What kind of a store is it?
We're a thrift store, and there's about 26,000 square feet, I believe, is the sales floor.
Okay. And is that sales store broken up?
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how is it broken up?
By different departments, clothing, and then we have our miscellaneous in the rear of our building.
All right. Do you have a production department?
Yes, we do.
All right. Can you explain to us, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the production department?
The production is where we get donations from the local community, and we process those to the sales floor 5 days a week. And as that is going on, we still are taking donations while the establishment is opened. And that's how we generate revenue to help support our mission.
And, ma'am, do you also have volunteers that come in and help you?
Absolutely. I have community service workers that have to serve so many hours based upon the courts, and I deal with them on a regular basis.
All right. And, ma'am, how many employees do you have?
I have between 35 to 45 employees.
Are they all paid employees, or are they volunteers as well?
We have volunteers, and we have paid employees of Volunteers of America as well.
All right. And does your business have cameras?
Yes, we do.
All right. And why do you have cameras?
Well, for the protection of all of the store and our customers as well.
And were you the store manager back on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes, I was.
And if you could be so kind, can you tell me what is the address of the store that we're talking about?
I believe it's 27240 Lorraine Road, North Olmsted.
All right. Is that in the city of North Olmsted?
Can you bring the microphone down just a little? Okay, go. Thank you. Go ahead, ask the question. Sorry.
Is that in the city of North Olmsted?
Yes, it is.
In the county of Cuyahoga?
Yes, it is.
And in the state of Ohio?
Yes, it is.
All right. So on June 3rd, you were working, and in what department were you working in that day?
I was working in the rear of the building in the production department.
And ma'am, did you have the occasion to encounter a Bionca Ellis?
I didn't hear the question, I'm sorry.
Did you have the occasion on June 3rd of 2024 to encounter Bionca Ellis?
Yes, I did.
All right. And can you tell us the circumstances of that? What you were doing and when you encountered Bionca?
I was working by the production doors for the staff to come in and out. And I was pricing clothing at the time. And I thought I saw a volunteer walk in, so I followed the volunteer because, again, I do have volunteers coming into the back room.
All right, look, I'm just going to stop you right there for just a minute. This volunteer, what were they wearing?
I can't remember that far back, to be honest with you.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
And I asked the individual, can I help them? And the back room has a lot of noise, so I repeated myself a second time, can I help you? The individual turned around and said, I'm looking for the bathroom. I said, the bathroom is not back here. It's through this set of doors right here. You'll have to get the key from the cashier, which is at Register 1.
All right. And this person that you encountered, did you come to learn that was Bionca Ellis? Later on, after?
Oh, later on, yes.
All right. At the time you had encountered her, you didn't know who she was?
Absolutely not.
All right. And with regards to her dress, was she dressed appropriately? Was she disheveled? Did she have ripped clothing on? What did she look like?
I didn't notice any ripped clothing.
All right. Was she carrying anything?
She was carrying a knife.
All right. And how did you notice that?
I just happened to look down and I seen the knife in her hand.
All right. And did the knife look familiar to you?
I noticed that it did have a tag on it, that we tag our merchandise.
All right. And is it customary for the volunteers to be helping tagging items or holding items or putting items on shelves, things of that sort?
Yes.
All right. And after that encounter with her, about how long do you think that encounter lasted, ma'am?
Not long at all.
All right. And when was the next time you were contacted, or who were you contacted by with regards to this investigation?
I don't really know the time lapse in between, but my employees did page me to the front, and a police officer did meet me in the middle of the store.
All right. You are the store manager?
Yes, I am.
All right. And was the police officer looking for something?
I think he was looking for me to talk to me.
All right. Being the store manager?
Correct.
All right. Did you provide this officer, did you answer his questions?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide him video from Volunteers of America?
Yes.
All right. And if I were to show you that video, would you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 178, Your Honor, and that has been shared with the defense.
Thank you.
So we're going to stop right here. Stop right here. State's Exhibit 178. Mrs. Spehart, do you recognize this video right here?
Yes, I do.
All right. And can you tell us, what are we looking at in this video?
All right, we're going to step aside from Ohio to bring you some developments coming out of Florida. Donna Adlesen is going to be returning to court on Monday for sentencing. We just confirmed that with the state attorney's office. So though there was a case management hearing on the docket, they're actually going to have her sentencing on Monday, and Court TV will be there for it all.
Yeah, we all watched when a jury found her guilty for her role in the murder of her, there she is. She couldn't believe it when she was found guilty for helping to conspire to kill Dan Markel, her former son-in-law, who she, as we heard from the testimony, disliked and wanted Wendy, her daughter, and those kids down in South Florida, and the prosecution was able to successfully prove that she would do anything.
Oh, yeah. Disliked is putting it lightly.
Yes.
Her ire for Dan Markel. She was the fifth person convicted for his death, and since her conviction, she's filed a motion for a new trial that was swiftly denied today. Actually, October 9th would have been Dan Markel's 53rd birthday. He was killed back in 2014.
She faces life in prison for this conviction of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation. We'll watch this live together that is on Monday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and there is Dan Markell. He lost his life because of a bitter divorce and a meddling mother, which the defense actually tried to use in their clothes, saying she's a meddler, not a murderer.
Yeah, they tried that, and the jury, I sat there inside of the courtroom and watched them. They just simply did not believe it.
What was that moment like when you heard that?
It was shocking because she had kept her cool for the most part during the trials, and we thought that was going to continue, but it seems like just something clicked in her, and she just could not hold back anymore in terms of keeping her emotions under wrap. And I also think it was because she had friends in the gallery that were watching for the first day. She wanted to make sure that they knew she was very upset with this outcome. Let's bring in criminal defense attorney Joanne Nieves, who is standing by with us. This was quite a verdict, Joanna, and now we're getting the sentencing that's going to happen in Florida. It is mandatory that there is a life without parole. But what is going to happen at a sentencing? Defense attorneys still come with information when we have a final order from the judge.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It is a life without parole sentence, and there's some additional time that could be added to that based on the other crimes that she was convicted of. But essentially, she plotted and schemed to take a life, and now she will spend the rest of her life behind bars. So there is no shock that she should be presenting on the day of sentencing that's in line with that kind of theatric approach she took when she was found guilty. But we will likely hear, some victim impact statements beyond. We already heard from Dan's parents. We may hear additional people at that time. I think just for the record, the defense may put on some statements, and who knows? Donna may actually say something herself, but, for preservation of what she may pursue, because she's got a lot of time to take action, she may not talk.
Joanna, one of the significant witnesses to take the stand in Donna's trial, she did it in Charlie's as well, and the others, is Wendy, the ex-wife of the murdered man, Dan Markell. And there's daily, hourly speculation about whether or not she will be next on the prosecution's list. Are they done, do you think, or do you think that Wendy should be keeping one eye open at night in case someone's knocking on her door? Are they done? Or will they go after Wendy?
I don't think that Wendy should rest easy or breathe easy at this point. I do think that there's got to be something else that comes out of that state attorney's office. And I think Georgia kind of alluded it to herself. She said, her words may have been like stand by or we'll see what happens. I don't think she kind of showed her cards right away, but I don't think that this entire case is closed. We might have closed a chapter on Donna Adlesen, but I do believe there's more to come.
Yeah, she said we could stay tuned. That's what she said at the end of the day.
Stay tuned.
You mentioned, Joanna, that the victim impact statements, we did have several right thereafter, and that's because the Markell family lives in Canada. They were there for the trial, and it appeared the court wanted to allow them to be able to say what they needed to while they were there, so they may not be at this sentencing. We'll see. But this may be a time, do you think, that the defense will bring up any of their arguments that they made trying to get a new trial already? It's been denied by the judge, so it may not be something they raise. They had a lot of issues with the jurors and whether or not they were fair and impartial when they were sitting on the panel.
I think every defense attorney acts with preservation of the record in mind. So even though that there was a denial to their motion, they are going to make efforts to put information in the record that may be useful to Donna later on. So whether that's statements from people who do still support her, not those that may be pursued later, like her husband, but making those arguments, but not in a way that's going to put the judge off. There's already been a ruling on that motion. But I do believe that they're going to intertwine that into any statements that they make.
Again, Donna Adlesen to be sentenced formally on Monday at 75 years old. Even if she were successful in an appeal, it would have to be a remarkably fast appeal, which just doesn't happen. I think the odds, the numbers just don't stack well against her. She'll likely spend the rest of her life incarcerated.
That is the outcome that she is going to be fighting. We know that. She has not stopped at this point. And Joanna, stand by. We're going to get to our break. When we come back, we are going to, not only if we are able, take you back into the case against Daisy Link. They're on a lunch break right now, but they may be coming back. Otherwise, we will get you back into Ohio for more of the Bionca Ellis trial. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
she's walking. And she's walking.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mother, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind this wood and her child.
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood.
I moved, and she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
This is one of the most horrific stories. The case of a toddler stabbed in the parking lot of a grocery store. We're going back to Ohio because we've been watching this key testimony play out. Highlights from this week in the murder trial for a defendant who claims that she was insane at the time, Bionca Ellis.
The prosecution has rested its case in chief in real time, but again, the judge is not allowing us to broadcast until they're done for the day. So they're still at it. We're waiting to hear about a defense case. But we're going back, as Julia said, and looking at some of the key moments. And one was from a thrift store employee. We're going to see the surveillance video of Ellis walking around. And from a prosecution standpoint, this is huge because part of the equation here is intent. And if you believe that she was going through an episode and she was unaware of her surroundings, unable to discern right from wrong,
then would she take these
Why
steps?
would she go and search for a knife, buy a knife, and then go off to the grocery store armed with a knife, walking around with it?
And we may even see in this video this point where it's actually two knives that she steals and she tests them to see which one seems to be the better knife. So let's go in, picking it up with that testimony of the thrift store employee, not the grocery store, but where this seemed to begin.
Exhibit 179. Just stop it there. All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 179, which has also been provided to defense counsel? Can you tell us what we're looking at here, ma'am?
That is the production room.
All right. Is this the room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in relationship to this room, are you in this room when you meet this person?
Wait till the question's asked.
Yes.
You're in this room. Okay. Continue. And this is about 54 seconds. We're going to stop right here. All right. Do you recognize anybody in this?
I believe that is her at the rear of the video there.
All right.
Just keep your voice up, please.
With the court's permission, is it that individual right at the very top of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the person that you had the interaction with?
Yes.
All right. Let's play that. State's Exhibit 179. All right, stopping it there. Now, are you in this video as well?
Yes, I'm at the rear as well.
Okay. And now, we're going to back this up just a little bit.
It's not letting you do it for some reason.
Yeah. Am I in the way here?
What's your question? So maybe Ms. Mateo could move it there for you.
Does this fairly and accurately represent Volunteers of America, the production department?
Yes.
And that you were in this back room. Are you the person that opened the door?
Yes.
All right. And when we're looking at it here, is this the individual we're talking about that you encountered?
Yes.
And that you spoke to?
Yes.
And that had a knife in their hand?
Yes.
All right. Let's continue on then. So is there anything in the back there that she was looking for?
Just an emergency exit door.
Okay. All right. And then when did you talk to her?
I spoke to her as she made the bend. I asked her if there was something I could help her with. Again, it's very loud, so I repeated myself. She turned around and asked for the restroom.
And then she walks out.
Mm-hmm.
You open the door and she walks out.
Yes.
So does State's Exhibit 179 fairly and accurately represent your interactions on that day?
Yes.
All right. And State's Exhibit 181. Stopping it at what number is it? 182. Okay, State's Exhibit 182. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the housewares.
Say it again.
Housewares in the rear of the building.
Okay. Is this coming out from the production department?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is this one of your employees?
Yes.
That we see to the left of the screen?
Yes.
All right. Stopping it there. Is this the person that you talked to in the back of the store?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated this is the houseware aisle?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you store your knives?
In a plastic Tupperware type bin.
Okay. Mrs. Spihar, with regards to State's Exhibit 182, does that fairly and accurately represent the video on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
All right. And lastly, we have State's Exhibit 181.
And the question?
Is this the same lady that you talked to?
Yes.
Did she pay for the items?
No.
Did you give her permission to take those items?
No.
With regards to the items that you have at your establishment, how do you mark your items?
With a sticker based upon the week. So we have, at that time, 6-color rotation.
So would you have a blue sticker?
Yes.
Would you have a green sticker?
Yes.
A white sticker?
Only on new goods.
Okay. A yellow sticker?
Yes.
What color am I missing?
Pink.
A pink sticker?
Yes.
Okay. All right. One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I have State's Exhibit 154 and State's Exhibit 63. I have shown to defense, and they do not object to publishing.
Very good.
Court's permission.
You can.
Handing these to the witness. Handing you, it's been marked State's Exhibit 63 and 154. can you look at both of these, please? And starting with State's Exhibit 154. Can you look at that for us?
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me how you recognize it.
The sticker on the handle.
And what color is the sticker, ma'am?
Blue.
All right. And we're going to show you something to show. $154.
No, okay, thank you. No.
All right. Mrs. Spihar, looking at State's Exhibit 154, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize this by?
The sticker.
Okay. And that sticker was from Volunteers of America?
Yes.
All right. Showing you previously marked and shown to Defense Counsel, State's Exhibit 54,
63.
63. Thank you, Judge.
Well, there's 154 and 63, although the numbers on the screen are a little different.
No, that's wrong. 63.
So she's identified 154 for the record?
Correct. And now we're going to 63. $63.
Well, she has it in front of her. Why don't you go ahead and ask the question while we're pulling it up?
Looking at 63, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that item?
It has a green sticker.
Okay. Is that a sticker from Volunteers of America?
Yes.
All right.
And what is the photo?
The photo is a knife.
Thank you.
All right. State's Exhibit 63. Is that the photograph that you have in front of you, ma'am?
Yes.
And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And that is the label that you recognize?
Yes.
Okay. And that came from Volunteers of America?
Yes.
Did you give anybody permission to take those knives from your store?
No.
Now, in addition, Mrs. Spihar, with regards to your involvement in this case, did there come a point in time?
Ms. Paralia, are you done with 63?
Yes.
I'll just ask that we minimize it.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Did there come a point in time that you met with a detective?
Yes.
And did you provide the detective a statement of your interactions with Bionca Ellis?
Yes.
All right. Did you come to...
All right, a bit of the highlights from yesterday with the thrift store manager talking about the knife.
Yeah.
We're going to get a break. Matt Johnson's going to give us an update on what is happening in real time there. We do know the state rested its case. To what extent did the defense put on a case? We'll find out. Plus, we're waiting for Daisy Link. They're going to reconvene in any moment, and we'll be heading back to Florida. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live, along with Julia. Today, I'm Ted Rollins. It's day 4 of testimony in the state of Ohio for Bionca Ellis.
Yeah, she's on trial for the murder of a 34-year-old rather, and she's on trial for murder in the fatal stabbing of a 3-year-old, Julian Wood, a toddler who was in the grocery store with his mother. His mother was also injured, and she did survive this attack. Authorities are saying that this was a random attack.
Prosecutors have rested their case in real time, reminding you that the judge in this case is not allowing us to air any testimony until they're done for the day. They're not done for the day. So what do? We turn to Matt Johnson, Court TV crime and justice correspondent, to give us an indication of where they are today. We know the prosecution has rested its case. Fill us in.
Yeah, today's been a very, very big day, and I'm going over the notes that is being brought forth by our field producer, Tiffany Smith, and here's the very latest. So right now, the defense is putting on their case in chief, so they're calling witnesses. This is the defendant. She has been looking down for much of the day, like we've seen over the past 4 days of testimony. Well, right now, her first witness is on the stand talking about this defendant being treated with medication several times over the past couple years after exhibiting symptoms of schizophrenia, which is a split personality, according to this expert, which is defense expert witness number 1, Dr. Megan Testa, a forensic psychiatrist, and she treated her on a 20-day eval after this incident, but before that, treated her at a health facility in February of 2023 and November of 2024, and came to that conclusion. This is just the beginning of their defense. We expect this witness to be on the stand all day. We know that the state could also call a rebuttal witness as early as tomorrow before this case gets to the jury. But also happening earlier today, the defense argued a motion of acquittal, and that was on the murder charges. Count 1, aggravated murder, that was denied, and the other murder charges was also denied. But on count 9, which is the tampering with evidence charge, the judge has said that the state did not meet their requirements, and she's going to be acquitted on that. The jury will not be deciding that. So there's a lot happening in this case today. It started out from the gate with a strong witness as well.
Wow, Matt Johnson, thank you for that report for what's happening in real time. We'll be able to give that to our viewers once they are done in court for the day. We are going to switch gears now back to Miami, Florida. We've been watching this live trial that we can watch inside of the courtroom, where one side said it was murder and the other side says this was self-defense.
Daisy Link on trial for killing her on and off again partner Pedro Jimenez, and he's the father of their 2 children. Both sides agree, horrible relationship, very toxic. Lunch break is over, so the judge is back on the bench. Let's go back into the courtroom.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Deputy Harold Rayobi.
Okay. And what is your current position and employer?
I'm employed by the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, and my current duties, I'm a field training officer for Miami-Dade.
Now, back in 2022, what was your role, or what was your position?
I was a firearms canine handler.
Okay. And what exactly did you do as a firearm canine handler?
I would help with homicide investigations, any type of investigation that a firearm was used.
Okay. So were you in this role then around June 25th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
All right. Now, what type of training do you have to undergo to be a canine handler then?
When we first get our dog, we go through a stringent 6-week initial training where we get the firearm canine we imprint the dog as far as to learn the odors of gunpowder and gun oil.
Okay. Now, what was the name of your canine around this time?
Trigger.
And with Trigger, how long had you been working with him then?
When this occurred, approximately 8 years.
Okay. Now, is Trigger still working today?
No, Trigger's retired.
And why did Trigger retire?
He was getting up in age. I had the opportunity to either get another dog and stay as a firearm handler, or since Trigger was, I didn't want to get another dog because I've been on 25 years. So I could leave at any point. I didn't want to have to train another dog and possibly have the dog go to somebody else or anything. So I just left the program.
Okay, but Trigger was working in 2022 then, right?
Yes.
All right. What type of training did Trigger have to go through in order to get this specialization in firearm detection?
Well, it's an associative training where Trigger learns gunpowder and gun oil. And once he's able to determine, where the gunpowder, gun oil is, he learns by, we praise him and he continues on to other.
Was Trigger trained for any other types of scent other than firearms?
No, we're a single odor organization.
Okay. Now, how often did Trigger need to be trained when he was working?
We pretty much trained weekly or daily, actually.
Okay. And how many handlers did Trigger have around this time?
Just one.
And it was you, right?
Just myself.
Okay. So I want to bring your attention to the weekend of June 25th and 26th of 2022. Now, were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you respond to the scene of 1237 Northwest 14th Street in Homestead?
Yes, I did.
All right. When you went to that scene, what exactly was your role, or what did you do when you first arrived?
I was requested to respond by Detective Hubbard. Once I got there, I was advised that a homicide had occurred, and they gave me areas to run my dog.
Okay. Now, when you were there with Detective Hubbard, was this for a secondary canvass?
Yes, it was.
Now, what is the purpose of a secondary canvass?
Just she was doing her due diligence to make sure that all areas were covered.
Good. Now, are you looking in a specific area with Trigger, or is it just free roam?
No, Trigger's on leash, and Trigger does what he does as far as like any other dog, walking around, smelling, trying to pick up any odors that he could find as far as if there's gun oil or gunpowder.
So how does Trigger essentially let you know that he found something?
Well, if he does find something, he'll go to a seated position.
Okay. And is that standard then for, canines? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there any specific area in this case that you were looking for that Detective Hubbard took you to?
It was whatever area that I was directed to run.
Now, during your search, did you end up finding anything?
No, I did not.
Did you end up searching the property of where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now publishing what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
All right, while they get that evidence out for the jury, let's slip in a break. When we come back, we'll have more of this canine handler on the stand in the case against Daisy Link.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th, only on Court TV.
Florida. More Daisy Link, new witness on the stand. Let's go.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
My name is Jason Felix, last name spelled Felix.
And Mr. Felix, where do you work?
I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you worked there?
8 years and 8 months.
And what do you do for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I work for the Forensic Technology Division, which is actually the crime lab. I work in the Forensic Identification Section, NIBIN Test Firing Unit. My work duty is to test fire, crime scene recovered, and found property firearms.
And can you walk us through what, if any, training that you have to do or experiences that you do to be in your position?
So this position is based on mostly previous work experience. I was in the Army for 4 years, including a deployment to Iraq and Kuwait in 2004. So I have extensive experience with firearms and ammunition. After that, I was a police officer with New York City Police Department for 5 years. I also worked in federal corrections in the Municipal Corrections City Jail for 2 years. I got divorced and I moved down to Florida and continued my law enforcement journey here with a stint with state corrections for a year while I was waiting to be hired by the former Miami-Dade Police Department. And I have been with this agency for 8 years and 8 months. I decided that I wanted to forego work in sworn law enforcement and become a civilian working in a crime lab due to previous experience. So I completed my education. I got a bachelor's degree from Purdue University, and I applied for this position.
So it would be fair to say that you're fairly well versed with firearms?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Now, were you asked to test anything in this case?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and when we say this case, is that PD 2206252105513?
Yes, and that is the case number.
And is that the case that we're here for today?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have or assigned to test in this case?
Yes, so my supervisor assigned me a firearm under the case number that he mentioned. And the way that goes for my position, I'll show the jury. I'm given a property receipt. So this is a copy of the property receipt under the case number. And again, I'm assigned firearms evidence. We have a secure vault in our section that stores all of the containers of the firearms. Each container has a unique barcode identifying that that is the correct package. It is affixed with the case number. So I will go to the vault and retrieve that container number, match up the Miami-Dade Police case number with the container number, and take that container back to my desk and begin my process.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what a semi-automatic firearm is?
Yes. Do you want me to explain the cycle of fire?
However you want to do it.
Sure. Okay, so a semi-automatic hand firearm, commonly known as a gun, is a device that is made up of a barrel and an action from which a projectile is fired by means of a small explosion. And I will walk you through the process of firing a gun. So a semi-automatic handgun is going to be loaded with a magazine, which is commonly referred to in civilian vernacular as a clip. It's incorrect. It's actually a magazine. It is a tubular cylinder or box shape, and it is top loaded with ammunition cartridges until it is filled to maximum capacity. That magazine is inserted into a slot that you...
We have to step aside, but we'll get you back in soon. Our thanks to Joanna Nieves for her analysis this hour. Coming up, we're going to see, along with the jurors, the physical firearm used in this shooting between lovers in Miami, Florida. back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for following along with us this afternoon. We are in Miami, Florida for the toxic relationship murder trial. 30-year-old Daisy Link is the defendant here. She is accused of fatally shooting her on-again, off-again boyfriend, Pedro Jimenez, back in June of 2022. The couple shared 2 children together, and by all accounts, they had an extremely toxic relationship. But in this moment, the defense says Jimenez was particularly out of control that day and forced the defendant, Daisy Link, to shoot him in self-defense. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We just left off with a crime lab analyst there at the Miami Police Department Crime Lab who is going to talk about the firearm that was used, and he said his role is test firing these guns. Let's go in.
It's going to be the magazine run. At that point, the firearm, the semi-automatic firearm, is loaded. So the individual in possession of that firearm will rack the slide back of the firearm and release it. When they release the slide, it will simultaneously strip a cartridge from that magazine and seat it into the chamber. The chamber of that firearm is now locked. This is now a locked and loaded live firearm. With a pull of the trigger, one pull of the trigger, it is going to release a firing pin or a hammer which will strike forward, and it is going to strike the end of the cartridge, which has a detonating charge which is known as a primer. The primer is going to cause a small explosion and ignite the gunpowder. The gunpowder in that casing is going to propel highly pressurized gases and shoot the projectile towards from the chamber down the barrel towards its intended target. At the time that that projectile is being shot, the casing is going to be ejected from that semi-automatic firearm through the ejection port and land in and around the person who fired that firearm. Now, this firearm is a semi-automatic firearm because with each successive pull of the trigger, the firing cycle process will repeat itself until the magazine is emptied.
Your Honor, permission to retrieve evidence and publish evidence? Thank you. Mr. Pierce, I'm just going to hand you what's been previously introduced as case 15.
Yes.
I have some gloves if you want to take that out. Sure. Do you see on there, though, while you do that, do you see a case number?
Yes.
Is that the same case number that we're talking about?
Yes, this is the correct case number as well as the correct container number. So this is the barcode that I previously mentioned that has the police case number and the unique container number that matches the property receipt and the contents of the package.
So I'm going to ask you to take out that firearm as well as the other contents. Now, you mentioned a couple of terms, semi-automatic firearm, magazine, cartridge, etc. Can you please, when you pull it out, can you explain to the jury what each one is?
Some of the contents are fastened to the original container for safety purposes. So this is going to be the semi-automatic firearm. This is the magazine, which contains the cartridges that are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the magazine well. This is the slide. You will rack this rearward and release it. The cartridge is stripped from the top of the magazine. It's going to be seated into the chamber. This is a chamber. Pull the trigger. The projectile, commonly referred to as a bullet, is shot towards its intended target. What is left is the casing that is ejected from the ejection port. And again, this will land in and around the person who is shooting this firearm.
Do you mind actually opening up where the casings are and showing that to the members of the jury? Or scissors, right?
Scissors?
Yeah. If it's easier too, I have a projector behind me.
these are the casings that I got to explain this.
Well, before we do that, can you just show them what we're talking about when we're talking about casings?
Okay, these are casings. This is the head stamp of a casing. The head stamp of the casing is going to contain the caliber of the bullet and the manufacturer. So in this instance, this casing was manufactured by Federal Cartridge. That's what the FC on the head stamp stands for, and it also bears 9mm markings. This is a 9mm caliber firearm. So the firing pin of the hammer is going to strike in the middle. I know it's hard, you can't see it. It's going to leave a unique shape. The detonating charge is going to be somewhere underneath the lip of this casing, and the gases are going to shoot through a small hole. This briefly expands, and the projectile, which is the bullet, is what is shot through the barrel. The casing is ejected from here. Shoots out.
Now, you mentioned that when a firearm, somebody pulls a trigger, that casing will end up around or near where that person shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if, for example, I'm standing here, I shoot right here, the casing will fall somewhere around my person?
Somewhere in the vicinity, depending on the power, how powerful the firearm is, and even it can also be determined of how the person is holding the firearm when they're shooting it.
Okay. Now, I know you were about to explain about those casings that you collected. Can you walk us through what you did in this case?
Sure. So, again, I was assigned this firearm. I retrieved the container from our secure vault. I bring this property back to my desk. We have an online evidence tracking system, so through each step of the process, I tell my evidence tracking system what step I'm currently at. And then I begin the practical work on this case, which I will have to refer to my property receipt to tell me, because this case was over 3 years old and I work with a high volume of firearms. So
if it's easier too, I can take that back from you.
Okay. Yeah, that would be.
If you don't mind just putting it back.
Sure. This casework, we work off of, again, a property receipt. There's the laboratory analysis report. As you can see, it's sort of a checklist. And the police officer or lead investigator is going to check off what type of work, what type of processing that they're requesting to be done with this firearm. So this laboratory analysis report, the lead investigator is requesting biology and latents. Since they request biology, that means that I have to swab this gun for any possible DNA that may be uncovered later on. So that is the first thing that is done with the firearm. I open up the contents with protective equipment, which is going to be latex gloves, a lab coat, and a surgical mask. So I don't transfer my DNA accidentally to the evidence. I open up the box, and now I make sure the contents inside the box, inside the container, match up with what the investigator translated to the property receipt. Everything matches up, caliber, make, model, which I'm going to have to explain because do you want me to explain? Okay. So this can be confusing because the information that I uncovered when I opened up the container revealed that this is a 9mm caliber, unknown make and model firearm with no serial number. However, a firearms manufacturing company that is known for just making firearm parts has an engraving on the handle, on the grip of the firearm. That company is known as Polymer 80 Inc. So I have to explain to them what privately made firearms are, which are widely known as ghost guns. This company, Polymer 80 Inc., circumvents the federal requirements of having firearms registered and serialized because you can go to their website and just order a gun kit. A gun kit would be a frame that is mailed to you in a jig, a cutout, and it has simple instructions. And that is what is known as an 80% firearm because it's nearly constructed. The only thing you would need to do at that point is acquire a slide and a barrel from another firearm company. And in a simple internet search, anyone can put that gun together. That is what's known as privately made firearms or ghost guns. And they are nicknamed ghost guns because they're not traceable. They don't have a serial number. The firearm in this container, to my surprise, was a ghost gun. It has no serial number. The lead investigator had recorded that the model number is a PF 940C. That is correct for the firearm company that makes frames, but it is not a factual for recording purposes. I cannot actually say that that is the make and model of this firearm. So for documentation, we record it as a 9mm unknown make and model with no serial number.
Did you test fire this gun?
Yes, I did.
Can you walk us through what the process is? I know you mentioned getting masked up, gloved up, but can you walk us through the actual process of test firing the firearm?
So the investigator requested for biology and latents. The first step before I test fire this firearm, again, is once I have established that the actual contents in the package match up with the property receipt and I made my necessary corrections, this being an unknown make and model, I recorded the information on the property receipt and in our online tracking system. I have my protective equipment on, gloves, surgical mask, and a lab coat. And I'm going to set aside 3 swabs, and I will swab with a Q-tip and treated water the front sight of the firearm, which is the barrel, and the actual hand grip and the trigger of the firearm. And then we're also going to swab the magazine. The reason why we swab the top of the magazine, which is known as the magazine lips, is because the proper way to load ammunition into a magazine is to hold it with one hand and press down on top of the magazine, usually with your thumb. That's going to present DNA in and around the lip of the magazine, so we swab the top of the magazine. So those 3 swabs are then packaged into a brown paper bag, sealed with all of the pedigree information being the case number, container number, make, model, caliber, firearm. It's also going to have...
Okay, we're hitting the pause button on this firearms examiner's testimony. He really seems like he enjoys his job in the way that he is explaining things for this jury. When we come back, he's eventually going to be asked if the firearm was operable, because we know the defense has made a claim that she was actually firing in the air to try and scare her boyfriend and not to kill him. So what did the functions test show? Don't go anywhere. You're watching Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
We'll get you back to court in the Daisy Link case in just a moment, but we do want to get you an update out of another Florida trial that we have been covering, the Caught in the Crossfire murder trial. Paris Larry Jr. is the defendant here. He was just 14 years old when police say he and another teen shot and killed 20-year-old Tatiana Zek as she was taking out the garbage. 3 others would also be injured in this case. Investigators say that Zek was an innocent bystander, that she was the unintended target of gunfire. There's surveillance video that shows, according to police, Paris leaving the scene. This morning, jurors heard from a defendant neighbor who testified that she saw Paris fire a gun.
What did you see as you were looking outside your patio door as you moved the curtain?
Everyone was freaking out, and the boys were running across the road.
And when you say the boys were running across the road, what did you recognize any of them?
Yeah.
And who did you recognize?
Paris and Antonio.
And did you see, specifically to the defendant, Paris Larry, did you see anything in his hands?
Yeah.
And what did you see in his hands?
A gun.
And what did you see the defendant doing with the gun?
He was running, and I'm pretty sure he let off 2 fires, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
And why do you, when you say 2 fires, can you explain what you mean?
2
by
shots.
That? Fired the gun twice?
Yep.
We will, of course, continue to follow this trial and bring you updates throughout the day here on Court TV. Let's get you back inside of the case against Daisy Link, where it's day 2 of testimony in Miami in the toxic relationship murder trial. She's a 30-year-old defendant accused of fatally shooting her on-again, off-again boyfriend in the leg and in the back in June of 2022. But the defense says that Pedro Jimenez was unhinged and dangerous, and that day Link had to shoot him because it was self-defense. Let's get you back into the courtroom now. We're watching a firearms examiner on the stand. He's the one who tested out the firing of this gun. He's already told the jury that this was practically a ghost gun, didn't have any serial numbers on it. Let's pick it up where we left off.
My name and my badge number, and that package is then sealed and set aside to be sent to our central evidence reception center to be forwarded to the biology section for processing. The next step in the process, since this investigator requested for latents for the actual cartridge, which is the bullet that was submitted with this case, I will take it to, we have a super glue fumigating chamber, which is a square-shaped glass contraption, and I will remove the requested cartridge and from the package, place it in the center of the container, and we will super glue fumigate it, and the actual ingredient is cyanoacrylate ester, which anyone can buy. If you have crazy glue in your house, that is what it is. That is what super glue is. So we apply a dime to quarter-sized amount onto a small aluminum tray, place that onto a heating pad, and we close the super glue container, and it fumigates for about a half-hour cycle. Once that's completed, I will remove the evidence, which was the cartridge, and place that back into its original packaging, seal it, and date it with my initials and badge number. Now, finally, we begin the test firing process, which is the operability. Again, with gloves, protective equipment, I will perform a function test on this firearm. Now, a basic function test consists of removing a firearm from the package, racking the slide back, and making sure that the chamber closes, locks, and battery. I will also be checking for any loose parts, any damaged parts, like a physical safety, any slide locks, making sure that they all are in serviceable and safe operating condition. Once I've determined that this firearm is safe to operate, I will then point it downrange in our indoor range in a safe manner, and I will dry fire. Dry fire just means pulling the trigger with no ammunition. So what I'm checking for when I pull the trigger is an audible click as well as a physical click, which lets me know that this firearm can shoot ammunition. The audible click tells me it has a working firing pin. At that point, I will use an engraving tool and I will take 2 9mm test fires from our ammunition storage closet, and I am going to take that engraving tool and engrave on my test fire casings PD 22, which stands for Police Department, 22 being the year of this case, the last 6 numbers of this case number, which is 210513, and then my initials JF and T1, which stands for test fire 1. And the same information will go on the second test fire casing, but that will have T2 for test fire 2. I will take those test fires that I prepared and load them into the magazine and successfully test fire that firearm. The casings, again, land in and around my person. I retrieve those casings from the floor of our firing range, and I know that those are the test fire casings that I just produced because they have my initials on the casings. At that point, test firing is complete. This firearm was successfully test fired, and then it's on to a brief microscopic examination where I compare both of my test fires, and I choose the one that I feel like has a more obvious ejection mark, which is a tool mark that occurs on each casing when it is ejected during firing. Once I have determined one casing is better for comparison versus the other, that casing is then oriented and entered into our NIBIN software. NIBIN is an act.
We don't need to talk about that.
I don't need to talk about NIBIN? Okay, so then the test fire and operability is complete, and that's all work that I have done with this case.
Were you able to confirm that this firearm itself was operable?
Yes.
Was there any evidence of any kind of malfunction or misfire or anything like that?
No. If there is an issue that occurs in the realm of troubleshooting, I actually record that information on the property receipt and in this small box, additional notes on the laboratory analysis form. I didn't have to record anything because there were no issues. There were no troubleshooting issues during my operability testing.
Now, I know that you said that the casings you shot were around your area, correct?
Yes.
And those were collected?
Yes.
Great. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
That wraps up the testimony of the firearms examiner. Let me bring in trial and family law attorney Michelle Thomas. Michelle, this witness is big for the prosecution because we know the defense we'll see how it goes, they may argue that something went wrong with the gun that made it where she had to shoot him in the body rather than shoot him in the air or shoot him off to the side to try and get him to just leave and get away from her. What do you think about his testimony?
Good afternoon, Julia. I mean, I think that he was an extremely credible witness and that he methodically laid out this ballistic evidence that ensured that the jury felt as though the gun was working properly. He properly tied the gun, the markings, the shell casings, bullets to the crime and to this defendant. And he essentially, I think he made it difficult for the defense to challenge, particularly with no cross-examination, to be able to challenge the manner in which the investigation played out. So I think that it was pretty strong testimony for the prosecution, and it's going to be hard to overcome without any kind of cross-examination.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that about no cross. That really is them accepting what he is saying as fact in front of the jury. I don't know if you've been able to see the defendant. It's a separate camera, not one of our cameras, that's actually showing Daisy Link at the defense table, but it seems like she's doing a lot of chatting, even seems a bit dismissive or jovial, even during this testimony of Annalise Felix. What do you think about her demeanor, if you've noticed it, or what would you recommend to your client if you're sitting next to her when you're sitting at that table?
Sure. So what you don't want to do is send a message to the jury that you're taking this lightly, that you're not that concerned or bothered, or that you think that you're going to get off because your case is sort of clear cut. So certainly she should have a much more serious demeanor, indicate to the jury that she's paying attention, that she is concerned, and that she could even be remorseful about the end result and the loss of her sort of on again, off again significant other. So that is a problem, and that she's sort of very flighty in her demeanor, and I think that her lawyers need to do a better job in preparing her for the fact that the jury notices everything. So whether she testifies or not, they're going to draw conclusions based upon her demeanor, her body language, and it's just not good to send a message that you're not taking this very seriously.
All right, Michelle Thomas, thanks for that analysis. Stand by. When we come back, we've got another witness on the stand in this case, a forensic biologist who has experience in DNA analysis.
Done.
Was this self-defense or second-degree murder? Let's get you back inside of the toxic relationship murder trial of Daisy Link happening in Miami, Florida. She is charged in the shooting death of her boyfriend, Pedro Jimenez. Now, Daisy Link, she claims self-defense, saying she was in an abusive relationship and she feared for her life. But prosecutors say she was the aggressor, that she fired as her boyfriend was running away. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We have a forensic analyst on the stand.
Yourself,
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Cosette, C-O-S-E-T-T-E, Alvarez, and I am a forensic biologist with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been employed there?
It will be 25 years in 2 weeks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what your duties are at the crime lab?
Yes, sure. So my duties consist of performing DNA analysis on various types of samples for different criminal cases, and as well as performing a peer review of those cases, which basically means making sure that the data obtained is accurate and the results are reproducible and accurate and without errors.
Can you just tell the members of the jury briefly about your educational background?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from Florida International University, as well as a certification in forensic science from FIU as well.
And in addition to your education, do you get any specialized education or training in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, so essentially before I'm able to work case samples, I have to undergo a series of qualifying exams to be able to demonstrate that I can perform the tests that are needed to be done routinely and that I can obtain reliable results.
And how do you maintain your education in this field after it's completed?
Right, so to continue performing my duties, I am required to undergo what's known as continuing education yearly, at least 8 hours of continuing education, and that is attending conferences or participating in training within the laboratory.
Now, the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Lab, is that an accredited lab?
Yes, it is an accredited lab.
Who accredits it?
So the agency is known as ANAB, which, forgive me, because it's an acronym within an acronym. I don't know why they did that, but it basically stands for American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Okay. And do you know how long the lab has been accredited for?
Yes. So the lab has been accredited since 1989 by an organization that was called ASCLD Lab, American Society of Crime Laboratory Directors, and then they merged with ANAB back in 2019. So since 1989, basically since the lab has conducted DNA testing, we've been accredited.
And what does it actually mean to be accredited?
So accreditation basically means that the laboratory meets and exceeds basically protocols that are in place for reliable and accurate scientific testing.
Now, is it part of the lab's requirements that each analyst take a proficiency test semi-annually?
Yes, in order to be able to still continue doing casework, performing casework, there has to be a proficiency test done every 6 months, basically.
And where do those tests come from?
There are different agencies that can administer it, and the agency that administers ours is called Collaborative Testing Services, and they're accredited, and they're known. It's an agency that's known for providing this service to many labs within the U.S.
And when you're doing these tests, do you know the results before you take them?
No.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No, I have not.
Now, When it comes to biology and genetics, are you also including certain statistics in that?
Yes, so part of the training deals with being able to perform statistical calculations after results are obtained, after data is obtained.
And do you get specialized training for that as well?
Yes, it has its own training that includes lectures that were part of my degree in biology, and also training within the laboratory that pertains specifically to performing calculations for different casework samples.
And roughly how many times have you conducted a serological or DNA analysis?
So I have done thousands of tests. So serology, by the way, it's different from DNA testing. That's just preliminary testing for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, saliva, etc. Not every case has that. In fact, this particular case did not have serological testing done. But yes, that's different from DNA testing, and serology is considered a preliminary testing.
Okay. Now let's talk about DNA for a moment and DNA analysis. Can you actually explain what DNA is?
Yes, it's basically the blueprint, genetic blueprint of all living things. It's within our cells, and in this case, forensically, it's what allows us to differentiate between individuals and allows me to make comparisons between data that's obtained in, say, evidence samples and compared to data obtained from like a blood or saliva swab from an individual, and try to determine a common origin if there is one.
Okay. And where is DNA actually found in the body?
So it's found all throughout your body, in your skin cells, saliva, blood, all biological fluids, hair. Like I said, skin cells, when you touch things, you deposit DNA cells from the skin. And those are some of the examples.
Okay. And I know you mentioned blood, saliva, skin. Are the DNA that is in my blood, for example, the same that is in my hair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, each person's DNA, is that unique?
Yes, with the exception of course, identical twins who have the same set of DNA markers.
Now, can one person's DNA change into another? For example, can my DNA become your DNA?
No.
Okay. Even if I mix two DNA samples together?
So if you mix two samples together, you'll get a mixture of DNA profiles, but it doesn't morph into one. You have a representation from both sets of genetic markers.
Okay.
The jury getting a lesson in DNA from this biologist on the stand. And I'm curious, how is DNA going to play in a case where the allegation is self-defense by the defendant? Let's get to our break. We'll pick it up where we left off when we come back.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adlesen hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are live inside of a Florida courtroom, the toxic relationship murder trial for Daisy Link. She's charged with second-degree murder in the shooting death of her boyfriend, Pedro Jimenez. She says she fired in self-defense, and she tried to claim immunity under Florida's stand your ground law, but a judge rejected that claim, so now it is going to be in the hands of a jury. Let's go back inside of a courtroom now. Still on the stand, that forensic biologist with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office Crime Lab is going to be talking about how DNA evidence impacts this case.
When you're looking at somebody's DNA profile, can you tell certain things about them? Like hair color, gender, skin color, or not skin color, excuse me, eye color?
So for purposes, no. The markers that we test in the laboratory, they do not code for hair color or skin color or any of those things. It's basically just data, as if to be able to distinguish between samples. So everyone has their own unique code, and it's basically represented in terms of numbers. It's almost like everybody has their own cell phone number, and that number is unique to the person, so that if I dial a specific number, I should only get that specific person. So that's basically a representation of what we see.
Can you go through the different steps of DNA, the process for DNA analysis?
Yes, so it can be a lengthy process. I'll just do a summary. So we have what we know as the extraction step, and this step is basically to be able to separate the cells from the sample that is provided. A lot of the cases I have, samples come in the form of swabs, like cotton applicators. So it's basically separating the skin cells from the cotton fabric itself. So that would be step one, and purifying that DNA. So then comes a step of quantification, which basically means we're, through the use of instruments, we want to estimate more or less how much DNA there is in the sample. And this is important for the following step, which is known as the amplification step, in which multiple copies, using instruments, multiple copies are made of these different regions that we test through a series, using a series of instruments. I don't know if you guys have heard of PCR, especially with the pandemic, when we were asked, oh, did you get a PCR test? Okay, so that protocol, PCR, that's the amplification step. So after multiple copies are made of the different DNA regions that we analyze, we're doing this to be able to have a visual representation on an instrument. So after making multiple copies, these areas or fragments are tagged with different colors, and it allows us to see them on an instrument. So this is the analysis portion. So after the analysis portion, there's an interpretation step. So after the analysis, I obtain data. And this data, like I said, is in the form of numbers. Everybody has their own set of numbers, like a phone number. And it is shown as peaks, and each peak is one number. So in the interpretation step, I'm basically comparing the peaks from the evidence samples to those of whatever standards I've received from an individual to see if there's a match, if they're the same, basically. And the final step would be, let's say we have determined, or I have determined that there's a match, like the DNA information from the evidence matches that of the standard. The next step would be to basically speak as to the significance of that match. What that means is what are the chances that somebody else in the population can have that same set of numbers or that same DNA profile. So it gives weight to the actual match.
Now, when you're doing all that work, are there steps taken to ensure and prevent contamination?
Yes, of course. Every single step, at every single step, there are different ways of minimizing contamination.
Now, after you do all these steps, including the statistical analysis that you mentioned a minute ago, is your work reviewed?
Yes, it is peer reviewed.
Why?
because it's a way to make sure that the data is accurate and reliable, as I said. And there are two different types of reviews. One is a technical review, which in this case, the reviewer will go through the data obtained and they reach their own conclusions, and then they compare it to what I obtain and my own conclusions. And then there's an administrative review, which is basically making sure that there are no typographical errors, that there are no mistakes with spelling or grammar or things like that, but that's the administrative side.
And in this case, what type of analysis did you use?
So the DNA analysis performed here is known as STR DNA analysis.
And what is that?
That stands for short tandem, TANDEM, repeats DNA analysis. Like I said before, what I'm trying to do is test different areas in the DNA molecule that have these numerical representations, so this genetic information that is very different from individual to individual. So these fragments in the DNA are highly repetitive, but the length, but the number of repeated fragments differ from individual to individual. That's what allows me to make these comparisons and determinations.
I think you may have answered this question already, but how actually is a match determined?
So actually, no, that's a good question, because a match is determined by looking at the data present in an evidence sample, like location by location, and then comparing that data to the data obtained, the DNA data obtained from a standard sample. Standard sample is like a buccal swab from an individual, or if they took blood from the individual, that it's particular to them. So whatever is obtained for that standard gets compared to the evidence data, and if all the numbers line up between the evidence and the standard sample, that's considered a match.
Okay, and if those matches, if those samples match, what is the next step?
So then we would have a statistical calculation performed, basically, like I said before, to determine the probability that somebody else would have that same DNA profile.
What calculation did you use to generate that statistic in this case?
So for a match probability statistic, we would use what's known as the product rule, and that is a statistical calculation that is made to obtain a number that represents the probability that somebody else in the population has that matching DNA profile. Okay, and when doing that calculation, do you use a database with many different types of DNAs, different races, different ethnical backgrounds? Excuse me. Yes, so a database is used that contains the frequency of observance of the genetic information for all the DNA types found, so that this product rule calculation can be performed by multiplying all of these different frequencies across.
Let's bring in trial attorney Michelle Thomas, who is standing by. We've got to get to our break soon, Michelle, but I want to ask you, speaking of DNA inside of the courtroom, this defendant has 2 children with the shooting victim here, Pedro Jimenez, but she also has a 3rd child, someone that she was pregnant with while she was incarcerated. And it's with someone that she's never seen before. This is according to 7 News there in Miami, where an inmate who lived on another floor in the jail, and she communicated with him through the vents, sharing more than words, it seems. This is something that grabbed headlines, and it's not being allowed to come into this trial at all. Why do you think the judge is keeping it out?
Yeah, I mean, that's quite a bombshell and headline grabber, but it's not a legal factor. The jury has to be focused on what happened the night of the killing and whether she committed second-degree murder. And so the court has to balance the prejudice to the defendant versus the probative value. And given that, though it's definitely a salacious detail, given that the pregnancy happened months after the death of this victim, had nothing at all to do with whether she engaged in self-defense or was a victim of domestic violence or anything along those lines, it could be highly prejudicial to the jury because they could perceive her as being this manipulative person who was in fact able to commit this crime, and character evidence is simply not permissible under those circumstances.
Oh yeah, maybe it comes in at sentencing, showing that I'm imagining that's breaking the rules behind bars. Michelle Thomas, thank you for your analysis. We're going to get everyone back inside of that courtroom when we come back. More of this case against Daisy Link and the toxic relationship murder trial. Thanks for being with us.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott, of course, honored to be with you today. We are in Miami, Florida this afternoon for our newest live trial, the toxic relationship murder trial for Daisy Link, the 30-year-old who made headlines last year, you may recall, for becoming pregnant while in jail, is charged with second-degree murder in the death of her on and off-again boyfriend. Prosecutors say that Link shot Pedro Jimenez in the leg back in June of 2022 before casually walking away. But the defense says Link shot in self-defense. Let's go into court now, where a forensic biologist is testifying to DNA evidence in the case.
We have 21 different locations in the DNA molecule, and this statistical calculation allows us to multiply all the frequencies, and usually if there's a lot of information, it ends up being a pretty big number at the very end.
Can you explain what a DNA mixture is?
Yes. So we have what is called a single profile, which is what we normally see when I obtain a DNA swab from an individual. You would expect to only see one DNA profile, right? So a mixture of DNA profiles is any sample that you have that gives you more than one DNA profile, so 2 or more DNA profiles within a sample.
Okay, and is there a difference between DNA mixtures with a major and minor component and an indistinguishable mixture?
Okay, so a mixture that has a major or minor DNA component to them, all that means is that within the sample itself, there's obviously more than one person. That's what makes it a mixture. But within that sample, there's a predominant profile or an individual that deposited more DNA than others. So you would see it as a predominant DNA profile. And then what we call minor is whatever is left other than that predominant or major profile. So an undistinguishable would be where you have multiple individuals, but you can't really, because of the way that the mixture formed itself, you can't really separate where nothing really stands out. They could be both in equal amounts, or the components of the mixture could be in equal amounts, and that's what makes it undistinguishable.
Okay. And can you briefly explain how you go about interpreting DNA mixtures?
Yes, so a mixture that has 2, 3, 4 individuals, the first step would be to try to determine how many possible contributors are in the mixture. After that, as in this case, through the use of ratios, we can approximate, and looking at the mixture itself, we can tell if there's a predominant DNA profile that we would call a major profile. And if there is a predominant profile, then the next step would be to compare that to whatever standards are available, whatever data we have, in this case from a standard sample, compared to that evidence.
So that was a lot of background about DNA. Let me ask you, have you received any items in this case to analyze under case number PD 2206252105513?
Yes, I have.
What did you receive?
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes briefly.
Do you need to refresh your memory?
Yes, I have the report.
So refresh your memory and if you look up, your memory is refreshed.
Yes, so I basically received swabs from a firearm.
Okay. Where were these items located prior to your examination of them?
They were located in our evidence vault with the evidence custodian within the laboratory.
Okay, when you received these items, were they sealed?
Yes, they were sealed, and they had the correct identifier, and they were intact.
Okay, any evidence of tampering whatsoever?
No, I would have indicated that in my notes.
Did you personally open the package and remove the components of it?
Yes, I did.
And I know you mentioned a couple of swabs. Did that also include a buccal swab?
There was a standard, that's what we call a standard sample swab, present as part of the items.
Okay. Now, what did you do with those items prior to the DNA analysis?
So the items came in the form of swabs, like the cotton tip applicators, and I basically taped them to a 3x5, it looks like a 3x5 index card, and put them in a foil-lined envelope and sealed them, just to retain them to take them through DNA analysis at a later time.
Okay, and I want to back up because we mentioned swabs of people swabs, and those people swabs were of the defendant, is that correct?
There were swabs from the subject, yes.
Okay, and were there other swabs that were submitted to the lab as well?
Yes, there were, but only one set was from, as a standard.
Right. The other swabs, though, where were they from?
They were from a firearm.
On which items exactly did you perform that DNA analysis?
So I performed DNA analysis on 3 items. One which was a swab from the front sight of the firearm.
I'm sorry.
Front sight. Sight.
SIGHT.
Yes.
Sight.
Front sight. Yes. There was a swab from the firearm, all around the firearm, and then lastly a swab of the magazine of the firearm.
And what analysis did you do on those?
Those had DNA analysis, STR DNA analysis performed on them.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from these swabs?
Only from 2 of the swabs. The swab from the front sight of the firearm did not contain enough DNA for me to finish the whole process.
Okay, and after you get those profiles, what do you do next?
Well, the next step would be to interpret whatever data I have. In this case, there were 2 separate samples that provided mixtures of DNA profiles.
Okay. What was the result of that comparison?
Basically, I will start with the first one, which was the swab of the firearm, and that sample generated a mixture of DNA profiles. So it was basically at least 3 contributors, including at least 1 male, but there was a predominant or major DNA profile that was obtained at 18 of the 21 locations tested, and that predominant female DNA profile was found to match, and we call this a partial profile. This was found to match the standard obtained from subject D link.
Now, what was the statistic that you calculated for matching that?
So basically, the result of the statistical calculation was that the probability of finding a DNA profile in the population matching this predominant female DNA profile was 1 in 28.78 septillion.
Septillion. That's a very big number.
Yes.
Do you know just offhand what the population of the Earth is?
It's now about 8 billion.
Okay. And septillion would be significantly larger than that?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one swab. What about the other swab?
So there was another swab, and that was a swab of the magazine. And that swab also generated a mixture of DNA profiles, so more than 1 DNA profile. And that was of at least 2 contributors, including at least 1 male. But that specific DNA sample was a DNA sample with very low-level DNA. And I was not able to make any comparisons because of the type of DNA that was obtained. Again, it was low level, it was not very informative. So the conclusion was that due to the complexity, there were no comparisons made.
Okay. And now, after you obtained that match, what conclusion did you make after all your work that was done?
Well, basically, after performing the statistical calculation, which with the number that I provided, it was determined that because the probability is so rare, it is unreasonable to conclude that somebody else would be the source of that predominant DNA profile found in the mixture of DNA profiles.
Is there a threshold frequency that you also use?
For that specifically, yes, and it's 1 in 320 billion.
Why do you use that threshold?
We use that threshold because it's an approximation of 1,000 times the population of the U.S. itself, which is a little over 300 million. So this is 1,000 times that. So anything above that, we basically conclude that it is unreasonable that somebody else that's not the individual matching would be the source of that DNA profile.
Okay. And if you know the answer, do you know what the population of Miami-Dade County is?
It's a little over 2 million.
And the state of Florida?
It's, I guess, around 20 million, 23 million.
And you mentioned that the United States is about 300 million?
Yes,
And
340 million.
the entire Earth is 8 billion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, John.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, ma'am, you said that as far as the firearm is concerned, you only found testable DNA on 2 of the swabs, correct?
There were only 2 that had enough DNA present for me to perform the full DNA analysis.
Right. One was the magazine.
We're going to put a pin in the toxic relationship murder trial. Before we take a break, we have new developments out of Florida, where Donna Adlesen will be sentenced on Monday. A jury found Adlesen guilty earlier this year of plotting with her son to hire hitmen to kill her daughter's ex-husband. Now, since her conviction, Adlesen has filed a motion for a new trial, and that was swiftly denied. Adlesen faces life in prison for her convictions of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation in Markel's death. We will have that sentencing for you live starting Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern. Now stay tuned. We'll be right back here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Now back to Florida, where day 2 of testimony is underway in the toxic relationship murder trial for Daisy Link. The 30-year-old is accused of fatally shooting her on-again, off-again boyfriend in the leg back in June of 2022. But the defense says that Pedro Jimenez was unhinged and dangerous that day, and that Link had to shoot in self-defense. Let's get you back into court now, where we've been listening to a forensic biologist. Let's go back in.
And the other was just the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Any specific area of the firearm?
The description I obtained was just swab of firearm. No real description as to where.
So we can't say precisely on what part of the firearm the swab came from?
No, I cannot. No.
So you said that there was a mixture of DNA, and I'm focusing on the swab of the firearm right now. You said there was a mixture of DNA, including at least 3 people, and at least one of them is male. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now, from that swab, were you able to obtain that complete male profile?
No, I was not.
So if you were to receive, for example, a DNA swab from a male who may or may not have come in contact with that gun, and you had that swab, would you have been able to test it against this swab of the firearm?
In this case, I couldn't have made a direct comparison because of the complexity of that minor component that I spoke about. The matching profile, the standard profile matched the predominant, what was clear was the predominant DNA profile. That was a female. So anything, including the male, would be part of that minor component that I wouldn't be able to really make any determinations as to whether somebody is included or not.
So even if you had a profile from a male who could have come in contact with that gun, and even though you wouldn't be able to match it, you can, as you sit here, you can tell us, you are able to tell us definitively that at least one male at some point came in contact with this gun because their DNA was on it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, with major and minor profiles, is it sometimes, not necessarily all the time, but sometimes isn't it common for the major contributor to a DNA mixture to be the last person to have contact with the firearm or with the object that you're testing?
That's very difficult to ascertain. We really cannot, as a DNA analyst, I cannot tell you based on what the mixture looks like when there is no time, really no time frame or how. None of those things can be answered, only the data basically that I obtain.
Let me give you an example, and you can tell me if this is reasonably possible based on your knowledge and expertise. Let's say that an individual, a man named Pedro, grabbed this firearm that you tested and pistol whipped somebody with it. Right? Pistol whipped somebody with it multiple times. Then, 5 days later, a female named Daisy shoots that firearm. And then shortly after that, that gun is seized and taken to police, and it ultimately finds its way to your desk. Is it likely or reasonable that the minor contributor could be the man Pedro, who I just mentioned, and the major contributor could be Daisy because she was the one who most recently had the gun and fired it?
Well, no, we can't really say that because there are so many variables that determine how much DNA is left on an item. People, what we call, are shedders. Some are non-shedders of DNA. Some people shed DNA cells more than others. It's very difficult to determine really what level of activity or order of activities or anything of the sort.
And I understand that you can't tell us exactly because you don't have all the information. You only have limited information.
Correct.
But based on the information I just gave you, can you reasonably rule out that scenario that I just laid out for you?
No, I cannot rule out any scenario because I can only tell you what the data says.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. That's all.
Of course.
Yes, sir. To be clear, the majority of the DNA was female belonging to D-Link?
The predominant profile in the mixture, or what we call the major profile was a profile matching that of subject deed link.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
You can step back.
Thank you.
They called Tammy Morales, but can we go separate?
As that witness concludes, let's bring in criminal defense attorney Jeffrey Wolf. Jeffrey, thank you so much for joining us. We know that the defendant is claiming self-defense, and the information about the gun is important. Tell us what you think about this particular testimony.
Experts are not the best people to set up factual scenarios because they are, quite frankly, trained by their own classes that they take to say that they can't tell you any of the circumstances that are present in a case because all they really know are the numbers. They can tell you what the DNA is on there and who it identifies, but they can't tell you where it came from, and they can't tell you with any degree of certainty how it got there. And so the best thing you can do for your client in that circumstance is not go at the state's expert to say, hey, is it possible that she was pistol whipped by the male contributor who you can't even identify? The best thing you can do is to put your own expert on there and talk about how that male DNA could have gotten on there and go through all those factual scenarios with your own expert who's going to be a little bit more friendly towards it and explain it in a little bit more common language for a jury. That's what you want to do with DNA. Going at the state's expert with that, not as useful.
And you're right. I would expect, given we know that she's claiming self-defense, the judge rejected that and said this is a decision for the jury to make. But knowing that she's claiming self-defense, I think this is a case that we can say for certain the defense is going to have to present some testimony. They're going to have to present a case, which they don't always have to, if they are going to go forward on the self-defense claim.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you're talking about DNA and you're talking about that the state is saying there's nothing to identify on the gun to tie him to having touched the gun, you want to bring your own expert in there to cast some doubt at what the state's DNA expert did and what they're saying they can't do, because the state's expert doesn't always get it right. So bring your own expert in there to talk about the faulty assumptions made by the state's DNA expert instead of trying to get the state's DNA expert married to your theory of the case, which they're never going to do for you.
Right, absolutely. And then it may be that the experts, battle of the experts, kind of cancel one another out. We see that happen, but I agree. I think the defense needs to do that. All right, Jeffrey, stand by if you would, please, sir. Coming up next, we'll switch gears and head to Ohio, where the case against Bionca Ellis is beginning to wind down. Now, court has ended there for the day, which means under the court's order, we are now able to show you today's testimony. But first, Court TV's Matt Johnson will join us live next to get us up to speed on the case. Stay with us. All that and more up next.
Street Health.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. Thank you so much for being with us. We want to now turn to Ohio, where the case against Bionca Ellis is winding down. Ellis is accused of fatally stabbing 3-year-old Julian Wood and injuring his mother in a seemingly random attack in a grocery store parking lot that happened last year. Now, court has ended there for the day. Now, under the judge's order, that means that now we are able to show you today's testimony. But first, let's bring in Court TV's Matt Johnson to get us up to speed on the case. Thank you so much. Great to see you, Matt. Tell us what we should be looking for as we're beginning the case from this morning and watching the testimony.
Today was day 4 in this trial, and wow, it was a huge day. Starting off with the fact that the defense started calling witnesses today, including a forensic psychiatrist. Dr. Megan Testa reviewed medical records and evaluated Bionca Ellis over a 20-day period leading up to trial to see if she was competent to stand trial. She also testified about a long history of mental illness of this defendant and treatment, telling the jury this, talking about episodes, hallucinations, including killing El Chapo, being a part of the mob, visions of people coming out of walls. On direct, Dr. Megan Testa was asked this: is it true that she still carries schizophrenia? The doctor said yes. Without medication, she was asked, will it likely return? The doctor also said yes. This is pivotal to the case, as we've been talking about it, Judge, because they are trying to prove not guilty by reason of insanity or defect, which would change the sentencing.
That's right, that she didn't know the wrongfulness of her actions at the time that she committed that crime. So how did the state wrap up its case before the defense started?
It was powerful, it was emotional, and it was really tough for this jury. So the final witness talked about the medical records. It was the medical examiner who was called to the stand. It was very graphic in nature, detailing the injuries to 3-year-old Julian Wood. On direct, Dr. Elizabeth Mooney, she is the deputy ME, was asked the cause of death. And she said it was the multiple stab wounds to the face and back, and then the manner of death, she replied, homicide. There was no cross-examination of this witness. The jurors were sent out of the room. There was an extended break, and I have to imagine that they really needed it because they saw a lot of photos, and from the autopsy, it was just really graphic and really terrible.
I would think that would be just as emotional as listening to his own mother testify as to what happened. Matt Johnson, thank you, of course, for all the updates before we go into this case. And coming up, the lead detective is the first witness of the day. Again, according to the court order, we can just now bring you that testimony. So we will do that. That will be up next.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are in Ohio today for the Toddler Stabbed murder case. Bionca Ellis is accused of stabbing a mother and her child in a seemingly random attack outside of a grocery store last year. Prosecutors say that Ellis fatally stabbed 3-year-old Julian Wood in the face and then stabbed his mother, Margot Wood, after she tried to intervene. The defense doesn't deny that Ellis committed the murder, but says she was insane at the time of the stabbing. We have reached the time now where we can bring you today's testimony. The court issued an order and said we cannot do that until testimony in court has ended for the day. Now that that's happened, let's start with the very first witness of the day, day 4. This is lead detective Sean Ventrice on direct examination by the state.
Good morning. I'm Detective Sean Ventrice, and I work for the North Olmsted Police Department. My first name is spelled S-E-A-N. Last name is V as in Victor, E-N-T-R-I-C-E.
Thank you. You may inquire, Ms.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
You mentioned that you work for the North Olmsted Police Department. Is
I
that
do.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been employed there?
Been employed there for 11 years.
And your title currently is what?
Detective.
And prior to becoming a detective, did you hold any other titles within that agency?
Yes, I did. I was a patrolman.
Okay, for how long?
So I've been in the Bureau since 2023. So I've been up there for 3 years now.
All right. And for the jury, could you briefly describe your background, education, experience that you had to undergo in order to become a law enforcement officer?
Sure. So in 2012, I went to the Polaris Ranger Academy, which is POT accredited by the state of Ohio. I was on patrol, went through the training period, responded to calls, community engagement, state certified CPT courses through the year, which is our requirement to update our certificates and be a police officer in the state of Ohio.
And when you received your promotion to detective, did that cause a shift in your responsibilities and duties?
It did.
Okay, and can you explain to us what your responsibilities and duties are as a detective?
Sure, it's a much larger caseload. So we're a 6-man bureau, as you all learned from prior testimony, including our lieutenant who does handle cases. We further any investigation that is brought up to us by patrol, which is usually felony crimes.
So what types of cases, in your experience, have you investigated in your career?
High-dollar thefts, telecommunications harassments, frauds, internet frauds, robberies, assaults, sex crimes.
Prior to June 2024, had you had the opportunity to investigate a homicide?
I did.
So I want to talk to you about June 3rd of 2024. At that time, were you employed by North Olmsted Police Department?
I was.
And were you a detective at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you work a particular shift?
I did.
Okay, what was that?
So my shift is Monday through Thursday, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. And as a detective, do you kind of assign your officers tasks that they must accomplish during the day or where they should be?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And are you primarily stationed at the police station during your shift?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And during that time, do you receive radio broadcasts where you are located?
I do. We do have a PA system that plays our radio calls. And it's not just us, it's other cities as well. So you really have to pay attention.
So on June 3rd, 2024, did any notable call come through on the radio broadcast system?
Yes.
And can you describe to us what that was?
Well, 1500 hours, which is 3 p.m., we had a report of a black female, a female stabbing patrons in the Giant Eagle parking lot.
Okay. And you just corrected yourself. Did additional descriptions come forward as some time passed?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So the initial description was just a female stabbing patrons at Giant Eagle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when that call comes through, how do you respond?
I throw on my go vest and I run out as fast as possible and go to the threat.
And do you take other officers with you, or do you direct them to respond as well?
I yelled to a couple other officers, and hopefully they caught up with me because I was going with them or without them. So.
Okay. And so do you get into a city-issued vehicle to respond?
Excuse me, yes, I did.
And I know there's been some testimony, I think it's been established, right? This Giant Eagle is very close to the police station in North Olmsted.
It is. It's right across the street.
All right. So once you respond to Giant Eagle, where exactly do you respond to?
So while en route, we did get that further information, and we got word that the female, we found out a black female wearing all black, was actually walking eastbound towards Dover. So I went right there.
All right. So that is your focus when you initially respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Versus going to the Giant Eagle store itself? Is that accurate?
Yes. Okay. To one of the entrances, yes.
All right. So you're going to Dover Center Road. What do you observe upon your arrival to that area?
Well, I had a good understanding of where that person was walking to, so I pulled into the exit, and that's where I found my fellow officers and the suspect.
All right. And do you recall which officers were there on scene when you responded?
I do.
Okay, and who was that?
It was Patrolman Walcott and our canine officer, DiMatteo.
And when you responded, was the suspect already on the ground?
She was.
Okay. And was she in handcuffs?
No, she was not.
All right. And do you recall who secured her in handcuffs?
I do.
Who was that?
That was going to be Sergeant Nick Gerbolja,
right.
with the assistance of Sergeant Petro.
And at the time that you responded to that area, did you ever have the occasion to observe a weapon?
I did.
Okay. And can you describe to us where you observed that weapon to be?
I did. So the actual weapon itself was in a rock bed behind a curb.
Okay. And once the defendant is secured in handcuffs, do you remain in that area?
No, I did not.
Okay, why not?
Because we learned that there was actually 2 victims in the parking lot, so I jumped in the cruiser and went right to that area.
Okay. And did you assign those other officers that were on scene with you to handle the suspect?
Assigned, no. So as spoken in prior testimony, we all play a role, and some of the veteran guys, they know where to fall in that role. It's like a domino. So I saw Petro and Walcott running with a mass casualty bag, and they were already on top of the victim, so I took my role.
All right. So you go to the parking lot. Upon arriving to the parking lot, describe to us what you see.
No, it was chaos. We had people everywhere. We had our officers relieving people from first aid, which was the CPR I spoke prior. People just didn't know what to do. So I started gathering people to get statements.
All right. Now, prior to doing that, did you have the occasion to observe the victim, Julian Wood?
I did.
All right. And can you tell us a little bit about what you observed?
Yeah, so, Julian was laying lifeless, and there was a lot of blood.
Did you personally render any life aid to him?
I did not.
Okay. But other officers were?
Yes, I did.
And upon observing him in that regard, as you've described, what was your next step?
So after I collected as many people as I could that saw the actual incident, I was approached by some Westlake detectives, my other fellow officers, and we directed them to do a secondary search inside Giant Eagle because we didn't know. It was unclear at first if it took place in Giant Eagle or outside the parking lot. So we just wanted to make sure that there's nobody else that needed our help inside.
Right. Did you have the opportunity to see whether Julian was transported by ambulance from the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you know where he was transported to?
Yes, he was actually driven to the hospital by one of my detectives. My partner, Detective Butcher, drove the ambulance to St. John's.
Is that usual?
Absolutely not.
Okay, and why did that happen here?
Because the amount of effort needed to help Julian was greater than the manpower, I guess I can explain it. They needed all hands on deck in the back of the squad.
All right. So you assist with gathering statements from folks, is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
And were there people just kind of observing the chaos as you've described as well?
Yes.
Okay, and you kind of farmed those people or weeded them out, so
yes.
to speak. All right. And how did you get the people who witnessed something to make a written statement?
Well, as best as I could, I yelled out to everybody multiple times, whoever saw this, come to me with my hand in the air.
Okay. And did, in fact, persons come to you to give statements?
Yeah, I mean, it's a chaotic scene, so it takes people quite some time to actually understand and react to that. They're sucked into what's going on, so I screamed multiple times for people to come to me.
And you did, in fact, collect some statements from folks?
I did. So I started handing them out, and I passed on the responsibilities.
Okay. Did there come a time where you were assigned as the lead detective in this case?
So usually we are assigned by our lieutenant, but since I bounced around and did so much, I just self-assigned myself to this.
Okay. But you did work in tandem with other detectives, sergeants, and officers within your agency. Is that accurate?
It is very accurate, yes.
But you are the lead detective in this case, are you not?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. And given that role, did you take additional steps in the investigation in this matter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take photographs in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what photographs did you take?
So after I passed on the responsibilities of getting witness statements, I responded back to the actual arrest scene, and we got that taped off. I am an evidence tech. I was a prior FTO as well. So I started processing that area where the murder weapon was found.
Okay. And if I showed you some of those photographs today here in court, could we talk about them together?
We could.
Detective, I'm going to put on the Mondo pad some of the photographs, okay?
Sure.
Starting with State's Exhibit 57. Do you see what I placed up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Did you take that photograph?
I sure did.
And what is this photograph depicting?
So that is what I call an overall photo that establishes location from Giant Eagle to where you'll see where we found the actual murder weapon.
Okay. State's Exhibit 58. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, that would be another overall of the exit where Bionca was arrested.
State's Exhibit 59.
Again, this is going to be an overall, but this also establishes where the murder weapon was found. If you look further into where that bush is, just to the right of the actual cruiser, there's the orange cone that I placed to mark where that murder weapon was located in the rock bed.
Okay. State's Exhibit 60.
Sure. So Exhibit 60 is going to be an overall of that cone, establishing where the murder weapon was found.
And when you arrived on scene, you testified that the defendant was already laying on the ground.
Yes, she was.
And was she, where was she laying down? Was she on the road here or in this rock bed?
She was on the concrete, not in the rock bed.
State's Exhibit 61.
Sure. So Exhibit 61 is going to be a mid-range photo of a fixed object. That fixed object is going to be that light pole with the concrete. So that means that fixed object, it's going to be there all the time. And that just establishes where and location that murder weapon was found.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 62.
This would be a close-up of the actual murder weapon itself.
Okay, so in these prior photos that you testified to, the weapon had not yet been picked up. It was just kind of concealed by the cone.
Correct.
So 62 is depicting exactly where the knife was located.
That is exactly where the knife was located.
And is this a fair and accurate description of how this knife appeared on June 3rd when you observed and collected it?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 63?
That is a close-up of the murder weapon covered in blood.
Same question for all those photographs, Exhibits 57 to 63. Are those fair and accurate depictions of how the crime scene appeared to you on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. So, getting back to the different steps that you took in your investigation, after you take these photographs that we just went through, what was the next step that you took in your investigation?
So, just listening to all the radio traffic, we had people doing secondaries in Giant Eagle. We had people collecting other evidence at other stores. We had people going to check video. So all that stuff was covered, so I went to the hospital.
You went to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
And what was your reasoning for going to the hospital?
Well, that reason is acting as an evidence tech. I went to the hospital to help other officers and direct them what needed to be done.
Okay. And were you concerned with making further contact with the victim's family?
Yes, I was.
All right, and why so?
As hard as it is and how uncomfortable it may be, you got to get a statement. You have to understand what happened. You got to talk to the nurses. You have to list the people that helped. And you have to get photos.
All right.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Jeffrey Wolf. Jeffrey, to me, this is some of the best presentation of a case by the prosecution throughout this trial, because beginning to end, she has not missed a detail. She even asked the officers, he's laying the groundwork of what happened when he was at the station. And did you get into a city-issued car? Yes. How far away is the store? It's across the street. Walking through every single detail, including someone who literally runs into the gunfire when he hears there's an emergency like this, describes that, but then gets choked up as he's describing his observations of Julian Wood lifeless and bleeding.
Yeah, I mean, this is a case where the prosecution is going to have to lay this scene out extremely well for the jury. And not because they have to prove guilt, okay? The defense is admitting guilt in this case. What they're saying is it's not guilty by reason of insanity. So laying out this case in painstaking detail for the jury is important, because they're going to have the jury understand the severity and the emotion of this case to overcome what is clearly a disturbed individual, to say that this is not something where she didn't understand what she was doing and didn't understand it was wrong. There's going to have to be no mistake in this jury's mind that this person knew exactly what she was doing. And they're going to have to be very emotionally tied to how horrific this was, because make no mistake, this was a very horrific crime. And the bottom line is this person is clearly sick and not well. And the question is, how sick and how unwell was she? And did she understand what she was doing at that time? And in order for the prosecution to really have a solid case here, they want every detail of this day burned into this jury's mind, so that it's all they're thinking about as they sit through what the defense is going to have them sit through next.
I agree with you, but I have to say some of the details, yes, not well, yes, sick, but does it amount to insanity at the time that it happened, not understanding the wrongfulness of her actions? Because there are details in the last 30 seconds, if you would comment, that indicate, I mean, she was cooperative. She tossed the knife aside. And so throughout this entire episode, she's done things that I think would make you believe she knew exactly what she was doing.
Well, even children understand when a cop comes up to you with their gun drawn and tells you to drop the weapon, you drop the weapon. And so I don't know that that gets over whether somebody is insane at the time of this as they're walking around ranting with a knife in their hand. Insanity is a strange one, Judge Ashley, and this is a very, very odd case.
And we have to rely on the experts. We haven't heard from the defense's expert yet, so I appreciate all your comments. Thank you so much, Jeffrey Wolf, for joining us. Coming up next, Michael Ayala joining me for more testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial for Bionca Ellis. We'll be right back.
Make your moment shine. Visit 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott.
Are you sure?
I know. I thought I must have said I'm Michael Ayala. I'm like, I don't know what's happening to me today.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice, and we are in Ohio this afternoon for the Toddler Stabbed murder trial.
Back in June of last year, Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son, Julian, had just checked out at the grocery store and were headed to their car when they were attacked and stabbed in the parking lot.
Prosecutors say it all began when the defendant, Bionca Ellis, became agitated earlier that day after not being able to collect all of her belongings at a police station.
She then proceeded to obtain a knife from a thrift store. There is in the video, and she picked it out, and she made her way to the grocery store where the attack took place.
The defense doesn't deny that Ellis's actions, but they say that she has a history of schizophrenia and was off her meds on that day.
Let's get back into court now. A reminder, the judge had ordered we could not bring any of this testimony, of course, until they finished for the day. They finished for the day, so this is the first witness of today, day 4. It's the lead detective still on direct examination.
Did you in fact take photographs at the hospital?
I did.
And did you take photographs of Julian and his wounds?
I did.
Did you speak with any medical professionals at St. John's?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you learn about the wounds that he suffered?
I learned at 16:20 that he was pronounced dead.
And did you learn about the nature of the wounds that he sustained?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
The wound he received to his cheek actually went in and cut a piece of his tongue. The wound that he received to his back.
Overruled. Go ahead and finish what you learned.
The wound that he received to his back was so deep that it actually sliced his lung.
Did there come a time where you interviewed anyone associated with this case?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that?
I spoke to Bionca's mother at a later time.
All right, and do you remember when you talked to her?
I do. It was on the 5th of June, 2024, about 10:45 in the morning.
Okay. And you're aware that one of your detectives interviewed the defendant, are you not?
Excuse me, I think I actually spoke to her on the 4th.
Okay, so then the day after.
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that Marjorie Jones from North Olmsted interviewed the defendant in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And was your interview with Bionca Ellis's mother before or after that interview, if you recall?
It was after.
Did there come a time where you obtained a buccal swab from this defendant?
I did.
Okay, and why is that important?
So as testified by the coroner's office, we want to provide a standard of a known suspect, so they can confirm if that is that person's DNA or not.
Okay. And is that standard in a lot of the cases that you investigate?
It is.
All right, so you oversaw this whole investigation, lots of moving parts and players, fair to say?
Yes.
And did you have the opportunity to later take further photographs of the weapon that was used?
I did, yes.
And was that after the weapon was collected and removed from the crime scene?
It was, so I did collect that murder weapon from the scene.
Okay. So if I showed you some photographs of how that weapon was photographed later, could you talk to us about that?
Yes, absolutely.
What's the exhibit numbers?
67, 371.
Thank you.
May I approach the witness?
One moment. Counselor, have you seen those?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, thanks.
All right, Detective, I'm placing before you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 67, 2001. You recognize what I'm placing before you?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
These are going to be the evidence photos I took that I took myself, prepping these to be entered into our BEAST system.
What's Beast?
The Beast is the program we use to collect and store evidence. It's just a data entry system.
Okay. All right, so for the jury, we'll show on the screen State's Exhibit 67. Detective, what is this photograph?
So this photograph is the murder weapon covered in blood with a ruler, and we actually would call that a scaled photo to give an understanding of how long that actual weapon is.
And we see some numbers handwritten above the knife. What does that denote?
That is the case number. That is a report number.
Your report number. State's Exhibit 68.
Just a little bit more of a close-up photo.
And again, this is exactly how the knife was found from the scene, not cleaned or touched in any regard.
Correct.
State's Exhibit 69.
It's just furthering the process. It's another photo of the actual knife. You have the report number up top, and then we're just boxing it.
And why do you box it?
To keep it safe, to keep whatever's on it intact.
And then State's Exhibit, suppose that one's not marked. It's going to be State's Exhibit 70.
Sure, so that's the other side of the knife, showing the sticker from volunteers.
All right. And then finally 71.
A close-up of that sticker.
Okay, thank you. So Detective, once you place that weapon in the box, what comes of it?
Well, we make sure the box is filled out, we seal it correctly, and then we put it into the outer property room, which is then handled by our property room manager.
Your Honor, I'm just going to show the witness this exhibit.
72.
I'm sorry, this is 222.
Thank you.
Detective, I'm facing before you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 222. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
This is the box you saw on the prior photos. This is my initials. This is how well, this is not how I sealed it. This has been sealed since the testing at the coroner's office.
Okay. And does that box, in fact, contain the weapon used in this murder?
It does.
So, getting back to the all hands on deck aspect of this case, did there come a time where your neighboring community of Westlake assisted your agency with this case?
They did.
Okay, and what did they do to help?
They assisted in the Giant Eagle, the secondary search that I spoke of. They also assisted in checking neighboring stores. I was provided Axon photos from Things Outlet. I was provided Axon photos of the other knife that was dropped outside of Things.
Okay.
And they also provided drone footage.
Drone footage.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Does North Olmsted have a drone?
We do now.
You do now?
We do now.
Okay, but in June of 2024, you did not?
No, we were in the startup process of that.
Okay. And so Westlake has a drone. Did you communicate with them about using it or borrowing it? Or?
I did not.
Okay. So how did you come to obtain drone footage from Westlake?
I believe they dropped it off, and Patrolman Walcott entered it into our evidence.
All right. So they took it upon themselves to help in that regard?
They did.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review the images and video that was produced from Westlake Police's drone?
Yes, I have.
All right, so if we could, let's talk a little bit about those items. There are a lot of photographs. Detective, we're not going to talk about every single one, of course, but I would like to list them all before you.
Sure.
What was that again, this particular?
I'm sorry, Judge. 132 to 149. And then there's two outside of the sequence, 212 and 213, the end of that pile.
If I can look at those just briefly, sure.
And then there's another stack. This is 904 to 933. Yes.
Mr. Matthew, you've had a chance to review those as part of the discovery?
I know they were the discovery.
Okay, thank you.
And then I'm going to go. take some of this back from you. I'm going to give you that stack. And this one, if you could take your time, look through it for a moment.
Just for the record, which ones are you looking at?
I have State Exhibit 132
Through 149 and then
through.
issue 2. Yeah, just let me know when you reviewed them. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, so Detective, what is contained in the first stack I shared with you, 132 to 149?
132 to 149 is going to be overall shots, which appear to be somewhat of an overall close-up shot of the actual attack scene.
Okay, so let's look up at the screen, State's Exhibit 132. What does this photograph depict?
This depicts the aftermath of the attack.
Now, at the time that this photograph was captured, obviously there are no persons on scene. Was the scene contained by tape?
It was.
Okay. And this is, would you classify this as an aerial view above?
Yes, I would, yes.
Was it fair to say all of the pictures that you reviewed are drone produced?
They are drone produced, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So quickly, we'll just run through 132 to 138, Detective, are going to be similar shots of what you just described.
Yes, they are.
Okay. And I know that a drone produced these images, but you were at the scene and you've reviewed these photographs.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene.
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, this is State's Exhibit 139. It's a video, but there's just a little bit of movement from like the wind.
I think that was a start up and stop.
State's Exhibit 141. What is this?
Again, I think that was a start up and stop. If we go to the next.
142.
Yes. I think this is what he meant to do.
Oh,
Yes, ma'am. So this is just going to show the area where the murder weapon was found and collected.
and at this time, the weapon is already collected and gone.
Already collected and gone, that's correct.
And that's showing the picture, Michael, of where she tossed the weapon, that 8-inch knife, after this incident, but also the brutality of the injuries and hearing each thing that she did. I still need to hear more from an expert to believe this might have been insanity at the time.
Yeah, we haven't heard the defense's case yet. Obviously, they're going to call their expert to explain it. The stuff that happened beforehand could have been triggering events to sort of shift her into this other personality, or it could just be acting out on this anger that she felt. Again, I'm with you. We just don't know yet.
Yeah.
We'll have to wait to see all the evidence.
Yeah, but to hear the brutality again of the injuries and what happened for multiple witnesses is hard, and this jury is enduring it. We will take a break here. When we come back, of course, we'll get you back inside the courtroom. Stay tuned.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
for you.
I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. She stabbed the back of the trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Harrowing stuff. That's Margot Wood recalling the terrifying moment that Bionca Ellis began stabbing her and her 3-year-old son in the parking lot of a grocery store.
Julian Wood, the 3-year-old, ended up dying from his injuries, and now Ellis faces life in prison without parole for his death and for the attempted murder of his mother.
But the defense claims that Ellis suffers from schizophrenia and was insane at the time of the stabbing.
And again, per the court order, we're bringing this testimony to you now that court has finished for the day. So we want to go back inside the courtroom. The lead detective is testifying to drone video of the crime scene.
And at this point, are you on scene then in the parking lot, or is this much later in the day, do you know?
I am not on scene in the parking lot.
Do you know about when the scene was ultimately cleared?
No, I do not.
What are we doing now on the screen?
We are viewing an overall video from the location of the murder weapon to the location of Giant Eagle and the attack scene.
Okay, so quite a large area and was cordoned off.
It was.
Now, we still see patrons coming into the shopping center, do we not?
We do.
Do you know other, were citizens informed of what had transpired, or
I don't.
really no way to?
I don't know that, yeah.
Okay. And then State's Exhibits 143 through 149, I believe will be kind of duplicative. So if you could just describe 143 for us.
Sure, so that's an aerial photo, which we call, again, an overall photo of the location of the attack scene.
Right, and were these photographs helpful to you in your investigation of this case?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
Well, it establishes the amount of cars there, the amount of potential people that were there, and then where the actual attack took place.
Right, and without a drone, you couldn't really get that vantage point, right?
No, you cannot.
Now let's move on to some additional photos. This is the stacked State's Exhibits 904, 933. Again, we're not going to talk about each and every one. Maybe let's just go by one, and then if there's something that is notable to you, we can discuss it further. This is State's Exhibit 904. Anything unique about this photo to you?
No, it's just, I believe that's the start of the grid for the overall photo as a whole.
906, we see some emergency vehicles on the scene.
We do.
Okay, so talk about 918. What do you see in this exhibit?
Well, that kind of paints a picture of our response, our initial response. Shows the attack scene, shows our ambulance, our fire department guys, and where our cruisers were located.
Okay. Same thing with 919.
Right, so again, that's an overall photo of the attack scene.
All right, 924. Why is this photo significant, if it is?
That's going to be the drive-through pharmacy area. We'll just call it north of that is going to be the drive-through area where Mr. Bush was picking up his DoorDash delivery.
All right, 926.
So at the top right of that picture is going to be the north entrance exit, Giant Eagle, and that the parking spots with the yellow lines, that's where people pick up their online orders, or if people are delivering food, that's where they pick up their order.
Yeah, and this photograph also gives us an idea of how close, really, the crime scene is to that.
Absolutely, yes. The attack scene is right there off to the left side of that photo.
And criminal defense attorney Sam Bassett. Sam, thank you so much for joining both of us here today. Let me ask you, so, I have applauded the prosecution for walking through every single detail with each of their witnesses and really telling the narrative in every detail for the jury to hear. But now with the drone video, it doesn't really give us any additional information. It gives us a different perspective so you can really put yourself there at the crime scene. Is it too much? Might it lose the jury, or do you think it's compelling to present?
I think it's compelling in a regular case, maybe not quite in this type of case. You don't want to drag things on in too much detail for too long a period of time to lose focus on the issue at hand here. Nobody's questioning that she did a horrible thing, and nobody's questioning it was a terrible act. Now, there was one little piece of testimony about where she put the knife that might be somewhat important on the issue of sanity. She had the wherewithal to hide the knife after the incident, so that can be argued that shows she was in a kind of a state of mind of some rationality. But other than that, a lot of this detail doesn't go to the heart of the issue.
It's interesting. Yeah, I would agree. The officer testified yesterday, Sam, that as he was rolling up towards her, she recognizes him as being a police officer, and that's when she throws the knife down to the side. And that could really say two things. One, she's either trying to hide the knife, or she realizes if she holds on to that knife, that could put her life in danger. And quite frankly, either one of those is not good for her defense.
Sure. Responding, knowing somebody is a police officer and you have to obey their commands, again, shows some level of rational thinking, and that could work against her defense.
And how do you differentiate between she has a mental health illness, we know that, and she may not have been doing well at the time of the incident, versus that next step over the line of, and it meant that she could not understand the wrongfulness of her actions? Is an expert going to be the only way the defense can try to establish that, Sam?
I think so. I mean, that's the main way you establish it. The prosecution in these cases usually emphasizes the horrific nature of the act to kind of tap into the emotions of the jurors who may not want to find her not guilty by reason of insanity emotionally. So the defense's job will be to educate the jury through somebody with a lot of experience in mental health as to how somebody could actually lose a sense of right and wrong due to their mental illness.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you're going to have to explain how, based on what we just talked about, she's in it, right? And then maybe out of it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because
in
after, again, in these moments, how they sort of come and go. That's something that I'd be looking for in that expert testimony. All right, Sam, stand by. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have more from that Ohio courtroom. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Let's get you back now to more testimony from the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of the defendant, Bionca Ellis.
The prosecutors say that Ellis randomly stabbed 3-year-old Julian Wood and his mother, Margot, outside of an Ohio grocery store last June. Her defense doesn't deny that she did it, but they are trying to prove that she was insane or didn't appreciate the nature of her actions at the time of the attack.
Still on the stand, we have lead detective Sean Ventris, who is going over photos and evidence gathered at the scene of the crime.
929.
It's just going to be an overhead shot of the north entrance exit. It shows the roof a little bit.
All right. That's the end of that series. Thank you for going through those with me.
Say that again.
I said that was the end of that series.
Did you address 212 and 213?
I did not.
Okay.
Yeah. Detective, if you would actually just take a look at 212 and 213. I know they were at the bottom of that 149.
I only bring it up, they were out of sequence. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure if they were the overhead view that was used before.
Anything notable about either of those exhibits?
And 212 is just another overall photo. I think this is how they start their grid, and it does show the bottom of the water tower. In an ambulance, that's about it. And then 213 is another overall shot of the entrance exit to Dover Center where Bionca was arrested.
That permission to publish that the jury, those two photos, because they're not on the screen.
Oh, 212 and 213, sure.
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Detective, within the footage provided by Westlake Police Department, was there an additional video that you were aware of that was taken of the overall area?
I believe there was. There's also an overall grid photo.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about the overall grid photo first. This is 187.
Okay.
It's been testified to by some other witnesses. Detective, I'm facing for you with the Marshall States Exhibit 187. Do you recognize it? If so, how?
I do.
And what is it?
It is going to be the attack location, Giant Eagle, and it actually provides the entrance exit to where Bionca was arrested.
And we've seen this map in the trial previously, yes?
Yes, we have.
And why is this map useful to us?
Well, for the person that's not aware of this location, it gives them a pretty good understanding of where Giant Eagle is located, how it faces, and where the arrest took place.
Okay. Let's move on to State's Exhibit 188 then. The video that was generated by the drone. Do you recall watching about a 1-minute video that was produced by the Westlake drone?
I do.
All right. I'm playing with the Markham State's Exhibit 188. It's about 1 minute in length. Detective, you testified about the chaotic nature of the scene. At the time that this drone is capturing footage, it seems like everybody's gone. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Why is it important, if it is, to you that this drone is capturing this footage for you?
Well, it shows us the cars that were left there, shows our cruisers there, and it just gives a broad overall shot of the attack scene.
I did want to go back briefly. I asked you about obtaining a buccal swab from the defendant. Do you recall me asking you that?
I do.
If I showed you in court today the buccal swab that's contained in a sealed envelope, could you identify it for us?
Yes, I could.
224. Thank you. Yes, you may. Thanks.
Detective, what is this exhibit?
So this is going to be the DNA standard, also known as a buccal swab from Bionca Ellis.
Okay. And did you in fact collect that standard as you
I did.
observed here?
Mhm.
Okay. And you talked about surveillance from neighboring businesses to Giant Eagle. Did you have the opportunity to collect hard drives or external drives that contain surveillance from those businesses?
We did collect that through Detective Roman, yes.
All right, and if I showed you just a copy of that today in court, could you identify it for us?
I sure could.
This is 225, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Detective, this is exhibit 225. Do you recognize that?
I do, ma'am. This is going to be the thrift store footage, which is also known as Volunteers of America.
Thank you.
All right. So, Detective, you testified to being on scene and observing the defendant being arrested. Do you see her in court today?
I do.
Thank you.
I'll note the stipulation that Ms. Ellis would be identified by this witness. Thank you.
Thanks. Detective, did you have any observations of the defendant on scene with regard to her behavior or anything she may have said?
I did.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
So when I arrived on scene, Patrolman Walcott did have Bionca at gunpoint. He had already given her orders to lay down, which I understand she did. Any further orders she was given as to, turn over, or place your hands behind your back, to stand up, to turn around, she complied without hesitation.
Did you ever hear her say anything?
I did not.
Now, Detective, have you had the opportunity to work with the prosecutor's office to prepare for this trial?
Yes, I have.
And within that preparation, did you have the opportunity to collaborate on a video that compiles a lot of the surveillance that you've testified to today in court?
Yes, I did.
All right. And if I played that compilation video for you and the jury this morning, would you be able to identify it for us?
Yes, I would.
Let's see. Sidebar.
Yep.
All right, coming up next, we do need to take a break, but Michael, we're going to have a surveillance video compilation. We, meaning this is something the jury sees as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. We'll bring that to you next here on Court TV.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adlesen hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving. This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
All right, now back to the toddler stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis.
The prosecutors say that Ellis stole a knife from a thrift store, walked into a grocery store next door, and then followed Margot Ellis and her son Julian outside. That, in the parking lot, is where she stabbed them for no apparent reason.
Sadly, Julian died from his injuries, and Ellis is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity.
Let's get you back into court now. Jurors are watching surveillance videos of the crime scene from surrounding stores. Michael, I just want to make clear that this should be put together as a continuous video, all the videos they have of that.
Yeah, I think they're probably putting together a timeline of her travels from the police station where this kind of, at least in their terms, begins and ends with the stab.
And the prosecution is using this as part of their case. Let's get you back in. Michael, just want to point out, you and I were discussing, that is the defendant in the wheelchair with her suitcase at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and again, I'm not sure if she's actually leaving the police station or going to it, but earlier on in the day, we know she had that wheelchair. She goes to the police station, and again, this is important because not only are you showing what she was doing, which will aid you in knowing maybe what she was thinking, because she seems in clear state of mind going to the police to get her stuff, right? So something obviously happens from the moment that, well, she doesn't get her stuff and gets angry. And the timeline is short. It's like 20 minutes or so, right? That from this angering situation to when she goes and stabs the victim. So I think that is really important for the jury to see and understand.
And just to remember that the grocery store where the stabbing occurred is across the street from the police station, and then the vintage store is next door to the grocery store.
Yeah, now she's in a wheelchair. I'm not sure why. Obviously, in the other videos, she'll be walking. Here, she seems to be pushing herself along in the wheelchair. Again, could this be part of the psychosis? I do not know. So, Judge, you just saw there, again, she was pushing herself along, sitting in the wheelchair. Now she gets up and she seems to be walking fine.
Right.
I don't know why she has the wheelchair or why she feels she needs it. Again, who is this helping?
Right.
The defense or the state?
I think that's going to be the argument. It could be argued either side. So I think she just wanted to get there quicker. So she stands up. Now, as I understand it, Michael, this is walking and it's an increased speed. They have that at the bottom, obviously, but I believe this is walking in to the police station, and based on the witness's testimony of day one, first witness for the state, she came in to the person who worked behind the glass asking for some of her property.
And I will say this, she had been arrested or dealt with by the police. Not even sure if she was arrested, but she had an issue with police. Someone had called the police thinking that she was someone who needed help, someone who was in distress.
Yes.
And so the police picked her up, and they, obviously during that interaction, kept some of her stuff. Here she's returning to get some of that stuff.
And that included, according to the first witness's testimony, money that she was looking for because she said she needed it to have a place to stay.
Yes, needed a place to stay.
And And Michael, I just have to comment, the other thing that witness said, that first witness is the woman who's behind the glass that we cannot see that works at the police department. She said during this part of the interaction that Bionca Ellis seemed fine, and she didn't notice anything unusual or bothersome about her demeanor or personality.
Excellent point. She said she was pretty coherent, explaining what had happened, that she had been, dealing with police 4 days before, and she's coming now to get her stuff back because she needed the money, et cetera, et cetera. So again, good point, and something that's certainly helpful to the state's case.
Well, Michael, that seemed to happen suddenly. She left her wheelchair, her suitcase, and now it appears as if that's the walk she took and goes to the thrift store. That's next. Now, again, this is in 2 times the speed we were just speaking about. Of course, the defense must have agreed to that, and it's quicker to show it to the jury because it's about 20 minutes in length. But there's the scene where she's literally looking at knives to pick the right one.
Yes, and again, it happened right after it. And according to testimony from that initial witness who worked at the police station, her demeanor changed, right? Once she told her you could not get your stuff today, she left and her demeanor changed. And we saw that there. And it's interesting because she seemed to be running to that store. And again, it's increased speed. Quickly, I want to bring in our guest, still with us, criminal defense attorney Sam Bassett. Sam, in order for the prosecutor to play this video at increased speeds, you would think the defense would have to agree to it because that's something that could be prejudicial. And I say on this part, it seems kind of prejudicial because it speeds up the time it takes her to get from the police station to this store, which could play into the narrative put forth by prosecutors.
I agree. I don't think I'd agree to a speeded up version of this. I think trials are sometimes arduous and detailed, but for God's sake, this lady's on trial for murder. I would definitely want it played in real time so the jurors could grasp the situation in the way it really happened instead of speeding it up.
And there's that little square, Sam, around the defendant going to the left so that you can see that she, Michael, as I understand, walked out of the store with the knife without paying, if I recall testimony correctly. Do you recall?
Yes, absolutely. And she is charged with theft.
That's right.
She's charged with the theft of that knife.
And here she goes. Sam, as you're watching this, are you noting anything about her that you think would be strong to use for the defense?
I think she seems to be aimless and a little bit random about what she's doing and where she's going. I think the expert testimony talking about this video for the defense might be actually more helpful than us just looking at it. But she does look a little bit zombie-like in some parts of the video, for sure.
And I don't disagree with you, but on the other hand, I think that it could be characterized as opposed to zombie-like as purposeful.
True. And that's why this is really a trial that will heavily lean on expert testimony, I think, in the ultimate decision.
Let me ask you something, Sam. I know you're not an expert, et cetera, in mental health, but when I think about what might have been going on with this woman, we know that she's supposed to be on meds. Defense is claiming she wasn't. She is upset, and something happens at that police station that kind of flips her, and it looks like she then decides to go get this knife. Then she goes to the store. That's what we're seeing. And shortly thereafter, we're going to see what happens and unfolds with the victim in this case. And one can wonder if she had been on her meds, the anger, maybe she dealt with her anger differently. The not being on her meds, her psychosis, put her in a position where she responded to her anger in this way, where the thought was, I'm going to get a knife and I'm going to do something crazy. And so my question is, she knows that she's doing something mean, but she's only responding that way because she's not on her meds and her mind isn't functioning right. Is that enough?
Well, I think it can be. You know, all this activity before the actual crime, you have to remember mental illness, psychosis, schizophrenia manifests itself not always in just flailing about and acting irrationally in a physical way. We don't know what's going on inside her head as she walks around and gets a knife and walks out of the store. But I do think it's important to understand through expert testimony the type of behaviors that are associated with a loss of reality and schizophrenia.
And Michael, I didn't notice before how obvious that knife is in what we just saw, swinging her arm. Clearly it was a knife for anybody in the store. You would have thought someone might have noticed that knife quickly, Michael.
You know, you see so many crazy things out there in the world.
Yeah,
Maybe
right.
people didn't notice, but I certainly feel like I would have noticed.
Yeah, you're right.
It
All
said
right.
something.
Yeah. Sam Bassett, we're out of time with you. Thank you so much for being on with us.
All right, folks, stick around. Coming up, we're going to have more testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial for Bionca Ellis. We're going to show you more of that video. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala.
And I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. The case against accused murderer Bionca Ellis is close to wrapping up. Today, the state rested its case in chief in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial in Ohio after calling 2 witnesses. And then after that, the defense began its case.
The defense is trying to prove that Ellis is not guilty by reason of insanity in the stabbing death of 3-year-old Julian Wood. Now, Julian was riding in a grocery cart when he and his mother were attacked by Ellis outside the Giant Eagle grocery store in June of last year. Margot Wood suffered a stab wound to the arm, but she did survive. Yesterday, she broke down several times while testifying about what happened that fateful day.
Oh, emotional testimony. Now, because of a court order, we are not allowed to bring you testimony until court ends for the day. They ended for the day, which is why we are now able to catch you up on the trial. So we want to go back into the courtroom. The jury is watching surveillance video of the defendant. We started that video shortly before the break at the police station at the beginning of the day, and then we see her going to the thrift store where she got the knife, and now she's in the grocery store.
Yes.
All right, let's go back in. Michael, let's point out, you see, now see, I think right there, there's the defendant, and you saw the mother pushing the cart. She kind of had to jerk to go around her, and that's when the defendant turned around. I think that triggered her in some way.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the argument for the prosecutors, that this may have been some sort of targeted attack, not because she knew the woman, but she decided in that moment, and again, knowing that she made that decision, that she was going to take out her anger on this particular person.
Yeah, I think there is a strong argument. It's just a crazy case. Now, that's obviously still a picture of the grocery store. It's hard to see the defendant. Now we change it. There she goes. Now, where is, I know, I think that at this, there she is.
Ahead.
She did move
ahead.
She didn't
stay behind her the whole time.
Yeah, that's right.
I just realized that. I thought she was behind her the whole time. She actually goes ahead of her. She sees her again. She's looking for her again. Sees her going in the opposite direction out of a different door and goes through that door after her.
I'd love to bring in our guest, Michael Jafer, because Michael, Michael Ayala, now that we watch that and see her go in front and then kind of wait and pick her up again, and now we see after paying for the groceries, the victim is leaving, and there she goes following her out. It just looks like she tracked her. Michael Jafer, tell us your thoughts. Does it look to you like she's purposefully tracking and following the victim?
It does not look to me like she's stalking the victim. It does not look to me like she's tracking the victim. It looks to me like she's having some sort of a break from reality. What we're watching is sinister and evil, but I think the fact that she walked ahead does bode in favor of the defense theory that this person did not appreciate the wrongfulness of what she did.
But Mike, she actually goes ahead of them. She's ready to go out that door. She stops, turns around, looks back and sees the woman going in a different direction and goes and follows in that direction. I'm not sure how you're seeing that as being sort of aimless activity.
So no, I don't think it's aimless activity. I think that this woman had a break from delusion, because when she didn't bump into her inside the grocery mart, the victim and her son moved out of the way, and then she just turned around and just followed them, and then she walked ahead, and then when she turned around, if they were not walking out of the grocery store, I believe she might have just stabbed somebody else. This woman had a clear break from reality.
Hang on one second, Michael. I'm only interrupting you because I want viewers to understand. On the left, the woman in black is the defendant who was walking along the cars. You can see down where the attack is happening, Michael Ayala.
Yes, we're showing you the parking lot now, and you can see sort of a little scuffle there going.
So she walked through the cars, and there Julian and the mother are with the buggy and walking down that middle aisle in between the cars, and then you can see Bionca Ellis, the defendant, coming back around, Michael.
Yeah, and walking much further behind her than I initially thought, because I said, well, was she 5 feet behind her? How close were we? She was actually pretty far behind her, and then I guess speeds up and gets to her. Now, right now, that's where the actual attack is happening, up in that sort of upper center of the screen there.
And you can see that the mother has grabbed Julian. She's now on the ground. It happened so quick, Michael. The witnesses have said that, but it's a whole different thing to actually see a video of it. And I do not see that it says it's twice the speed, which it was previously. I think this is now normal speed. That was quick.
Yeah, Mike, earlier we saw parts of this video. The earlier part where she's kind of walking, etc., walking from the police station to the thrift store, it seems speeded up, and I would imagine the defense would have had to have agreed to that. Do you agree, and would you have agreed? I mean, would you have agreed to let them speed it up?
I would not have agreed to let them speed it up, and I know they agreed to it. That I think that is very bad form. I think that if your theory is that this woman, because their theory is she was still holding the knife when the police showed up, so she clearly did not appreciate the wrongfulness of what she did. Speeding it up shows that it's more deliberate than if let's say it was slowed down to half the size. It would not half the speed. It would not have looked as deliberate as it ended up looking at when it was sped up. So that's what I would have done.
And now we're watching as witnesses who have testified about what happened are coming to her aid, are coming to help, are seeing what happened. You can't even, it happened so quickly, but then it felt like it became chaotic quickly because of the number of people responding. That's a good thing. They were responding, but you can see now why the officers say it was chaotic when they got there.
Yeah, no, this sorry, Michael. Sorry.
Go ahead, Michael.
No, yeah, this would have caught everybody by surprise, right? Who would think that in a if you're a juror and you're sitting, we ask our jurors for a lot. Now we're asking them to look at this camera. Every single juror member has been to a grocery store. They've probably been I've been at that grocery store. So they're thinking to themselves, how could I have defended myself? Somebody walked up to me or a loved one when I was putting my groceries in the trunk, right? That's what they're thinking, and that it would shiver you down to your spine.
You see how quickly the police responded. They're there, you know, what, 5 minutes after it happened, less than that, because, again, that police station is across the street. And, Mike, I would imagine the defense plans to, I know I would use this video during the testimony of my expert to explain what might have been going on in the head of this woman throughout her sort of travels from the police station into the thrift store, into the grocery store, and into the parking lot.
Michael, the defense attorney linked the events exactly the way you just laid it out in his opening statement. He did it for me in the way he linked the events. He linked it exactly the way you said. And the one additional thing he said was she stayed there when the police showed up. She did not run away, and she was still holding the knife when the police apprehended her. So he linked it exactly the way you just did. So yes, I do agree. That is their theory of the defense.
It's like she just couldn't control herself, and she was triggered by maybe the things that happened earlier at the police station. She couldn't get her property back. She needed the money so she could have a place to stay. Maybe because the mother swerved around her. We don't know. We likely will never know. But I think it's a fine line, Michael J., for a jury to have to decide if it was she was maybe schizophrenic, not on her meds, severe mental health issues, versus and also could not appreciate the wrongfulness of what she did.
Yeah. Judge Ashley, I've advised many attorneys in this scenario because I myself have been a defense attorney in this scenario. I would have told them to waive the jury. This is too esoteric of an analysis. It's too academic to expect a local plumber or a community member to do. You should waive it and have a grizzled veteran judge make this esoteric academic analysis, because the judge would fear being reversed on appeal if the judge made an incorrect ruling on the facts. So a jury would not fear that a judge would. They should have waived the jury. This is too they knew the evidence they were going into this case with. They knew that a jury in Cleveland, Ohio would never check a box that said not guilty. Doesn't matter that it says by reason of insanity. We all know that that means the same thing. A jury in Cleveland, Ohio is just not going to check a box that says not guilty when they see this video.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, Mike, that's where I was going. I was going to say yes or no, true or false. This video raises the bar for the defense and what they have to do with their expert. Because, again, I think this video, just watching it, and I know you talked about her looking aimless, etc. I kind of interpret it a little differently. I think it makes it harder for the defense when they begin their case.
I do. I listen. It's always going to make it hard. You want, as a defense, you want to have a video of your client taking the knife, stabbing a wall, then moving 2 feet to the right, stabbing a couch, then moving 2 feet to the right and stabbing a human being. You don't want that to happen. But if you're defending that case, that would fit right in line with the theory. Any type of move of any type of intent obviously cuts against your theory as a defense attorney.
And so let's talk about what we're seeing now. It doesn't look like we're seeing things that may be significant elements to the state's case. I mean, we're looking still at the law enforcement response to them treating the victim, Julian, knowing also that Margot, the mother, was stabbed. We're seeing that continue. You just saw one police car speed off to the left. So you are seeing the aftermath of the actual incident. But Michael Jaffer, tell us about the fact that you can't just show bits and pieces. If you're going to do this, you have to show it all.
You have to show it all. You have to show the context of it all, right? And you're the defense. You're in your case. You in his opening statement, the defense attorney linked in. He said that she was still there when she was apprehended. She was still holding the knife. So you got to show the whole entire thing from beginning to end. It's painful. It's jarring. But at the end of the day, the jury already knows that your client stabbed a 3-year-old. They already know that the child died. So why would you want to just show bits and pieces of the video, show the whole entire thing? You might have a small shot at getting this Cleveland, Ohio jury to say not guilty by reason of insanity. You got to show the whole thing.
All right, so this is coming to the end of the video. They sat through this video watching the travels of Bionca Ellis that day leading up to this stabbing. They didn't go into the body cam video where she's picked up. They were sticking with the surveillance video from the area. And again, in watching it, I think it makes the defense's job even harder.
I think it does too. But to your point, if they use that with their expert, that could benefit their case. We just don't know yet.
Yeah, we don't know.
All right, we are going to take a break here. When we come back, the lead detective continues his testimony. He's still on direct examination by the state about those series of videos that we've been watching together.
Also, some good and bad news for the grief author accused of killing her husband by lacing his cocktail with a lethal dose of fentanyl. Plus, you got to see the reaction of a jail escapee from New Orleans that he had for the media when he was arrested after nearly 5 months on the run. We'll have those stories and more on the other side of the break.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
These are the cases that captivated the world.
Couldn't keep my life straight. They were killed by their own children.
That challenged the legal system and ourselves. Court TV, legendary trials.
Welcome back, folks. Before we get back to court, here are a few other cases that Court TV is tracking. In Florida, a life and death decision will be announced. Jose Soto Escalera will learn if he will face the death penalty or be sentenced to life for murdering his pregnant mistress and unborn child following a Spencer hearing where the convicted killer made a dramatic attempt to fire his attorney.
In Utah, prosecutors have dropped drug distribution charges against Corey Richens, the mother accused of killing her husband with fentanyl in March of 2022. Richens now also faces new insurance fraud and forgery charges. She is scheduled to stand trial in February of 2026.
And the last of 10 fugitives from a New Orleans jailbreak has been captured. Derek Groves was found hiding in a crawl space in Atlanta after a standoff. The 28-year-old was convicted of murder, faces life in prison, and, well, he blew a kiss at the camera as he was being placed into the police cruiser.
And in Wisconsin, day 3 of testimony got underway for Parise Larry Jr. Larry was just 14 years old when he allegedly shot and killed a 20-year-old woman outside of her home. Today, the defendant's neighbor testified about the scary moment that she heard shots being fired.
Everyone was freaking out, and the boys were running across the road.
And when you say the boys were running across the road, what did you recognize any of them?
Yeah.
And who did you recognize?
Parise and Antonio.
And did you see specifically to the defendant, Parise Larry, did you see anything in his hands?
Yeah.
And what did you see in his hands?
A gun.
And what did you see the defendant doing with the gun?
He was running, and I'm pretty sure he let off 2 fires.
All right, let's get you back inside an Ohio courtroom now, where the lead detective is testifying about that surveillance video of the defendant and the victims in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis.
Detective, State's Exhibit 188. Fair and accurate representation of a combination of the surveillance collected in your investigation.
Yes, it is.
In a sequential fashion.
Yes.
Did you author a report based on the steps that you took in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
And does your report reflect things that you and others did in your department and the steps that you took here?
Yes, it does.
May I have one moment?
You may.
And we're not sure right now. They are organizing something, doing something where they're not asking questions right now.
Some questions based on the video.
Let's go back in.
But before I do that, just going back to the drone footage that we discussed earlier, did you receive that by disc from Westlake Police Department?
We did.
Okay, and if I show that disc to you in court today, would you be able to identify it for us?
Yes.
Judges 226.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize that exhibit?
I do. This is going to be the drone footage that was provided to us by Westlake Police Department.
And as far as the surveillance that you received from Giant Eagle, what format did you receive that footage?
On a terabyte card.
Okay, and what does that mean?
I'm sorry?
I didn't get your answer.
A terabyte card? So a terabyte card just is a bigger platform to download larger files, which is a video that we collected.
All right. And within that terabyte that you
I'm sorry? Sure.
collected, were parts of that surveillance played within the compilation video we just watched?
Yes, they were.
Okay. So let's just go back to some of the timeline, if we would, for this video. All right. Obviously not going to play it all the way through again, but I want to go talk about the time. All right. So in the very beginning, what do we see highlighted there in the bottom right-hand corner?
What is highlighted, that is going to be the North Olmsted Police Department.
Okay. And as we fast forward in this video, we see a timestamp up top that says 14:29.
Yes.
Okay, what time is that in non-military time terms?
2:29 p.m.
Okay. And what do we see in this image here?
So that's going to be we'll say a northwest-facing camera at the rear of our building where we park our police cars, and it shows Bionca in her wheelchair.
Okay. And just moving to this part of the compilation video, the timestamp is now 14:44.
Yes,
right?
it is.
So about 5 minutes have lapsed between what you just talked about in this image here.
Correct.
And what is this image that you see?
It's going to be our front walkway to our main lobby entrance.
I thought the time was 14:29?
Yes, in the prior screen, and now we're at 14:44.
14:44, so it's...
I'm sorry, I can't do math right now.
That's okay.
It's about 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
Okay. All right, and then let's go inside the lobby. Detective, I don't believe we have a timestamp on the screen for this image.
We do not.
But we do know, right, that she enters the lobby after that 14:44 we just talked about. Correct?
Correct, we do.
Okay. All right, and then when she's exiting North Olmsted Police, I'm just going to play it briefly here at 8:28. You see her, I know this is increased speed. She's going down the stairs at 14:48.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us from this angle where she's headed?
She's heading northbound from our station.
Okay. So the next screen we see.
Could I also say, I mean, I think it's a compilation, so you're putting together different videos for this video. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And so, just looking at your timeline, it's not sequentially in order, or do you believe it's all in order? Because that last one was 14:49. Then we went to inside the police station, and then right there that you showed was 14:40.
14:48.
14:48.
Yes, sir.
So not sequential then in the way it was shown. Is that fair to say? Because I don't want to give the impression, and I'm not trying to say you put this together, but I think we stopped with Miss Ellis outside a flower bed, and we said the time was 14:49.
As she exits the police station.
So it's as she exits after she comes out?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, there are different angles depicted in this video, are there not? Different cameras?
There are, yes.
Yeah. But for our purposes, to keep the timeline.
Yeah, and I guess I'd just say that the 14:49 was before this frame. Fair to say? That you showed us? And I'm not trying to make it complicated. When you showed 14:49, where she was coming out, it's back the other way.
14:48 is when she's leaving. I'm sorry.
So that's what I'm saying. It's a little different. It's 1444 here.
Yeah, there's a time difference there.
Yeah, yeah. When you go backwards, originally we said 1449. Here's 1448. So I just want to make sure it's fair for the jury to understand, and all of us. It may not be sequentially. There are different shots of different videos that get put in, because I think that happens at the Giant Eagle as well. I mean, they show different videos of. So just to be fair, unless you think otherwise.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the timestamp may be off on that one camera.
Well, I'm not saying the cameras are off. Please understand. I'm just trying to make sure. You splice different videos, and the time stamp on it, I'm going to say, is correct. But sometimes in the sequence that you've provided in 24 minutes, they're not all sequential.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so...
Wasn't trying to be complicated.
No,
I just wanted the jury to know that it isn't exactly...
Yes. But we do know, Detective, even if the different cameras perhaps have different timestamps, is that accurate to say?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
So we are establishing a timeline that may not be perfect to the minute, but we know where Bionca Ellis is going and what steps she's taking in her day.
We do.
All right, so now we are at, we're at the Water Tower Shopping Center. What is highlighted here on the screen at 9:37 in my exhibit 188?
Maybe Volunteers of America.
Okay. And of course, we have footage from obviously a different camera, different establishment. The timestamp here is 2:52. Does that sound about right to you?
It does.
All right. So what do we see happen at 2:52 or thereabouts at Volunteers of America?
Bionca is selecting knives.
Okay. And then jumping ahead, here we have 14:57, so 2:57, approximately 5 minutes after she selects a knife.
Approximately.
Fair to say?
Yes.
And what is she doing at 2:57 p.m.?
Knife in hand, she's going to be entering the south entrance exit to Giant Eagle.
All right. And here we are, 14:59, so 2:59 p.m. What do we see in this frame that I froze in on the screen at 13:21 in my exhibit?
Bionca had entered those doors, and now she's in the foyer of Giant Eagle.
And is she, let me just type for one moment. Okay, so is she inside the store then at 14:59?
Yes, she is.
All right. So now we're coming right upon 3 o'clock here. Is that right, 1500 hours?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see happen at 1500 hours on this camera?
We see Margot and Julian had exited the building with Bionca following behind.
All right. So, just to recap a bit, Bionca Ellis is at the North Olmsted Police Department around 2:30 to 2:45.
Correct.
2:50 p.m.
Correct.
And she's at Volunteers of America for a few minutes and then goes to Giant Eagle. At 3 o'clock, she walks out.
Correct.
So, for the purposes of our timeline, we're talking about 15 to 20 minutes of Bionca at the station to the scene of the crime.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. One moment here.
Yes.
Detective, I appreciate your patience in answering my questions this morning. I'm nothing further at this time.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a brief recess just so that you can stretch your legs as well. Please don't discuss this matter at all.
All right, so 20 total minutes or so from the police station to the actual incident. I think that's real important information. We're going to step aside here, folks. Coming up next, that lead detective who is on the stand will be on cross-examination by the defense as they question him about what he knew about Bionca Ellis's mental health condition.
And a tearful Donna Adlesen broke down in court after her murder conviction. Soon, she will find herself back before the judge in what could be another emotional appearance. Details ahead when Court TV Live returns. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We are bringing you day 4 of testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis going on in Ohio. She has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity in a stabbing attack that left a 3-year-old boy dead and his mother wounded in June of last year. Margot Wood and her son Julian were in the parking lot of a grocery store when this attack happened.
Ellis was seen on surveillance video inside the store with a knife and then following the victims outside. We could not bring you today's testimony until now because of the judge's order not to broadcast until court had ended for the day. So let's get you back inside the courtroom where we are bringing testimony to you right now from the lead detective just beginning cross-examination by the defense.
As a result of your investigation, you went through you took witness statements, is that my understanding?
Correct.
Okay. You viewed dash cam, body cam, is that correct as well?
It is correct.
911 calls, surveillance video, that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you also reviewed some records as well, is that correct?
I collected records, yes, sir.
Did you collect records? Which records did you collect?
Well, it varies. I collected medical records on behalf of Margot.
Okay.
I collected records on behalf of Bionca.
What kind of records?
Medical records, sir.
Okay. Did you learn during the course of your investigation that she had mental health issues?
I did.
Okay. And you learned that she had a prior psychiatric history. Did you also learn that she had been seen at Murders Taylor?
Yes, I did.
And what is your understanding of what Murders Taylor is?
Murders Taylor is a facility, behavioral and/or addiction facility.
Okay. And do you remember the amount of time that she had been seen at Murders Taylor?
The exact time I do not, but it was quite some time.
10 years?
Yeah, it was a long time. Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you learn that she had issues with complying with her medication?
I did.
Okay. You also, you interviewed Yolanda Eggleton, her mother, is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. In your request for medical records, you in requesting your medical records, you did that through search warrant, is that correct?
Search warrant, yes, sir.
Okay. And in a search warrant, a lot of times every time you put an affidavit in, identifying the reasons why you're seeking the particular thing that you're seeking. Is that fair?
It is fair, yes.
Okay. So in the case of records, you would explain the reasons why you need those records. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. And do you recall asking for records from Murders Taylor?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall identifying that there were some concerns that on June 10th, that Bionca appeared in the Court of Common Pleas via video arraignment from the Cuyahoga County Jail and showed more signs of mental issues? Do you recall identifying that in your affidavit?
I do.
Okay. And when you identified more signs, to me that suggests that there had to be prior signs. Is that correct?
Objection. Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer that.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know which prior signs you were referring to of mental health issues?
I do. Her being nonverbal or her unwillingness to talk to us.
Okay. In that same paragraph, you identified Bionca kept her head down and would not participate in the arraignment. She was ordered to appear in person before the judge.
I'll just jump in and ask you just to slow down. We read sometimes a little bit faster from my court reporter, so thank you. Go ahead.
My apologies, Judge. She kept her head down and would not participate in the arraignment. During her arraignment, she laughed, posed for cameras, answered the judge in Spanish by answering sí rather than yes. Do you recall identifying that as part of the issues, mental health issues that needed to be addressed?
I recall putting that in my statement, yes.
Okay. Your affidavit?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Okay. And did you ever personally observe that video that you referenced in your affidavit?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was it date of the arraignment June 10th of 2024?
I believe so.
Okay. And that's about a week after this incident?
About, yes.
Okay. So we know that, at least in your observation, there were mental health issues that were somewhat identifiable, but there were also issues prior to June 10th, based on your affidavit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In any investigation with a criminal defendant, you always gather information concerning their background and their history as much as you can. Is that correct?
As much as you can, yes.
Okay. And you learned that Bionca had no prior felony convictions. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay.
We need to take a break here, but first, we have this update in the matriarch mastermind murder case out of Florida.
Just 1 month after her conviction, we have learned that Donna Adlesen will be back in court on Monday for her sentencing.
We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adlesen, control yourself.
As you saw, Adlesen broke down in court after a jury found her guilty of first-degree murder in the death of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markell, back in 2014.
Markell was the ex-husband of Wendy Adlesen, Donna's daughter, and the couple were reportedly in a bitter child custody battle at the time he was killed. Today would have been Dan Markell's 53rd birthday.
Donna Adlesen could face life in prison without parole. Of course, our Court TV cameras will be there to cover that sentencing that happens live on Monday.
And right now, we do need to take that break. The lead detective continues his testimony on cross-examination when we return on Court TV Live.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
All right, folks, before we go back to court, I want to bring back in our guest for this hour. Still with us, National Trial Attorney Michael Jafer. Michael, quickly, I want to get your impressions of the cross-examination thus far. Seems like they're just basically highlighting, at least up to the beginning part, some of the problems in the past of this defendant.
Yeah, I like the cross-examination path in this defendant. This defense attorney clearly knows what he's doing with cross-examination. There have been some witnesses in this case where he didn't even cross-examine; he just didn't ask any questions. I think that he's taken the demeanor he needs to take, because at the end of the day, this is a very grotesque decision that he's going to ask the jurors to make in favor of his client.
And he's absolutely getting into evidence that the police knew of her issues prior to any of this began. Let me ask you this quickly. With that witness, they showed the entire 20-minute video of her, and then they went back through it piece by piece to answer questions by the detective about what we were seeing. I was surprised to see it played twice. Michael was not. What are your thoughts?
You know what? I'm a little bit agnostic on that, because at the end of the day, this is their case. This is their entire case, is the timeline of what happened that day and what set her off. So I think that they wanted to belabor the point. But at the end of the day, it could go both ways.
All right. Let's head back to court now, where the lead detective is still on cross-examination.
It's my understanding that the day before the time before the incident, Bionca arrived at the police station 15 minutes before she engaged in this behavior. Is that correct? Approximately.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And then she walks from the police station. How long is she at the police station, in your estimation? About 4 or 5 minutes, maybe?
If that.
Okay. And then she arrives at Volunteers of America. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. And do you recall how long she was in Volunteers of America?
I believe it was a minute or two. Hold on. Correct. A minute or two.
Okay. And from the time that she selected those knives, we see in the video that she never concealed those knives. Is that correct?
It is correct.
In fact, she walks right past the cashier, where all the people are at the registers with knives in hand. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. And even when she gets outside, and before she taps the one knife on the pillar and loses the one knife, they're always out in the open. Is that correct?
If we watch the video in Things Outlet, she actually puts the knives behind her back.
Well, we're not there yet. Outside, having left Volunteers of America, she actually has the knives out. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. Then she walks into Things Outlet, and she has her hands on her hip. Neither you nor I can get into her head and say what she was thinking at that moment in time, but in the video she appears to be looking for someone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that fair?
It is fair, yes.
Okay. And then she walks out of Things Outlet. And how long does you think it take for her to walk to Giant Eagle based on what you know about that center?
A minute, not even.
About a minute, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. From the time that she arrives inside of Giant Eagle, it takes her approximately 29 seconds to locate Margot and Julian. Take a look at your time and let me know if that's accurate. If it's not, I'll change it. Is that fair?
It is fair.
Okay. And we already know that there's no prior relationship between Margot, Julian, and Bionca. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's random people that she's selected to attack. Is that fair?
It is fair.
Okay. There's no evidence of any planning or anything of that nature.
Yeah, I'll sustain.
Okay. I'll keep it moving. So, from the time that Bionca is inside Giant Eagle, when she's identified Margot and Julian, maybe about a minute and a half later, the attack occurs. A little bit more, Is that fair to say?
It is fair.
Okay. While in Giant Eagle, she never conceals the knife. She always has it in hand, right?
Correct.
Okay. And there are plenty of people in Giant Eagle. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. Plenty of cars in the parking lot. And it's in the middle of the day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. After the attack, Bionca still has knife in hand and she walks away. We've heard many accounts of that. Is that correct?
It is correct, yes.
Okay. And even at the time that she's confronted by police, she still has a knife in hand. Is that accurate?
It is accurate, yes.
Okay. And when ordered to, she drops the knife. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. She doesn't throw it behind a bush or try to hide or conceal the knife anywhere. She just drops it. And then they make her lay down on the ground. Is that correct?
I would like to say she tossed it or threw it, because where she laid down, she was on the concrete, which was separated by a curb. Now, she would have to toss, flick, throw that knife into the rock bed, because if you watch the dash cam, you can actually see that knife bounce in the rock bed.
Still, at the time that the police confronts her, they have to order her to drop the knife. Right?
Right.
And she sees the police. We can, based on the video, we're able to see that she acknowledges that police are there.
She does, yes.
Okay. And even in your report, you indicated per Officer Walcott, she dropped the knife to her right side and laid flat on the ground. Is that accurate, or do you need to see your report to refresh your recollection?
No, that's accurate.
Okay. So we don't talk about her throwing the knife as if she was trying to hide it and you all had to find it. And your report says she dropped the knife, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I believe that's in my initial report, if I can go back. Because if you look at my review, after I was able to watch dash cam, I indicate she threw it.
You weren't there.
Right, but I am investigating it.
You trust your fellow.
I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
You trust your you trust your officers, don't you, to give you an accurate account of what happened?
Of course I do.
Okay. So we need to rely on Walcott and not you, right?
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
Thank you to Michael Jafer for joining us tonight.
Folks, stick around, because in our next hour, testimony continues in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. The medical examiner testifies about Julian's fatal injuries, plus this.
The first time that I interviewed her at North Coast, she expressed that she had 23 children. She stated that she had these 23 children when she was in the kindergarten.
Okay. When she was in kindergarten?
Yes, sir. When I met her in September or late August for this September report, she did not believe it was part of her thought disorder. She believed it was true. She believed this interfered with her schooling. She was crying at night at North Coast, wanting to find these children that she believed were taken from her.
And the defense begins its case with its medical expert who testifies about Bionca Ellis' history of mental illness. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat.
3 to compare Medicare plans in your area or visit ehealth.com.
eHealth, your Medicare matchmaker.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. We'll get you back to court in just a moment. But first, as always, our Court TV cameras are covering the biggest cases across the nation. In Wisconsin, the defendant's neighbor testifies about what she saw happen when a young woman was killed caught in the crossfire in the murder trial of Paris Larry. Now in Florida, day 2 of testimony is underway in the toxic relationship murder trial for Daisy Link. The 30-year-old is accused of fatally shooting her on-again, off-again boyfriend in the leg back in June of 2022. But her attorney claims that Pedro Jimenez was unhinged and dangerous, forcing Link to shoot him in self-defense. And in Ohio, the state rested its case, but not before the jury heard gruesome details about the extent of injuries a little boy suffered when he was stabbed to death outside of a grocery store. A detective says that Julian Wood's tongue and lung were sliced in day 4 of testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis. On June 3rd of 2024, Ellis was seen on surveillance video moments before the attack, walking inside the store with a butcher knife before following the victims, Margot Wood and her 3-year-old son, Julian, outside. She then carried out the attack in front of horrified witnesses. Margot took the stand yesterday to testify and tearfully recalled the terrifying moment when she saw Ellis heading toward them with that knife. Now, she opted not to be shown on camera.
I saw her coming, walking towards us, and I noticed she had a knife in her hand. She stabbed the back of the trunk of a car, and I got scared. But when I was pushing the car back, it fell over. And then she came at me. I moved. And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Now, as a result of a court order, we cannot bring you testimony until court has ended for the day. Well, now that court is over, we do want to take you back inside that courtroom. The last witness the state called before arresting their case was the medical examiner, so let's listen in to some of that testimony here on direct examination.
101.
This is the report of autopsy for the case on Julian Wood. It's the anatomic diagnosis that I wrote following the examination, which lists the cause and manner of death and the specifics of those injuries.
So, and we're going to talk about those, but again, this is a document now that you yourself signed.
Correct.
Again, indicating the cause and the manner of death. And then you go into gross anatomic descriptions. And what else do we find in here?
The gross anatomic description will goes through all of the external examinations. So air color, eye color, any therapy that was involved in resuscitation attempts. And then it describes all of the injuries that I found on the decedent. Following the external examination, it lists everything internally with regard to any natural disease or injury processes within the body itself.
Okay, you can take that. So, doctor, we're going to talk about that. We're going to you're going to take that off the screen. We're not going to look. You're going to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your examination of when this child first decedent was brought in, the condition they were brought in, and then how then do you methodically do your examination.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to use the photographs in conjunction with that?
Whatever you prefer.
Whatever your pleasure is, doctor.
We can proceed with the photos.
The photos? Okay. All right. So State's Exhibit 103. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 103?
When the decedent is brought into the office, the first thing that we do is take an overall photograph of how we received the decedent. So So in a secured transport bag with a number attached to the case. In this case, it's IN 24-839. This is an identifier for that decedent, so that number should be associated with anything we do with this decedent. So this is a photograph of that initial intake.
State's Exhibit 104.
Once the seal has been broken for chain of custody on the transport bag, we take another photograph of how we received the decedent. So here, this is just an overall photograph of how he was received. Medical therapy is left in place by the hospital. If it's a medical examiner's case, once a death has been ruled or pronounced deceased, it's kind of all hands off. So they will leave everything in place that they used for resuscitation measures. The hands are bagged in this instance in case there's any evidence that needs to be preserved that will be collected at our office prior to examination.
All right. State's Exhibit 105.
After the decedent is taken into our office, one of the first things, depending on the case, will be he goes to or she goes to our trace evidence department. They will take the bags off the hands. They will take any evidence that they might need. And then once that is completed, the autopsy essentially begins at that point. When I do the autopsy, I document all of the therapy that was on the decedent so that there's no way for me to not recognize something that's done by the hospital versus actual injury. So once that has occurred, we remove all of that therapy and we clean the body in order to look at all of the injuries and all of the therapeutic marks again.
State's Exhibit 106.
After documenting all the therapeutic marks or injuries, I turn then to inflicted injuries, not by the hospital. So the first injury that I note is a stab wound to the left side of the decedent's face. And this is depicted here in the photograph.
I'm sorry.
Depicted here in the photograph.
Okay. State's Exhibit 107.
This is a close-up photograph of that wound, just reapproximated. So I will try to reapproximate the edges of the wound to show if there's a sharp edge or a blunt edge, or if there's any characteristics to the weapon that I might be able to see, which here, as you can see on the right side, that margin or edge looks more kind of squared off, and the left side is more pointed. So I can tell it's a single edge instrument that was used to inflict the injury. After taking these photographs, we do look internally to see what is damaged. So with the instance of the stab wound to the cheek, it did go through the mandible, the bone of the jaw on that left side. After it passed through the bone of the jaw, it transected a branch of the carotid artery. So there's the artery that you can feel your pulse. It's quite a large artery. It splits into two portions, and one of those portions was severed. The stab wound continued to go back behind the airway and behind kind of the oral cavity and downward, and nicked the right side of the cervical vertebrae, or the neck spinal column. It didn't hurt the spinal cord, but there was a lot of bleeding in the airway and throughout that wound path.
And doctor, therefore, that would cause a lot of bleeding that would come then from the mouth.
Yes, that's massive hemorrhage. It's also causing blood to go into the airway, and so there's a lot of breathing in of blood. So not necessarily ability to get air into the lungs, but just blood into the air, blood into the airways.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 108.
This is the second injury and other stab wound that I documented. So he has a stab wound to the upper left side of his back.
And did you examine this stab wound?
I did.
Close-up of this stab?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 109.
This is just a closer version of that, or closer photograph of that wound. And there's another photograph that's even closer still.
All right, State's Exhibit 110.
And this is just another example of me reapproximating that wound with a sharp margin or edge and a more squared off and kind of bruised end on the other side. This injury passes behind the scapula, but into the chest cavity. It goes through the 3rd and 4th rib in the back on the left side, and then it punctures the left lung. So it extends deep enough that it goes through the large artery that's giving blood to the lung. And so there was quite a bit of blood that will then go into the chest cavity. So in addition to inhaling blood and not being able to breathe that way, there's blood that fills up that chest cavity. I always kind of describe it as trying to blow up a balloon underwater. There's just too much tension on that and it collapses the lung. So there's not a way to breathe.
State's Exhibit 111.
This is a photograph of the left lung once I removed it. So this is the wound that goes through the lung itself and into that artery.
And with regards to State's Exhibit 111, what is the depth of that incision?
Both of the stab wounds, the one to the cheek and to the back, are both 4 inches deep.
State's Exhibit 112.
This is an overall photograph of the lower extremities of the decedent. We also document anything else that looks like injury. So that includes any superficial scratches or bruises. So this is just a photograph of the overall lower extremities where there are kind of scattered bruises, including like a linear or angled, slightly linear contusion or bruise over that right thigh. There's also a defect. No, that's a defect in the right groin. That's from therapy. So, yes.
Is this what you're talking about, the bruising?
That's one bruise, yes. There's also one higher up on the leg, too. Yes, correct. And there's...
Any other bruises that you want me to point out?
There's just a couple more on the lower extremities, yeah.
Okay. And then going back to that.
That is therapy related. So with these types of injuries, I make sure that there's additional efforts to try to get a vascular source in that inguinal region to give fluids, IV fluids. And so there was puncture sites there. And if they can't get access, sometimes they will cut the skin there to try to get access to a vein or artery to give fluids. So that's therapy related. It's also not in the clothing, and it's superficial.
All right, we want to turn to Florida for a look at Court TV's newest case, the toxic relationship murder trial of Daisy Link. Now, she's charged with second-degree murder in the shooting death of her boyfriend and father of her 2 kids, Pedro Jimenez, back in June of 2022. Link says it was self-defense, claiming that she suffered long-term physical abuse at the hands of Jimenez. Link also made headlines because she got pregnant in jail by another inmate. Scripps News Group Miami reporter Leanne Morgan has more on this story and the first day of her trial.
Daisy Link cringes at the sights and sounds from a sergeant's body-worn camera captured during the wee hours of June 25, 2022, when Homestead police responded to a call about a man bleeding out. The state says Link made that call herself moments after she fired the single shot that killed Pedro Jimenez, her on and off partner and father to 2 of her children.
In a fit of rage, she pulled out the gun, and the facts will show he had turned around and was running away in fear.
The state and defense both agree Link's relationship with Jimenez was tumultuous.
Arguments, anger, and even jealousy.
But the defense paints Jimenez as downright abusive. They say Link shot Jimenez during an argument in fear for her life.
The evidence will show this man was out of control. He was unhinged and he was dangerous. And she fired a shot to get him to go away.
A Homestead sergeant testified to Link's behavior at the scene, where she implied she didn't know what happened to the victim.
She was screaming. I believe at one point she stated she was asking him what happened.
Contrast that with what she's caught saying with the gun still in her hand.
A gun was located inside an areca palm.
Link made headlines for other reasons last year when she was impregnated by another inmate while behind bars. But jurors are not expected to hear those details during her murder trial.
All right, before we do go to break, I have an update in our other live trial, the Caught in the Crossfire murder trial happening in Florida. Patrice Larry Jr. was just 14 when police say he and another teen shot and killed 20-year-old Tatiana Zek as she was taking out the garbage. 3 others were injured. Investigators say that Zek was innocent, or was an innocent bystander who got caught in the crossfire. Well, today, a witness to the shooting and God's sister of the victim testified about the moment that she heard the gunshots. And please note, this witness is a juvenile, so we are not showing her on camera or naming her.
Was there any noise that you heard that caught your attention?
I assumed it was fireworks until I seen everybody running and I realized it was gunshots.
And when you heard what you thought were initially fireworks, what did you do?
Look out the window.
And what could you see looking out the window?
Everybody running.
Of course, we'll continue to follow that trial and bring you updates as we learn them. All right, coming up next here on Court TV, folks, the state wraps up its case against Bionca Ellis. The jury gets a closer look at the aftermath, and the defense prepares to present its case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial in Ohio. Leave it here on your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Adlesen.
You dream about moments like this. My goodness.
The fastest female track and field stars compete in a one-night-only event. Adlesen NYC 2025, live from New York City, Friday at 7. It's on Ion.
All right, folks, I want to take you right back inside that courtroom for the state's last witness. The medical examiner here finishes up her testimony on direct.
This is a intervention.
Yes, ma'am.
That is not an additional stab wound.
Correct.
All right. And doctor, I believe those are the extent of our photographs. So let's talk about, so you've done your external examination and you have located the stab wounds, which you have described to us. Then what then do you go on and do with regards to your further examination of this body before making your conclusions?
I look at all of the organs, whether or not they're injured or not. So I look at all of the other chest organs, neck organs, abdominal, pelvic, as well as the brain. And I document any additional findings, and then I generate a report to summarize all of them.
And did you do that here?
I did.
And what were your findings with regards to your internal examination?
Exactly what I mentioned before. So aside from being a healthy young boy, he had injuries to the upper airway and neck, as well as the chest and lung, and bleeding internally from those.
And doctor, did you also examine State's Exhibit 102?
Yes.
And what is it? Identify State's Exhibit 102 for the jury, and what did you do with that?
This is a final toxicology report that's generated for myself following the autopsy. During the course of the autopsy, we take samples of body fluids or tissues and submit them for toxicology testing. It's routine for us to test these in cases and to have a report be generated by our toxicology lab to show if there's any drugs or alcohol within that decedent.
And what were your findings with regards to State's Exhibit 102?
There was no drugs or alcohol found. It was negative.
All right. And doctor, other than what you have testified to, is there anything else encompassed in your report that you used or you considered in making your findings with regards to the cause and the manner of death?
No.
All right. And doctor, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, have you formed an expert opinion concerning the cause of death of Julian Woods?
Yes.
And what is that cause of death?
Stab wounds of the face and back.
And with regards to the manner of death, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, have you determined what the manner of death was?
Yes.
And what is the manner of death?
Homicide.
All right, so that was the last witness called by the state. Right after she was done, the defense decided not to do any cross-examination. The state rested their case. The defense then sought a judgment of acquittal, claiming, of course, that the prosecution did not prove their case and should not move on. That was denied by the judge. All right, let's bring in our guest, joining us now to discuss, criminal defense attorney Laura Yaretsi. And Laura, great to see you as always. Thank you so much for joining me on the program. First and foremost, I want to get your reaction to the testimony by the medical examiner. A lot to pick at there, mostly the viciousness of the crime.
Exactly. I mean, it was honestly very tough to listen to her, especially as she was describing the injuries involved. I mean, a carotid artery, you're talking about a stab wound that's so deep that it gets to the cervix. I mean, it was very difficult to listen to, even as a professional. And I can only imagine the impact that it had on the jury. I mean, we know that the jury isn't going to have a hard time seeing what happened here. Again, at the end of the day, it's going to end up being we're going to find out if the defense is going to be able to show that this was really related to a mental health issue, and this defendant really truly didn't understand the wrongfulness of her act. But my God, listening to this testimony was difficult for an attorney. I can only imagine what it did to the jury.
Yeah, it's interesting because, and I know where you were going with it. I mean, basically, this defendant chose a big knife, an 8-inch knife. The stab wounds went in about 4 inches. We heard from the medical examiner that it actually went through the jawbone of this little child. And when you hear that kind of stuff, for me, it plays directly into this claim by prosecutors, which I think is she got into a little bit of a problem at the police station, didn't get what she wanted, was angry, and then just sort of, it all got swept up and she went into this place, chose a victim, and stabbed them out of anger, probably anger from what she was dealing with before.
Well, I'm sure that's what the prosecution is going to be arguing, right? This was done out of anger, but the typical angry person doesn't necessarily do this and doesn't necessarily attack a child. So I can also see the defense arguing that that supports what she did here, and the viciousness of all of it truly supports, and even the anger supports this idea, this defense of insanity.
And one last thing, the defense is really putting a lot on the fact that from the time she got the knife to after, until the police tell her to drop it, she's walking around with the knife as if nothing's wrong, nothing's different, nothing's odd about that. They seem to be putting a lot of emphasis on that in terms of where her mindset was, and the fact that clearly, if she's doing that, she doesn't understand what she's doing or about to do.
And they are right in that, because someone who knows, has a consciousness of guilt, right, who understands and knows that what they're doing is wrong, would be hiding that knife, wouldn't openly walk around in a store amongst people with that knife, and wouldn't hit the knife on the concrete and then hit it on a car, and wouldn't attack a child, an innocent child. And this idea that it was done out of anger, I don't know. I think that, in a way, I believe that that's a stretch. I see it as a stretch because I think there's a lot more signs of mental illness here, and an act that was done as a reason that was caused by that mental illness, especially with her, when you watch her behavior. And I'm sure the defense is going to focus on all of that. They can't help but do that. They have to do that. But it doesn't mean that the jury is going to necessarily agree with them because of the horrific nature of this crime and the victim involved.
Yeah, that's the biggest hurdle for the defense, for sure. All right, Laura, stand by. I'm going to step aside here for a quick break. Now, a mother left stunned after she watches a random woman attack her and her son, stabbing him to death. Well, now the defense's case begins as testimony continues in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis.
She stood up and stabbed him in the back. And he was crying. He was crying.
got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind this wood and her child.
And she stabbed him in the side of his face. And then she stabbed me.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala. Now let's get back to more testimony from the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis. Prosecutors say that Ellis randomly stabbed 3-year-old Julian Wood to death and his mother Margot in the shoulder outside of Ohio grocery store last June. Her defense doesn't deny that she did it, but they are arguing that she was insane at the time of the attack and didn't appreciate the nature of her actions. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia and was allegedly off her medicine at the time of the attack. Now, we couldn't bring you today's testimony until court proceedings were done for the day due to the judge's order. So let's get you back inside the courtroom now, where the defense's first witness is on the stand, forensic psychiatrist Dr. Megan Testa.
Did there come a time when you were ordered by the Court of Common Pleas to evaluate Miss Bionca Ellis for competency?
Yes.
Okay. And you met with Miss Ellis where?
I met with Miss Ellis at North Coast Behavioral Health Care. I worked there from 2011 to 2012 full-time in competency restoration work, and then since I left that position, I've been a consultant there, and I visit there about once a week, and I do forensic consultation there. So my occasion to see Miss Ellis was a part of my work at North Coast Behavioral. I was assigned to evaluate her case when she was admitted for a 20-day competency evaluation. She was admitted in August of 2024, and that's when I first evaluated her.
Okay. And can you tell us about the evaluation, the process you would go through as it relates to evaluating her?
Yes. With a competency evaluation, what my job is to evaluate the person who's facing charges. I do a full mental health evaluation on them. That's a standard psychiatric interview and a diagnostic interview. Then there are 2 questions for me. Whether the person has a present mental condition is the first question. And the second question is whether that condition is impairing her, what's called her adjudicative capacities. So that has 2 arms. I need to decide if she can understand the nature and objectives of the proceedings that she's facing, and then if she's able to assist in her defense. So that is a standard competence to stand trial evaluation. You first decide if the person has a present mental condition, and then can they understand the proceedings, and if the third thing is if they can assist in their defense.
Okay. You reviewed her complete treatment and behavioral records from August of 2024 through January 2025?
That's correct. So the first time that I saw her, what I reviewed for the first, what's called a 20-day evaluation, what I reviewed at that time was the hospital records that were available at that time, which was from August 26th through September 3rd. That was for the first evaluation. I also was assigned to do her follow-up competency reevaluation. That I did in January. And for that, I reviewed her full treatment record from August 26th all the way through to February 1st.
All right. Did you review prior competency evaluations by Dr. Sarah West and Dr. Hatters Friedman as well?
Yes, as a standard part of a competency evaluation, we will review any prior competency evaluations. So Ms. Ellis had been evaluated twice for competence prior to being referred to North Coast for what's called a 20-day inpatient competency evaluation. So when I was doing the 20-day evaluation, I reviewed both of those competency evaluations.
Okay. Before interviewing Ms. Ellis, you informed her that you were conducting a forensic evaluation and not providing treatment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you explain to her whether or not this is done in confidentiality?
Yes. So typically when you see a psychiatrist, it's private. That's sort of the whole point. You want it to be private. You want to say whatever you need to say. With a forensic evaluation, you do not have privacy. So I did inform Ms. Ellis, I will not be your treating psychiatrist. You and I will not be a patient and a doctor. I'm assigned to evaluate an issue for the court. That's the extent of our relationship, and anything you tell me can be included in this report.
Okay. And did she have a response when you communicated that to her?
When I saw her in September, in August, for the September report, she did have a response. Her response, in part, was bizarre. She asked me about Jesus Christ and where he was crucified, and she made some other bizarre statements about Matthew and Jesus and taxes. I did repeat to her, explaining the purpose of my evaluation, and explained non-confidentiality, and asked her if she was willing to proceed with the interview, and she did shake her head yes, that she had understanding and agreed to proceed.
Okay. Doctor, based on your review, Ms. Ellis has a long history of severe mental illness dating back to at least 2014. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are records from a community mental health center. It's called Murtis Taylor. They specialize in treatment of severe and persistent mental illness. She has been a client with them since November of 2014. So, and typically, individuals with mental illness don't necessarily get treatment when they first develop symptoms. Sometimes it takes a minute. So I would say definitely she had that illness in November 2014, but probably before.
So she's been diagnosed with schizophrenia and
All right, let's be clear. Dr. Testa, she did the competency evaluation, not what was going on the day of the event. This was whether she was competent to stand trial. She was found not competent for many, many months under psychiatric care before she was found competent. And we'll have more testimony in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis coming up. Plus, Donna Adlesen will soon learn her sentence after being convicted in the murder of her ex-son-in-law, Dan Markell. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, the defense begins their case in the Toddler Stabbed murder trial. We're breaking down the biggest moments from today's proceedings.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
A wife accused of murdering her prominent attorney husband, and the defense involves blaming her own sons?
Victim to verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
The wound he received to his cheek actually went in and cut a piece of his tongue. The wound that he received to his back.
Overruled. Go ahead and finish what you learned.
The wound that he received to his back was so deep that it actually sliced his lung.
We're watching day 4 of the Toddler Stabbed murder trial of Bionca Ellis. The state has rested, and now the defense is presenting its case. And on the stand now is a competency expert, a forensic psychiatrist, who looked at the defendant to determine her competency to stand trial. Let's go back in for more.
That's correct. The Cleveland Clinic records show that she was admitted at Lutheran and Marymount and diagnosed there. And then she had a referral to another hospital by Metro Health and was diagnosed there as well.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what are the symptoms of schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder? What is that?
Yes. Schizophrenia is what we call a thought disorder. So with schizophrenia, the mind breaks from reality. The word schizophrenia means split mind. It's not to mean split personalities. It's that the mind itself is splitting from reality. So the symptoms that you'll have is your thoughts are not with reality anymore. People will believe things that aren't true. They have delusions, which is a fixed false belief. You cannot convince the person otherwise. That thinking is coming from the same part of the brain that produces real thought. So it feels like any of us would feel about something that we know is true. People will also have hallucinations with a diagnosis of schizophrenia. That means that their senses are firing when there's not something real there. Most common in schizophrenia, people will hear voices, comes in through your ears. It's coming from that same lobe of the brain where real hearing comes from, so it sounds very real. People will also see visions, is pretty common in schizophrenia. Disorganization of thinking. Thoughts become really jumbled. So people will go from one thought to the next, and the associations between those thoughts we call them loose. It's like you can't really follow it. You can't follow what they're saying. People will have disorganized behavior as well. Their behavior, you watch it and it makes no sense why they're kind of engaging in the behavior that they're engaging in. There is cognitive deficits as well in schizophrenia. There's some affective symptoms that you'll see. There's a blunted affect, so they don't show the normal range of expression that we would expect an individual to show. So that expression is blunted. The expression can also be very inappropriate. So people can smile and laugh for no reason, frown for no reason. The affect is really not matching the emotional expression that they're having. It's not matching what's going on in the environment. That's typical of schizophrenia. Schizoaffective disorder, what that is schizophrenia with an affective or a mood component. So people will have schizophrenia, they'll meet criteria for schizophrenia, and they will also have mood disorder as well, be it bipolar disorder with mania and depression, or depressive disorder with just depression.
Let me ask you this. In September of 2024, did you generate a report identifying your involvement in this case?
Yes.
And did you opine certain things?
I did.
Okay. And did you do the same in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibits I, which is the September 2024 report, September 3rd. And then the February 3rd, 2025 report is going to be identified as Defendant's Exhibit H. You may.
September
3rd. Can you take a look at those and identify those? Look at H first. Which report is that? Is it the February report?
Yes, sir. H is the February report, and this is the report that I authored at North Coast Behavioral.
Okay. And then I is the September 2024 report.
Yes, that's correct. This is my initial report, the September report. There is also a second report here as well. That's because there was a forced medication order requested, so that is also attached here.
Okay, thank you. I want to get back to what you were discussing about the symptoms. You talked about the symptoms of schizophrenia. As a result of your involvement, did you learn whether or not Ms. Ellis had been hospitalized?
Yes, I did. In the information that I had available to me to review, there was evidence of 4 psychiatric hospitalizations. I'm going to refer to my report so that I can give you accurate information about those.
Which report are you referring to?
The initial September 3rd report.
Okay.
And then what page?
Which page?
If we go to page 5.
Thank you.
Okay. So the review of records that I did, this was records that were summarized in Dr. Hatters-Friedman's competency report. Those records showed that she was hospitalized in November of 2015. At that time, she was taken to the emergency department at Lutheran Hospital. Her mother had taken her there because she was not taking medications at the time. She had not slept for 5 days. She was hearing voices. She was expressing suicidal thoughts. She was experiencing these voices raping her and wanting to impregnate her. She thought there was a prophet involved. She was admitted to psychiatry at that time, and she was stabilized on. And yes.
So for reading it all, if you would just read slowly for the court.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
She was treated with a combination of antipsychotic and mood stabilizing medications, and she was stabilized through that hospitalization. It was a 5-day hospitalization. Is that better? That's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
We all do that. We all read faster anyway, so I just want to make sure Rob gets it.
I speak quickly too, so slow me down at any time.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, on page...
I'm sorry, I'm just going to sort of cut to it.
Yes.
From November 2015.
Yes.
And December 2015, February 2016, October 2018, up to June of 2021. Do you know if she was hospitalized further?
Yes, 3 additional hospitalizations.
Okay.
Due to presenting to the emergency room off medications.
Okay. And then in September of 2023, on page 6 of 14.
Yes.
Was she hospitalized again?
Can you repeat the date?
September 2023.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us about that?
Yes. She had been taken to the Fairview Emergency Department. She had called 911 at that time. She stated that she didn't feel safe. She had been out of medications for about a month. She was unable to obtain refills in the community. She was seeing visions of people coming out of her walls to try to kill her at night. She was talking about Albert Einstein and a bowl of ants. She had been able to sleep. This record stated that she was visibly hallucinating at that time. They admitted her to Marymount Hospital, and she required an 11-day hospitalization and was stabilized on antipsychotic medication at that time.
Okay. And then it looks like...
Oh, a lot to chew on there. Let's bring back in our guest still with us, criminal defense attorney Laura Uretzian. And Laura, I got to say, you know, listening to schizophrenia, it actually means a break from reality. It's a scary, scary disease. I feel like this couldn't have started much better for the defense.
You are right. She's doing great. The forensic psychiatrist is doing great, especially in the way she's explaining schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorder, very serious mental illness, where the mind splits from reality, and that's the way she's describing it. I mean, imagine seeing things that aren't really happening, but it comes from an area of your brain where the real things are also seen and experienced. And so you believe that it's true. And, when you hear that, you start understanding what this woman was going through, what the defendant was going through. And she also discussed certain symptoms that is involved. She talked about the schizophrenia, with the affective disorder, where there's the mood affect or the disorder. And sometimes people it almost went to support this idea that she was nonchalant, right? Because it's not the appropriate affect, it's not the appropriate expression, it's not the appropriate behavior. So I think they're setting it up clearly. The defense is setting this up for what they're going to argue later in closing.
And Laura, what we know that these not guilty by reason of insanity cases, very tough to win. But when they are won, it's because the person has a history of psychological issues. Now, we're talking about all the way back to 2015. She was hospitalized for this very issue. So that bodes well for them as well.
Yes, it does. It really does. It's the one thing that, whether it be a judge or a jury, is going to want to see, that it's not something that happened randomly out of nowhere with no history. Here you have a lengthy history, and not just one hospitalization, but several hospitalizations, and similar issues. Again, a break from reality, imagining things, hallucinations, delusional, bizarre, and even bizarre statements.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that something she said as well. She wasn't taking her meds because of unavailability in her community. We see that from time to time, so that's an issue as well. All right, thanks, Laura Uretzen, for joining us tonight. Always a pleasure to have you on the show. Folks, I want you to stick around because coming up next, we're going to review the 3 things that we've learned today in the cases that we've been covering from coast to coast right here on Court TV. Here are 3 things that we've learned on this Thursday. First, in Utah, prosecutors have dropped drug distribution charges against Corey Richens. The 35-year-old mother and former real estate agent is accused of killing her husband with fentanyl in March of 2022. Richens now also faces new insurance fraud and forgery charges, and she is scheduled to stand trial in February of 2026. Second, the Idaho Department of Corrections says it has identified the person responsible for leaking a video of convicted murderer Brian Kohlberger inside the corrections facility. The video, obtained by the X account for George FNAVA, shows Kohlberger in his cell. He is serving a life sentence for killing 4 University of Idaho students. The Idaho Department of Corrections said a thorough investigation found the employee responsible and that person left the agency before the investigation was finished. The Idaho State Police determined there was insufficient evidence to pursue criminal charges. And third, the last of 10 fugitives from a New Orleans jailbreak has been captured. Derek Groves was found hiding hundreds of miles away in a crawl space in Atlanta after a brief standoff. Groves and 9 other inmates escaped through a hole behind a toilet in May. The 28-year-old was convicted of murder and faces life in prison. I'm Michael Ayala. It's been a pleasure being with you. Thank you so much for being with me. Coming up next, 48 Hours. On 48 Hours, Vanessa Mintz, a beloved mother, was gunned down in a mountain lodge in North Carolina. The investigation into what happened to Mintz would expose a hidden secret. Then ahead at 8 p.m. Eastern, tune into Closing Arguments. Vinnie Politan takes a look at the horrific abuse case of a 12-year-old girl in Texas and the 2 sisters now behind bars accused of the crimes. That's next here on Court TV.